what you got. Back down, up, back down, up, back down, up, back down, back down, up, 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 ba Show me what you got. Show me what you got. Down, up, back, up, God, down, up, back, God, down, up, back, up, God, down, up, back, God, down, up, back, up, God, down, up, back, God, down, up, back, God. Ain't no reason to back down, so step it up. God, down, up, back, up, God, down, up, back, God, down, up, back, God, down, up, back, God, down, up, back,
Got the money in the bank. Hit you with the hit you with the bank. Hit you with the hit you with the 808. Hit you with the hit you with the 808. Bang to the break, bang to the break. I'm a boss, and you know that I'm finna shine. Got the money in the bank. Got the money in the bank. Money in the bank.
Hit you with the 808.
Hit you with the hit you with the bank. Hit you with the hit you with the 808. Hit you with the hit you with the 808. Bang to the break, bang to the break, bang to the break, bang. money in the bank. Hit you with the bank. Hit you with the Hit you with the 808. Hit you with the Hit you with the 808. Bang to the break, bang to the break, bang to the break, bang, 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 bang. I'm a boss and you know that I'm finna shine. Got the money in the bank. Got the money in the bank. Got the money in the bank, 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 bank. Got the money in the bank.
Hit you with the 808.
Hit you with the Hit you with the bank. Hit you with the Hit you with the 808. Hit you with the Hit you with the 808. Bang to the break, bang to the break, bang to the break, bang, 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 bang. I'm a boss and you know that I'm finna shine. Got the money in the bank. Level low. Level low.
Show me what you got. Back up, 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 back up.
What are we doing if we ain't moving? Hey, keeping it moving. Like, what are we doing if we ain't moving? Keeping it groovy. Hey, yeah. I own the business, I don't own the suit. They don't want to squeeze, but they want the juice. Hey, it all fall on me, I don't make an excuse. So I don't got time to get a masseuse. I do what I do, I'm making it work. You doing too much, you making it worse. I'm hitting the road, I'm making the merch. When I get home, I make it to church. I'm overseas, acting like I'm back in the borough. Shouting I'm spending euros, I need dessert. I got the churro, I give them work. Like referral, I got the word, and that's eternal. I write the raps, I don't write a journal. Hey, let's have a conversation. I ain't the type to go talk crazy when they come around, act all gravy. That's just not how my mama raised me. Minor league, that's the operation. We moving, keeping it moving. What are we doing if we ain't moving? Keeping it moving. Like, what are we doing if we ain't moving? Keeping it groovy. Hey.
Just stepped off a plane, never hopped in a range, I hopped in a Uber. Trick straight to the stage, but I stopped at a break, big belly like Buddha. Metabolism flying down, but the bars ain't. Go hard, but the flow so blasé. From the east to the west, no Kanye. Crowd went nuts when I stepped in a bar. Ayy, hype when I rhyme, no class. Ayy, time of my life got hard, prayed. Quick things change, got me a ride. Switch them lanes, no art. Ayy, I got scarred face, but I told my wife, go get your passport. Living life like it's last day. Tell her waist man, don't get the strap. Cause I got loaded bars and I'm busting back. New York to London, we running the map. 1, 2, 3, 4. Govy and Andy, we done off the track, we moving.
Keeping it moving. What are we doing if we ain't moving? Hey, keeping it moving. Like, what are we doing if we ain't moving? Keeping it groovy. Hey.
Respect all, fear none. Starting things off with a banger of an opener by Kinjaz. That means we have arrived. The long winding road to Masters Berlin for Southeast Asia ends here. Yesterday, history was made, my friends, when Paper Rex secured the first slot to Berlin. Now it's time to write the other half of the story, the epic finale for today. When the dust settles at the end of the day, the burning question will be answered. We'll find out who the final Southeast Asian representative will be. In the end, united, we will stand. Viminal, loud and proud to be here with my co-panelists, Dax in Black and Blue, on one of the most important events in SE Valorant thus far.
Well, guys, history gonna be made today. Stellar dance performance though from Kinjaz right before this, and just a good way to shake your feet off and get ready for the amazing Valorant action. Not only will we get our second representative from the lower bracket finals, but also we got that grand finals and seeding. I feel like that's gonna be so important coming into Masters 3 there, Black and Blue.
Definitely, and you know, as much as we might have, you know, hotly contested competitions here at the City Challengers, well, it really, at the end of the day, will come down to camaraderie and brotherhood, and everybody, as we saw yesterday, in respects to Boom and Bam, who really did kind of help pave the way to put that forward, acting like true champions, even though they're not here anymore. Well, Alter Ego, they are, and because of that, well, I think we're all gonna kind of support whoever really goes to Berlin. Bren, Alter Ego, doesn't matter. We're all one and the same.
Now, that's the spirit of the SEA playoffs right there, Black and Blue. But all this wouldn't be possible without our awesome sponsors. Join global competitions, create and customize your own tournaments, and unleash the inner master in you. Find out more at esportsfightclub.com. That's not all. Don't forget that winning starts at home with Globe at Home Only Fibros Powerhouse Bundle with speeds of up to 100 Mbps. Yours a plan 2899. it's always important to have a reliable connection so you can clutch that win and summon your strength with Predator Helios 500, the future of gaming. Speaking of the future of gaming, before we get to that, we're going to look to the past a little bit, Mr. Dex in black and blue. We're going to check out our recap from yesterday's incredible day. I mean, so much has happened.
That's the thing. Day 1, Day 2, Day 3, it has been incredible so far. And yesterday, we just saw elimination matches. We started things off with the side of Full Sense versus Boom Esports. And Boom, they were trying to fight on back as much as possible. Full Sense, though, in the meantime, getting their footing and looking to eliminate the Indonesian roster. Really goes to show, though, that the stakes are high in the lower bracket. You want to make it to that Berlin slot, but you know that this is going to be your last lifeline. And Boom Esports, they fought valiantly. They kept at it. They kept trying their best and going for more, but Full Sense just had experience helping him out in the end. But on the flip side, we also got Bam and Alter Ego. And the thing is, this guy actually got a little bit delayed after everything was said and done. But the power of friendship there for Alter Ego, buffing them up. And on the flip side, though, here, Black and Blue, Bren, Paper Rex to figure out who was our first representative.
And that was certainly a show to get things started, at least. We kind of bumped that up to the second place of the match of the day, but everything just seemed to go in the way of Paper Rex at the end of it. It was a very tightly contested map number 1, with it going in the way of Paper Rex Forsaken with the ace to clutch the game. How can we forget that? Map number 2, finally Bren answering back, but now we're looking to the second match that Alter Ego played of the day. That was against Bam, who, once again, this is such a commendable kind of endeavor that they actually waited for AE to get things going and let the matches really play out in itself. Truly inspirational and truly the mindset of true champions here coming from Bam. But in the end, it was AE winning that match. They played against Full Sense, who by all means were one of the favorites to come out of this entire playoff stage, to go to Berlin along with either Paper Rex and Bren Esports. But AE, man, they have just been playing psychotically. There's such a great band of individuals, so you can never expect them sometimes to do these plays that you'll just catch you off guard. And Full Sense, by all means, they are a team that are quite structured, and for them to go up against a team like AE, who are also structured, yes, but they like to play a bit freely, a bit looser and more. And look at that, Almy Moore. I mean, how can we even forget those type of plays? Probably watch his quite a bit of Asuna, but he's made that happen there. And so for a team like AE to get that accomplishment under their belt, that's the second match that they played in the day. They played 2 series, full best of 3s, and they made it happen. So AE, man, how can you even kind of now tout these guys as not one of the best teams in Southeast Asia when they've proven with their performances that they are?
You know, there's so many unforgettable moments from yesterday and the days before, but for now, most of the teams are out of the race. A lot of the teams here have proven that they deserve to be here at the grandest stage of them all. But taking a look at the bracket to find out where we stand right now, Mr. Dax, again, it's going to be Bren versus Alter Ego in the lower bracket finals, and then they're going to be moving on. Whoever's going to win from that will be facing Paper Rex later on today in a best of 5 series. Isn't that right, Mr. Dax?
I can't believe we just filled this bracket up. We started with those quarterfinals all the way in day number 1, and now we're here with 3 teams left. MYSG getting that first Berlin slot, winning out the upper bracket and awaiting the grand finals. But here we have it, PH region plus the Indonesian region doing battle and looking to join Paper Rex in that expedition to Europe. But I gotta say, guys, that the lower bracket finals is not the end of the story. It is gonna be a big deal once we get into the grand finals, because seeding is gonna be so important. If you're that number 1 seed from SCA, it will be a little bit more favorable to you, I gotta say, coming into the Masters 3 group stage. And don't forget, not only do you get even more in terms of the prize pool, but you want to be the new kings of SEA. And perfect time, here we got it. The prize pool is here. For our top 3, though, it's already a good haul, Black and Blue, and you can see why.
Definitely. I mean, not only will you be getting the lion's share of that prize pool if you do go to the top slot, $25,000, $15,000 for the second place, and third for $10,000, but more importantly, you get that seed, which we all know, of course. You get the 2 top seeds going into Berlin. But the circuit points are going to matter here, because whoever doesn't qualify into Berlin are going to need those circuit points to qualify into the LCQ and maybe get their name thrown in the stakes of the champions. And so lots to be fought over here. Pride of their nation, pride of their respective regions, bragging points as well, and brownie points including into that. But circuit points, prize pool, and that seed is what these teams are fighting for here today when we've got 3 of them left.
It's just, again, kind of hard to wrap your head around among everything that's at stake here. It's just, obviously, the stakes have never been this high. And that's what makes this all incredibly exciting for all of our teams, for all the fans out there watching. We're just about ready to talk about the opening matchup of the day. And a lot of people have been waiting for this moment, of course. It's going to be Bren Esports versus Alter Ego in a best-of-3 series. Black and Blue, I know you have a lot to say about Bren Esports.
Of course I do. Bren Esports, they've been adding flame even hotter than before to their arsenal here. The embers of theirs have been burning brighter than ever, and every step they take has been forward. Borkum, Dispenser, Dubstep, Jesse Vash, and Wits. Yes, full 5-man roster. We saw them during Sea Challengers too, but not like this. And Dubstep is making a case for himself to be one of, if not the best Jets in the Southeast Asia region. And he's certainly made a full case for that. But Alter Ego, these guys are psychotic and they play like nobody else. Dax, what do you think about these guys?
High aggression here. Berserks, Fat Penguin, Elmi Moore, Natsurant, and Tebotol. Gotta say, when we see Alter Ego, they put their best face forward. And after the anime story, that was yesterday in their lower bracket run, it just felt like they were even more secure with their play. They felt so confident they could win the duels, they can get the fights on. And even in unfamiliar territory, they would find ways to make it happen. But overall, it was just the absolute sharpness there of Alter Ego that thrust them forward. But here we have it head to head. And I gotta say, these have to be the names that have been essential here, Vim.
You know, you've been mentioning that distinct sharpness from the likes of Elmi Moore and his crew. But honestly, the same can be said for Dubstep and the rest of Bren Esports. Taking a look at the head-to-head here, very similar ACS, very similar KDA. And look at this first blood percentage coming in from Dubstep, a massive 18.2. Absolutely phenomenal, but we expect both of them to absolutely pop off for today. We're going to find out where the battle will take place as we head into the map selection. And again, this is going to be a best-of-3 series starting with Haven, Ascent, and then we go to Bind. Dax, what do you think of this map pool?
No surprise there, though. I want to mention Alter Ego banning Breeze after the yesterday performance versus Full Sense. If it's unfamiliar territory, you might as well not bother with it. But even though Bren has touted to become one of the best teams in SEA for Haven, Alter Ego is no slouch as well. A 70% win rate there. Ascent in the meantime, familiar territory for them. And AE is incredible on Ascent as well. Bindo in the meantime, gonna be a matchup to remember. It feels like it can go either way here. These are grounds that both Bren Esports as well as Alter Ego are familiar with, are ready to play in. And I gotta say, this time, the maps will give us the best kind of show, Black and Blue.
I'm kind of surprised here that Bren Esports actually banned Split, because statistically, it's actually a better map for them compared to Ascent. And we saw what happened yesterday in Ascent versus Paper Rex with Bren Esports. With Haven, there's a time, and currently at the moment, we kind of feel like this is their best map. And I think Alter Ego kind of got a bit, I don't know, maybe pulled back by what they were able to do versus Paper Rex yesterday on Breeze here coming from Bren Esports, and that's why they banned it. But Haven, by all means, is the comfort pick of Bren Esports, so for them to let that in, it's quite a curious thing. Ascent, though, a great map for Alter Ego. By all means, this is looking like a full best-of-3 series to me. And then when we go into Bind, well, there was a time we were kind of touting that Bind could be the best map of Bren Esports when they weren't really feeling it on Haven, but it's also a really good map for Alter Ego. And so, Dax, this is purely, honestly, kind of like a coin flip in terms of the map veto. I fully think we're not going to get less than the best-of-3 series at the end of the day.
You're absolutely right there, Black and Blue. I expect this fully to go the distance, and as Illustrato would eloquently put it, a full Michael Bolton in this entire shebang. And that's honestly just the way it's going to go. In my humble opinion, these are the maps we saw multiple overtimes from both these teams, especially Bren with that. I mean, who could forget that quadruple overtime? That was absolutely insane. And I expect more of the same right here now that pretty much the final ticket to Berlin is at stake. So, Dax, let's start with some talent predictions here. Let's kind of elaborate, break it down further, get your final thoughts coming into this before we start on ahead. Then, Black and Blue, you go next. I'll cap things off.
Well, the thing is, guys, it's going to be a battle of momentum here. Bren Esports, can they bounce back after that Ascent performance? I feel like it's going to be a yes there. That's the one. That's the fluke there. And it just felt like in that map number 3 versus Paper Rex, they didn't look as confident as usual. Alter Ego, though, in the meantime, brimming with confidence, going for the brawls, getting that direct conflict. But overall, I feel like Bren Esports now They want to win. Now they want to get to Berlin. And Alter Ego will put up an incredible fight, but I have to give it to Bren Esports this time. It's going to be 2-1 in favor of Bren.
You know, they might be able to go all the way, and I think by all means we are going to go all the way. Who can find their worth in the waking world? Because at the end of this, the dream will become a reality for one of these two teams. The thing is, they cannot let themselves kind of see past that. They have to tackle the battle at hand, and by far, I think, the team that has done that the most has been Bren Esports. Alter Ego, they put up such a valiant effort. It's been an anime run for them to go through every single hurdle in and out of the game to get to this stage. Is such a huge accomplishment. And everybody thought Boom Esports was going to be that #1 seed for Indonesia, but no, it is Alter Ego. But Bren Esports, they've been looking so good right now, the best that they ever have. And I don't know if Alter Ego have what it takes to be able to really close this out in a full 3 series. I'm going to go in the way of Bren as well, 2-1.
You know, it's just the fact of the matter that Bren Esports looking absolutely dead set on taking that prize. They want war. Make no mistake about it. There you have it, folks. For me, it's going to be 2-1 in favor of Bren Esports. Aside from the cash prize, circuit points aside, on top of it all, what's at stake here is absolutely priceless. Bren Esports versus Alter Ego, they will muster every ounce of strength within them and exceed their limitations in a best-of-3 series to fight for the glory of representing their respective regions and the rest of Southeast Asia as a whole. For now, we'll toss things over to the guiding lights of our casters.
Another tragedy and we just seem so numb. Need a peace, humanity is dumb. In the streets we see police don't freeze but run. And in that thing that you know somebody reach for the gun. Let the murder get reciprocated. But I swear that I culture discombobulated. All these people picking sides, I'm just trying to circumnavigate it. Got me thinking, man, the situation getting complicated. Let me tell you all the 90s, baby.
Go for the clutch here in these moments. NTK's just going to be running around, but on the marker, and there it is. Getting ever so closely to Flash, looking for the...
The last day here for both of these teams as we go head-to-head in this standoff, and it's going to be do or die. There is no in-between here. My name is Illustrato, going to be your caster. Alongside me, Asarai, and what a series we have. Bren looking completely undefeated up until that last moment where they went against Paper Rex and sent them off to the lower bracket here. And we have what is going to be a very, very big toss-up. These guys have never played each other before here. Alter Ego, the first time they're going up against Bren.
It really is. They have not met up for the entirety of this tournament. Maybe last year, but this was iterations where Bren wasn't this current roster. Same with Alter Ego. So there's going to be a different toss-up, at least for, I guess, being able to see each other and play with each other. They have done, but that was back in 2020. That was a year ago. That's not really a metric anymore, considering how well these teams have been performing up until now. And Alter Ego, as you mentioned, Illustrato, what a comeback for them. They were almost taken down. They were brought down to, I believe, the lower stages by Boom, their opposition. But then in the lower brackets, something just clicked from them. Elmimore, Berserks, they went above and beyond, and now they're looking to lead the charge up against Bren in this best-of-3 for that second and final slot for the road to Berlin.
Yeah, it's been, you know what, a definite turn of events in the past couple of days. We've seen a lot of weird timey-wimey things happening, like with the anime team up with Alter Ego and Boom. Suddenly, like, now we're friends and now we're gonna, you know, face the enemy together. And they go into each other's boot camps, and then suddenly they're best buddies. And just so many, like, hype anime. You can't even script this stuff coming out in a couple days, and I feel like this is going to be absolutely no exception to what we're gonna see here. We're gonna hand up in our first map here. As you can see, it's going to be Haven. Now, Asarai, one of the keys of success against Bren yesterday was when Paper Rex actually banned Haven, because as we know, this is one of Bren's most comfortable maps. This is potentially their best map.
Oh, yeah.
This is one of those maps that Bren can rely on. The fact that we're starting on this one is a very, very big sign for the Filipino squad.
I have to point out, Bren is going El Clasico with how they go around Haven. The double initiator, all about getting that information, as well as some site control with Dispenser on the Killjoy. What kind of stands out to me is that they actually have put Borkum on this Omen. So they really want to get as much control as possible, but as much mobility as well around the map. On the other side, for Alter Ego, they're looking to just go in for the brawl. Look at how they positioned or how they've selected the agent roster as the pistol round begins. Berserk's almost taken down Dispenser, but there is so many stuff happening on mid already. You have to back away for a moment, but Alter Ego seems to be at the forefront, or actually at the back seat here, as Bren is getting all the picks that they are actually looking for.
Yeah, the mid aggression denied there by Bren, and they're gonna find one after the other, leaving Fat Penguin wondering where the hell his teammates have waddled off to. It's still a 1v4 as Frenzy in hand, gonna be able to get a pick onto one, but no bullets. What's he gonna claim his? We are in a weird world where Bren are consistently winning pistols. They have not lost the pistol in their entire best of 3 yesterday. And this is another one that they have just picked up. So they're really making up for that round differential in terms of those pistols.
And there is just some timings here that Bren have caught multiple members of Alter Ego off guard. I think they were not expecting these off-time peaks, and it has allowed Bren for, I guess, more lethality going into their pistols, as you did mention. Now, Bren wasting no time, equipped Dubstep on that Phantom, so they really don't want to create any situations where Alter Ego will find themselves in a position where they can even outmatch Bren during pistols or during thrifties, which we have seen multiple times happen yesterday when Alter Ego was trying to go up against, I believe that was Full Sense and Big Bam. In any case, it should be a clean enough round, and Bren take a flawless round in this second.
Very convincing, very clean anti-eco. When a team is able to pick up clean anti-ecos like this, it's always a good sign that they don't lose shaky duels, that they aren't caught out of positions. Just a good example of fundamentals here shining through from Bren. Alter Ego, though, I like the idea to go for those pushes to force the hand of Bren Esports to maybe create an error where there wasn't before. But Bren, this time, they're looking a little bit too on form to even give up a single kill on that one. Now it's going to be a little bit more of a bigger test for Bren as the bonus round does come in, and on Ascent, on these long-range duels here, it's going to be definitely potentially tougher, especially with those Spectres in hand. But Dubstep, he's got the Phantom from last round. He's going to be carrying it over here, and he's going to be looking to be the entry. They spot out one. Dubstep does not get the entry after a good paranoia. But the trade frag right here is good as Dispenser is able to lock down onto Fat Penguin. The trade as well. Borkum is able to get that kill onto Natsaloran. That's already 2 rifles down here. C-site secured and the double flank coming in from long.
Tapatal is going to be the only one on spawn here. He might have a flash that can allow the 2 duelists to come in hard on long, but this is a 4v3. Make that a 4v2. They are going to be just, well, walking their way through the ramps, walking their way downtown, moving fast, faces past, and he's going to be homebound. Elmi Moore gets a headshot. That's going to be a good start. Followed up with Berserk. They're blinded, though, and Wit's trying to capitalize. Has to go back around. Well, that's going to be Jesse Bash in the back of the side. Has to go for the dash in, and they synchronize beautifully to get that retake.
Just how fitting is it that the combination, the duo of Elmi, Moore, and Berserks are the ones to win that round for this team. Just when you thought it was an impossibility that round could have went Alter Ego's way, they swing it back. And the 2, I'd say, best players right now on the side of Alter Ego claw their team over that bonus round finish. But still, that could have been much, much worse. They've lost 3 rifles. They've lost 3 guns here. That's going to force a lot of rebuys and put a strain on Alter Ego's economy going forward. Meanwhile, Bren, they're going to be very comfortable going into this round, having everything they want and more. Look at this. Berserks and just Berserks will be pretty low on utility and even shields. Fat Penguin just can't even afford a rifle at this point.
I was going to point out, Edu, that both those flankers, the duelists, were spotted by a boombot that was placed by Dispenser on A main. And that kind of forced the trigger on Bren to just keep going on C because they know that there is not really much value for them to just hold the flanks. But now it might be because they know that there's going to be something a little bit aggressive on A main. They betted for it. They knew it was going to be coming, and it happened. Tabithal's going to be close on the encounter, which he does get one. But Jesse Bash immediately goes for the trade. This leaves us into the 2 versus 4, but Natsalorant will try to equalize. The problem was caught right out in the open, and oh no. Yeah, Fat Penguin should not be killed. Okay, but he's down to 30, and this is 3 versus 1 where I don't think he's going to be able to clutch it.
I don't think so. Not with 30 HP and not with the positioning and the awareness, from Bren. I do want to point out Elmi Moore and Berserks. They're the one who won that previous round for their team. But in this one, it seems like they've dropped the ball. Going a little bit hyper-aggressive over A is not always a great idea, especially when Bren are so good at holding the angles. And they know how to expect. They actually did sort of dash out of it. And no one on Bren was surprised. They were just able to take those 2 big kills and the 2 duelists falling from the Alter Ego side. Well, they pay the price. And because of how much Alter Ego lost on their bonus round, this is most likely going to be another save round here from Alter Ego. It's looking like an economic complete reset. No. Wits is even able to find the shutdown onto Fat Penguin. So look at this right now. It's going to be pennies in the Alter Ego bank account.
Well, his name is Fat Penguin, but he's starving a little bit there. He's looking a little bit thin in terms of that, as you mentioned, bank account. You got to be able to save up for your future. it is what it is with our current economy here. And the economy for Alter Ego just struggling a tad bit. They do have Berserks with his blades, and he can make sushi. He can make some nice little chops, choice cuts of the members of Bren if he has the opportunity to do so. But Borkum and Dubstep, the double whammy from the Bren roster, just shutting down the operation.
A little bit of cause for concern there for a second after Jesse Vash goes down. Rifle will not be recovered, however. And so this will, I'd say, give Bren a little bit of a moment to breathe here as they now collect themselves. They managed to pick up 2 kills in response. A little bit of information towards Garage as well, and things will be fairly stable right now. Blade's not going to really make the connection for now, but it is still giving them, that information that there is at least one person towards B, which instigates that rotate towards that A site. This is something they can very well take here, and with that ultimate, that from the shadows, this gives them such a big opportunity to cut off the rotation. Natsalorant is going to get caught off, looking completely the wrong way here. 3 kills already for Borkum, and it could be Borkum time this early on. Looking for an ace very, very early in the game, round number 5. Round 5 ace. Looks like it's going to be the deal. Yeah, 5 kills for Borkum, and looks like Borkum time is starting early yet again here. He finds another pick, and what a way to boost his morale very early on.
That wasn't the flashiest or most hype-inducing of aces, granted, but what that does give Borkum there is the knowledge that his ability to lurk is just not being scouted properly by Alter Ego. You were probably expecting that when you hear that from the shadows, it would be coming on A heaven. But similar to Bind, when you ultimate on the defender's spawn, nobody can actually hear that if they're not close enough. So they have to look at it. Exactly.
You make a fantastic point there, Asarai. And having a lurker and making those plays like that, getting that confidence to be able to read the opponent's defense and just sneak by, that's massive for any lurker right here. And with another 2 picks at the very start here from Bren, they're looking rock solid on their offense. It seems like Alter Ego just can't find the shots that they're used to. Okay, that's a double lineup. Here we go. Natsalorant with 3 kills just when it's absolutely massive. They know his position right now with 30 HP, he cannot heal himself. They won't go for the challenge. Instead, you rotate there towards A. Gonna smoke off the angle and hope to catch Natsalorant off in rotation right now, but the aggressive swing will not be rewarded. Patience, not in that round here for him. Went for the aggressive play, hoping to get it into a 1v1. Just didn't work out, and Bren secured round 5.
There's a split decision you have to make as Borkum in that specific scenario where you have to know how to react to a flash. All right, we'll just look at this amazing 3K from Natsalorant. He almost brought it back. This one. You see that positioning from Borkum? He saw it, and with experience, you can tell if it's going to be a fake flash, a delay flash, or an insta flash. And there's just a split second in between that you can react to your opponents coming out because they don't want to flash themselves as they try to go for that punish. So Borkum's timing there was just perfect. If not, there would have been a chance, I think, for Natslan to maybe have made it into the 1v1. Still, though, clean round for Bren overall. They have so much money to work with, and Alter Ego really struggling. That's why you're seeing the tactical timeout come out here, because they've done so much to get this forward map control. But it does seem like they're forcing themselves on the attacker side too often, and it has allowed Bren for a lot of punishes. And more so than not, you've seen Elmimore charge out from A main as a single, spotted by the alarm bot, and he doesn't respect it that nobody will actually check him, but everybody does. And that loses them that control in A side.
Alter Ego is very much a team that's known for the aggression on their defensive side. Bren are happy to play off of it. Bren are happy to wait. Yeah, you want to play aggressive, we'll make you pay. We'll make you pay the price. And they have been they've been trying to cash a check that they can't. It's just the aggression stuff's not paying off for Alter Ego. They've been absolutely stumped as to how to deal with this Bren side here, and it's such a difficult place to be in if you're Alter Ego. It's like, do you wait for Bren to go onto your site and take the fight there? Because that's so difficult. Bren's executes are clean. They're some of the best that we've seen in Southeast Asia. They're known for this very Korean style heavy execute, and where they can just trade off each other like it's nothing. But at the same time, you also don't want to play too aggressive, because if you play aggressive, Bren will play passive at the start of the round and punish you. So it's a very, very tough position here for Alter Ego to decide how they want to approach this defensive half.
Well, they can approach this defensive half with Elmimore hitting some nasties like that. Dubstep, he can find those entries, but sometimes you just cannot go up against Elmimore. Their Borkum, though, spraying randomly, aggressively through the smoke. Does not get punished, but does get the damage onto Berserks, and has to respect that for the moment. Jesse Vash is looking for a lineup here. Dispenser is holding, and I think, they haven't picked up the Phantom from Dubstep at all, since Dispenser has been keeping that in track. Elmimore will be able to just about get it, I think, but the execution on C is going to be inevitable.
We're going to head on over to it. Jesse Vash, shock dart right there. Doesn't check the close corner, but Jesse Vash will pick up the slack, and Borkum will be there to follow right after. Elmimore, one of the best players with that Sheriff in his hand, and he somehow finds one before he eventually drops. Tebatal might not be checked here. He gets one, bring it to a 1v1, swaps out his gun, and this could be the round here. Borkum's very low. Can he clutch? 1 second left, not enough time. And Alter Ego, they've stolen a round away.
We're probably expecting Tebatal to delay push himself outside of spawn there, but he wanted to close the distance since he only had the Stinger, really. And luckily enough, he was able to get the one target from those two, from Jesse Vash and Borkum, that was actually low HP, or that was actually high HP, full HP. And that made his life a little bit easier, as I think Borkum was so pressed to try to get that, especially with the time not really being enough to plant the spike down even after Jesse Vash did go. In any case, Alter Ego, good enough clutch on that Thrifty.
That gets them a significant boost in their economy. And this is really, I think, one of the turning points in the game here. They have the operator on Berserks. And what this means is that their defensive pushes and their defensive holds can be a little bit more, I'd say, impactful. You can have either Berserk going in for those aggressive pushes with that operator like he normally does, and he tends to get at least one pick. And at the same time, you can just have him solo anchor a site and stack your forces in another. So this opens up options here for Alter Ego as to how to deal with this. Good jumping peak here, but however, it's not going to land the mark right there, as the information is finally given that Berserks is on that operator towards that C site. But Bren smells weakness. Op or not, they're going to try and go for it, but it's a great double kill right there from Berserk as he finds two on the defensive hold here for Alter Ego.
So a bit of adjustment here. Again, you can try multiple things to try to entry onto a site, but that smoke is the only thing separating both of the operators. Yes, Dubstep has also bought himself onto that sniper. It's going to be the lineup from Jesse Vash, but finds nothing at the back of the site. It's actually Berserks who's tucked himself right in the corner, and he's just getting everything. These slow peaks from Bren getting punished as soon as it comes in, and he's not done just yet as the 4K comes in for Berserks. Why give him the ace? Why don't you? And there he is. They line up the shooting gallery, and Berserks just hit it up one after the other.
Look, man, I hate to be the bearer of bad news, but peeking 1x1 onto Berserks like that on C-Long, that's just never a good idea. Berserks is a crack shot, and if you let him ace like this, if you let him warm up, he is going to brew up a storm. And already, we've seen, dude, it is 9 rounds in this game. We've already seen 2 aces. If this is any indication of how the rest of the series is going to go, well, prepare your extra pairs of underwear, because I'm definitely expecting a lot of crazy stuff.
I'm sorry, I don't have.
You don't
extra
wear underwear?
I only have like one pair for like 3 days. And well, there's one pair of steely round objects that Berserk has that allows him to hit that. Just the ability of this man to keep calm under pressure. The 1-for-1 trade, but it seems like Bren, they're gonna change the pace once again. They get that good trade up, and they know that the A side is gonna be theirs for the taking. A Phantom Paranoia is gonna be so good, and that opens it up trade for trade, but it's 1 versus 2. Fat Penguin cannot pick up Teta Ball, and this leaves Fat Penguin to go for it. Not gonna happen, and Bren swiftly strike back.
Things got a little bit scary there after that first pick from Berserks for Bren. Just landing that shot, but the trade so instant, so immediate. And let's look at this round score right now. Borkum with 12 kills, 10 rounds in here. Basically, essentially 9 after 9 rounds have passed. And that's really a statistic that you want to see if you're Bren. Because if you're having your controller, your lurker, putting up those numbers, it's a good sign that the duelists can sit back a little bit more, do their job as getting into the entries of the site. And at least getting position, especially when it comes to executes, because that just means that as long as they get on the site, they can trust that whoever's behind them is going to go and get those refrags. That's going to be the Hunter's Fury deployed from Jesse Vesh. This time, it's going to get another one. He just never misses those. Every single time. And Dubstep, right there with a follow-up. Elmi Moore, good for a trade here, but Borkum's going to miss another opportunity. The Recon Dart's able to spot out Elmi Moore, but this is an opportunity for them to fall back, rotate, and not really hard commit. They will be leaving Dispenser here up in Garage, so this could be an opportunity for him to punish. And in fact, Dispenser does get the catch onto Elmi Moore, catches him in rotation. Spots one out, but Wits as well will be caught towards that A site. Now, it's a little bit of a tough decision here, Bren. They've been caught in C, they've been caught in A, and as to where to go, they're still scratching their heads a little bit.
Well, they were about to double back quickly enough on C, but spotting Natslaran kind of slowed the pace down just slightly for Bren. Still, they will be able to clear out the site. Bren, or Dispenser, and Jesse Vash were able to find what they needed to, and that's so unfortunate. Sometimes you just have to let the utility be a little bit shy of its positioning, or else you're just going to be in a world of hurt, and exceedingly like that. Spike was planted on default, and Jesse Vash about to swing wide, and he times it perfectly. One-on-one, Natslaran gets spotted by the Recon. Not gonna be a problem for Jesse Vash, as that pulse, that ping was enough for him to clutch the round. A clean player and a clean game and a clean round for Bren.
Jesse Vash digging deep in that one. And just when you think the round is starting to slip away from them, they pull it back, and Dubstep is able to... Jesse Vash is able to use his big brain to use that utility. He knows that in a 1v2, the biggest thing that he can have in his arsenal is information. And that's what he goes ahead and gets. Especially after that first pick, the Recon Dart was just masterful, knowing that the angles he has to clear are the ones that are close to him, so he can push out that garage angle. When he gets out of the garage, actually Natslaran was able to, what was revealed, by that Recon Dart. And that just absolutely stumps Alter Ego here. Now, Alter Ego, Asteroid, they've been getting a couple of rounds in. They've been getting a couple good ones. But I really think those 3 rounds that they have had were really more of Bren misplays than actually Alter Ego finding convincing wins on their side.
Mm-hmm. You could say that. Definitely could say that, but I'll go in the other sphere and say that it's just really Alter Ego just having good reactions, and Bren just not really respecting that Alter Ego still do have that form of map control with how good they can aim. Because again, in the end, this is still a FPS game, and if you're able to hit your shots that cleanly by Berserks, it's just not going to be possible. In any case, though, they're going to spread a little bit more utility here, and that's what I mean. Again, the reaction time, the speed, and the confidence to hit those shots is just what gives Berserks his lethality. But a little bit of that peak with the Silver Drone. Oh, you get baited by Hedgewid. Oh, this is not good, but 4v3 ensues.
If you can't out-aim him, might as well outsmart him. That's exactly what Dispenser brought in that one. This is the swing on top of the utility. Masterful. A little bit of a extra bullet just to make sure, just for good measure. Just to make sure he's really dead, you know? Double tap.
Yeah. Double tap.
Just like in Zombieland, just double tap. It's a rule.
Exactly. And rule 17. Gotta enjoy the little things. And extra bullets like that is how they enjoy themselves. 8-3, and Bren, decisive round wins like we mentioned. One more before we go into that second half. Gotta say here, even Berserks can hit those nasties, those op flicks and op shots. It's just, again, Bren knowing the tiny bit of differences at how to hit that off. Because sometimes, you know, from a longer perspective of it, our processes, our thinking process would just say, just flash them out, right? But sometimes they can actually just go behind cover and not get flashed and then peek out and then punish. So what is your answer to that? Well, if you're a pro team, you can use those tiny bits of, distractions to open up something for you. The window is small, but you know these guys are good for it.
Yeah, definitely. Even if the window is small, no matter how small it is, Bren will always find a way to crawl their way into a spot where they can emerge out victorious. I'm not going to acknowledge that chuckle, Asarai. I know what you were thinking.
No. I was thinking, like, you know, rats in a maze. You know, because... Yeah. Because you know how lab rats are...
very smart?
Very smart, right? They know where the cheese is at the end of that maze.
Do you think Bren is like a lab rat that can smell the victory and is able to wiggle their way in it?
Could be. Alter Ego, what do you think they could be? Like, in terms of that kind of analogy?
So, Alter Ego, for me, I think they're like a bear. They will just destroy everything when they hit their shots. Like Elmi Moore.
Oh, yeah.
You know, Berserks. These guys have some of the craziest aim in the entirety of Southeast Asia. But they can be outwitted. They can be outsmarted. Overpowered is definitely a little bit of a tough spot, which is why Bren are really taking the, you know, patient approach towards this one. They've seen Elmi Moore. They're not gonna get the entry. Dismiss actually is gonna allow him to get away from this corner, and this is a very tough battle. Dispenser dropped down to 21. There is a heal. What's going to be able to heal him up after that suppression fades? They still have to challenge Elmi Moore on 65 HP. Elmi Moore re-peeking that angle a little bit haphazardly. And this is Borkham from the shadows. He's found a lot of success in the last time. He got an ace off of that from the shadows last time he used it. But can he find the timing yet again here as he gets into spawn? Does not this time. Stebatol snuffs him out.
Big problem with that was he was supposed to be the pinch coming into the C site. Now all they really have to do is look straight into Garage, and those two angles from Alter Ego should give them that solid. But hold on, Jesse Bash is hitting some nutties, and he has 8 seconds to keep the dream alive. He does not know that one is coming behind him, but Jesse Bash with the ace to turn around the 180 to the cranium of Berserks. What was that?
That was... He had... What? Seconds. Getting off of the spike was the biggest gamble in that scenario, but in that one, he hit the jackpot. It's absolutely a show of the intelligence of Jesse Vash here. One of the most intelligent players we have in the region, and we've got to take another look at that one. Just a masterclass right now from the clutcher of Bren Esports. Look, he isolates 3, has the awareness to check up there, and then knows. He just knows. 6 HP, and he's pulling the Philippines ahead with a 9-3 scoreline with a heroic effort yet again from Jesse Vash.
Oh my goodness. Jesse Vash above and beyond. He just bashed him in.
Did. Absolutely. Yeah. But look, Asaray, this is 9-3. Will they live on from the 9-3 curse? Will they survive the Bren 10? This has happened to so many teams where they've come back, where they've been come back upon after they switch sides. Doesn't look like it's going to be the case as Dubstep finds a nice tap. It also does drop the spike, so that's a lot of information here. The double swing here. Dubstep's finding another. Dubstep's found a third, and on the pistol, he's found magic. And look at this, a moment of brilliance from Dubstep. Can he continue on? And in this symphony, it is going to be Jesse Vash and Borkum to lead the crescendo, bringing us to a 10-3. Bren have yet again found another pistol. They are a team possessed.
That was an orchestra. Somebody was just the maestro of that. Oh my god, the Symphony of Destruction, as you were mentioning it. That was so smooth of a transition from Dubstep. He was just peeking both A main and A short, and Bren was just right behind, just wondering at all what this man's doing, and he converts it. Alter Ego shut down once again, and they gotta have to dig deep here. Seems like they will just be looking at the weaker weapons for the moment. Upgraded pistols is the name of the game for them. Elmy Moore charging on mid with a Sheriff, but this could be difficult because there is some pop shots, and he has been lowered down because of that direct contact with the Trailblazer. Still, seems like they're going to pop on in, and Borkum, he is blinded as hell.
He's blind as a bat here, but it's going to be echolocation that allows him to get to the back of that site, and the teammates, well, that's the quickest of reinforcements that we have just seen. Jesse Vash and co. Another triple kill from Jesse Vash. The responsiveness of Bren. They are looking to get payback. On to Paper Rex from the 13th stomp that was inflicted upon them yesterday. And they're making a statement here with this game onto Alter Ego and onto Paper Rex, who was waiting for them in the grand finals. Paper Rex, we are Bren. We're coming for you.
We asked Dubstep on an interview when they win one of their matches during the playoffs, what was Bren feeding them? And he answered me, because I was wondering, like, this was supposed to be a joke question, but he answered it with a serious answer, which was Bren was feeding him motivation. And, well, you're kind of seeing that right here, right now. Still, though, Alter Ego do have some fireworks. They do have the firepower. This smoke, though, closing the distance for Dubstep with the Spectre. He's holding. He knows that there is members of Alter Ego aware of his positioning, but he is also baiting them to try to challenge us. And if they're not careful, they could actually give away the weapons that they sorely need right now to win the rounds and maybe go for this comeback. But it could be difficult. Dubstep still does not have a dash, actually, so he can't get away from that one. And this could open up the C-side.
It actually does here, but there's Borkum towards the back. Doesn't get the timing right. The Spencer does here in Garage, but the trade is immediate. The flash is good. Takes a while, takes a second, but Borkum and Witch, they get the respective kill here. They brought to a 2v2 on their bonus round. They're going to be happy with this regardless of the outcome. But Spike will be making its way. They have secured the B site. They do have a little bit to worry about here as Borkum is right hot on the tail of Tebatol. Jiggle peeks the corner, but low HP on him. He's not going to hard commit. Borkum still managing somehow to be alive, to retain possession of his life, but his soul will be siphoned away for now, as it's going to be all up to Witz, who has the angle onto one. He knows where one is, and there's information towards backside. Going to get nothing right now, as a little bit of too much trigger discipline actually came into play on that round.
Well, he had no idea that there was a crossfire, so he still had to make sure what was on the back of B on Gong. I mean, again, it is deceptive for us. Like, well, why did Witz lose that? He had full, trigger discipline. He had full control of that situation. But again, just didn't know where Berserk was really placed, or if he moved out of that backside, or if he was even marking a link. The timing was off, and Alter Ego, it seemed to have been a really sticky scenario for them, but it works. But here's the problem. We have seen in that first half as well that the gun round not really looking too clean for Alter Ego, and they've kind of been relegated to just go for the weaker weapons. But thankfully for this one, it seems like they will have some, since they will just trade for utilities.
Borkum gets absolutely rattled there towards the back of B. I think that was through the smoke as well. Didn't really get a good picture of the shot, but still, it's an entry nonetheless. That weakens the B side significantly. Nobody really here. I mean, more in this corner will be tagged up. Can he get away? That's going to be two shock darts coming his way. And the swing out alongside it, the trade there as well. Berserk goes for that flash, the dash out, and the swing. Is able to get out of the dodge here, but with 21 HP, there's no way he can heal himself. Was hopeful that he could, but just can't. 4v3 still for Bren. With this operator, they're definitely going to want to pick up this round. Oh, Dubstep sees the head. Sees the head. It's not enough. He gets a tag, though. They know the operators here. How are they going to deal with him? How are they going to contest? Dubstep decides to fall off the angle. And you know what? Alter Ego? Yeah, no. We are not having any of this. Not with Dubstep now. Let's go to C. This is where we're going to take a fight. And that is, in fact, the right call. Dispenser's still here, however, so he can make it happen. He does get spotted out. He's in trouble as Fat Penguin is able to spot the shoulder. And it's enough to get Bren in a very, very bad spot. And Alter Ego a chance at coming back in this game.
Oh yeah, 11-5 is a scoreline that, again, seems to be a lot of rounds. But because we do have only like 30 max before we go off regulation in terms of the rounds, it's not really the biggest thing. And they might have been able to crack a little bit on the economy of Bren here. And Alter Ego, they're looking pretty good on that regard. Now you're going to be seeing, Berserk's looking, hunting. He knows that he wants to get more impact in this post plant because taking an operator away from Dubstep is a huge W. You are okay with him fighting with a rifle, but when he gets that operator, there's just something different with how Dubstep uses that. In any case here, that's going to be the 11-5, and Alter Ego, they aren't still out of the waters just yet. They can play even before that post plant.
Yeah, but neither is Bren. There's still a couple of rounds to find, and you know, before I continue that point, look at this. Jesse Vash, 24-7. Man is putting on a clinic for everybody right now. Just goes to show that, hey, just because I'm so Vash doesn't mean I can't wreck. And he is tearing down the house right now on Alter Ego, looking for that 30. Very much an inspiring performance from anybody who says that Sovas can't kill. This is just not true.
He hasn't gotten a kill with a shock dart. It's all been about his ultimate. Oh, really?
Yeah, he has at the very start of the game.
Okay.
I think it was round 2 or 3. Yeah.
Then just that. Just that.
Yeah, just that once.
Yeah. It's all been about the ultimates as well as the shoots. The shooty.
Bang,
Speaking of shooty, oh, work him. Gotta be careful.
Brought down to 13 HP. Has to fall all the way back here. Go somewhere else. But Hunter's Fury, is it going to land the mark? Of course it tags one. But can it get the kill? It does find a tag onto 2. So that's some good HP lost here. Nats Laurent won't be able to heal himself up, but he does top off Berserks. And if there's any player you want at full HP, it's got to be him, especially after he finds that opening frag. Dubstep getting flashed out, gets the timing and dashes away, fully blind. Dubstep, disgusting shot right there as he gets out of dodge and goes back into B, but he's looking for more. He knows that his team needs him to step up massive, and he does. Whoa. He finds another headshot close. Who expects an operator to push like that here? Now he's getting close. That's going to be another 3 kills for Dubstep. Blades out. Blades are enough, but it's Jesse Fash to follow up. And in this round, it is yet again Dubstep who is the maestro of doom. Bren will find match point off a masterful operator performance off of Dubstep.
You cannot expect that kind of loss from Bren, or that win from Bren. Because first and foremost, he was blinded. The timing, his experience, as well as his just understanding of Jet inside and out, the dash, the updraft, everything at the start of that one. The kill on the Reina was not really necessary anymore because his teammates were already rallying right behind him. But the first 3 shots, the first 3 targets was the biggest. And that one on Berserks really hampered a lot of the things because they wanted to get more control on spawn, maybe the entrances to C-Link. And this really does kind of slow the pace down. Okay, this is not a Sova drone. This is a observer drone. So that's not going to spot actually everybody. But this does give an inkling to Bren that there is a lot of noise being made on sewer and A main.
Yeah, this is a... Oh, nice shot right there from Berserks. Manages to dash on through. Spots the head, but oh, misses all the rest of the blades. Jesse Vash gets one, but he goes down shortly thereafter. Dubstep. It's going to be naded out. Okay, it doesn't take a lot of damage, actually. So regardless, it's Fat Penguin who will be taking that kill onto Dispenser, and look at this. Still a hope, currently, for Alter Ego as they look to bring things to 12-6. Dubstep, no doubt, will want to save this operator. I don't think they're going to try to make any more pushes here, but they might try to go and shut down the economy a little bit more of Alter Ego, as they will be forced off of it and eventually just sequester the round here up against Alter Ego.
Well, put a bow on top of it already. This round has been gifted by Berserks to the rest of Alter Ego. Yeah, he did not get the secondary kill onto Jesse Vash, but that initial on Wits when he had his back turned really opened up the entirety of the site, made it very easy for the rest of Alter Ego just to, just waltz on in. Still, Bren, because of the rounds that they won, I think they should still be able to buy up here, making it incredibly difficult for Alter Ego to convert. But when Berserks lines those up, when he's feeling it, he's 16 kills here, he might still be able to lead this team to victory. But the big problem, again, is they cannot make that mistake anymore. They just need that one round. And by that one round, I mean Bren to take the first game and one step closer for that road to Berlin. Everything is on the line here. Grand Finals, it's still a big thing, but right now I think everybody is just looking for that answer. Who will be the team? Alter Ego or Bren?
They filled out the entire recipe for the disaster of Alter Ego, and all they're looking for now is the cherry on top. Just that final piece for the pièce de résistance, as Berserks is able to get that opening pick right there onto Jesse Vash, though this will allow them an avenue into the ace site. But there are still two players holding on to it. Berserks will get in, and Elmi Moore will find the follow-up. Great set of entries right there. Alter Ego, they managed to buy themselves. They got a little bit of a buy-in here into this game. That's Berserks finding a third, and Dispenser getting that shut down, but he's all alone here. He might just take the operator and run for the hills here, especially after he probably will get chased off into oblivion. But how far will they go? Into the abyss they look. Dispenser looking right back at them, and he finds a third. He finds four. Almost does it, Dispenser. That should have never gotten that close. But Dispenser makes it happen, and for a second you believe he could have done it. But Alter Ego swipe it right back. No, this round is ours.
Out of the 5 members of Bren, Dubstep being the primary opper, way back when, it was Jesse Vash and Dispenser that have been kind of alternating between the sniper weapon, and there has to be some form of respect here from Alter Ego. Granted, though, Alter Ego know that they have the money now, so you can see they're pretty stacked. They want to make sure that Bren cannot transition this sniper weapon into the next round. Even if Berserk can hit the battle, catch Dubstep off guard, they still respect it a lot, and trading 4 bodies for that, I think is more than enough for them, or fair enough for them.
Oh yeah, this time they're gonna be forcing an eco here. Dubstep has money. He's gonna go for it. He's
oh no, he dropped to the
Mr.
ground.
Warbucks right now. It's gonna be a pick off right there, as they actually get one in their favor. Berserks is in hot water. He doesn't get out of it, and he boils right there as Dubstep finds another. Bren, they're stealing these rounds. They have no business winning these, but Elmi Moore is right there to bring equilibrium. Find the balance in the midst of the chaos.
Oh no!
In the chaos is their order. It's a 1v1 here, but is it gonna be yet again Borkum time? No, it's Debatal as he denies Borkum. And what have these rounds been, Asarai? Where the hell have Bren been pulling out these kills?
Well, Borkum wanted to go for his time, but it was denied by Tebatal Boss. Oh my goodness. Where is these rounds going to? Down to the wire, the back and forth punching of both of these squads. Bren now called for the tactical timeout. They're looking a little bit afraid here, Elu, but to be fair as well, this is going to be their buy round. That was only Dubstep equipped with a rifle, if I'm not mistaken, but now he's going to be in with an operator. This gives a lot more firepower for Bren. They're going to have, I guess, a lot of pushback against Alter Ego, but Alter Ego, on the other hand, because of that messy little bout, they were at least gifted a bit of ultimates with Elmi Moore and Tebatal, and you know that Elmi Moore can convert on that Empress. So this could still be a possibility for Alter Ego. They're coming back. It's slowly but surely. It's very, very grindy, as they cannot clean up these rounds properly, but they still will take that rather than losing that round, and they just need 4 more to go out of regulation into overtime.
Yeah, but that's 4 big chances as well from Bren. They have been having trouble closing out games, and it has gone to overtime a lot more times than Bren would have liked. And so if they're looking to break the cycle here, Bren, they're going to hope to close this out as soon as possible. They have taken a tactical timeout to ensure they have a little bit more information, a little bit more of a better plan as to how to approach this defensive side. What they're going to do here is they're going to spot out one close up from above here, but he's going to be hiding. They don't know that Jesse Vash is ready for the bait and switch. He's going to run away. Was this a good shot from Jesse Vash? Borkum with a back off. And look at that, the 1-2 punch, crossfire, bait switch, swing out, and double kill right there from Bren. As they're gonna look for more. They double down on the aggression here, but it's enough to force Jesse Vash back because he's only onto 10 HP. Ellie Moore, though, he's crept up here. He's bypassed the smoke. Oh, he will be spotted out, stunned, rocked, and destroyed here. It's a good trade for Tebatol, who finds a double. And Dispenser, can he get the timing? Yes, he does. 1v3. Bren looking for map number 1. It's Fat Penguin to stand in their way. But can he prove to be the decisive factor? Low HP on 2 members of Bren here. Only Dubstep with full. Misses the shot. Penguin, he still can't swing this. It's going to be a recon dart that doesn't connect. Shock dart, excuse me. But Dubstep with a beautiful shot on the head will get Bren the first map of the series.
There could have been some opportunity for Fat Penguin to maybe smoke himself out, be able to run away. He still had a shrouded step and something, but he knew that he had to go for a situation where he just had to get a kill on Dubstep, just because he knew that even if he took a site, even he could plant down that spike, it would be futile in the end because it was a 3 versus 1. And he didn't really have that much utility or time to mess with around anymore. In the end, it's still going to be Bren with that 13-8, and they will accelerate this series. One more Elo. This is a best of 3, not a best of 5, and one more. I cannot stress that enough.
Look, let's take a look at the stats here. Just missing the 30 mark by 3 points, Jesse Vash. I have to say this was his game. If there was any game to claim Jesse Vash's place in the history of Bren Esports and in Philippine Esports history, this is it. This is Jesse Vash's standout performance of the season. How many times did he clutch for his team? On the other side, moments of inspiration from Berserks, who found round after round for his team. Unfortunately, the rest of the team unable to live up to that. It was a very quiet game from Nats Laurent, one of the players who you really look for in Alter Ego to step up to, because when you talk about Alter Ego, it's Berserks, it's Elmi Moore, it's Nats Laurent. These three guys are at the very tippy top. Every now and then, Tebatol, he'll chime in as well, and so will Fat Penguin. But it did seem like a little bit of an unbalanced game here, as Alter Ego had more players. Alter Ego had not all the players on their roster stepping up to when it truly mattered the most.
Well, there were some moments of brilliance there from Berserks. He got himself an ace. He got himself a lot of rounds where he was able to just entry onto the site. But I think Elmi Moore, not really what we expected to spot, I guess, coming into this one. They went for the double duelist. They wanted to get a lot more, I guess, CQCs, a little bit, a agent composition that allows them to fight a lot more as well. But we didn't really see that full swing for Alter Ego because it seems like Bren knew what was going to be coming. In any case, we're going to go for a quick break. When we come back, game number 2. Is it going to be Bren, or will Alter Ego do the same thing that they did yesterday, which is come back from a deficit? Well, don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Welcome back. The first map between Bren Esports and Alter Ego done and dusted. Jesse Vash, man, that was one of the best performances in his entire Valorant career. You know what, Dax, Black and Blue, that's what I call the Bayani buff right there. Bayani, by the way, means hero in Filipino. So that out of the way, Dax, break down what happened. That was a banger of a match to start off the day.
I think simply put, Bren Esports was willing to play the alter ego game, and they were able to just outmuscle the opposition multiple times. You can see the alter ego, of course, absolutely potent, very ready to go for the shots, go for the kills themselves. But at the same time, you get Bren Esports looking very inspired right now, looking to bounce on back. And you mentioned it, Jesse Vash, usually he's the guy setting things up for the team, lining things up with the darts and more. But this time, he was the hard carry, going for the takedowns. And it's a big reason why he's still part of that roster to begin with. Not only the leadership, but also the assists, but also the takedowns that he can get. And Bren Esports, they win their home turf 13-8. I still gotta say, though, Alter Ego making it competitive. It could have been a runaway game there for Bren Esports. But on one side, AE biting on back, fighting on back, going for the takedowns themselves. And on the other, Bren, yeah, it's still that same old problem that they do have a bit of that difficulty closing out the games there, Black and Blue.
That has been kind of a struggle for them. They've been bearers of that curse, unfortunately. But in this case, they were able to end it. There were some opportunities there to end it near the end of it, with Borkum almost going for the clutch and Dispenser doing the same with a 4-quad kill. But in the end, it will be the entire roster chiming in to end the game as the Bren Esports way. Jesse Vash, man, what a performance from him. 27 frags, 10 deaths in that game. He's a plus 17, plus minus. And, you know, he might not be the flashiest player, we say time and time again, not like Dubstep on this Bren Esports roster, but he's always making the right decision. That is where he really brings the value into this, the leadership, everything with this man, top notch. But that was Haven. Map pick itself of Bren. When we go into Ascent, I think that might be a different story, and we kind of predicted this to go into a full 3-map series anyway, and so fight's not over yet.
You know what? You read my mind there, Black and Blue. While we did expect Bren to take map number 1 to their favor, Haven, their strongest map, indubitably. But going into Ascent, we saw how they performed yesterday. The lack of strength in Bren was very apparent in Ascent itself. So really, coming into map number 2, we expect this to go the way of Alter Ego. We got a match in our hands, folks. Make no mistake about it.
Well, the thing is, I do want to point this out real quick. Yesterday, that Vapor Rex map on Ascent, that's an outlier for the Bren performance. That was not the Bren Esports that we know and love. That's not the Bren Esports that we expect. And they just made these fundamental errors that we don't see from them at all. But looking at their history, it's been a contention point for Bren Esports. Yes, they have gotten wins there. They've suffered losses as well. But more often than not, it's at close matchup. And if Alter Ego wants to fight on back, bite back, they can actually do it on Ascent. This is a map that we've seen them figure out how to play the angles really, really well. Get that intel, go for those crossfires, and immediately get conflict underway. And on a map like Ascent, one of the best things Alter Ego is able to do is to force force that conflict. Go for the duel immediately. Tell Bren to fight them here and now. And even though in Haven, Bren Esports, they were able to prove that they could do that, they could beat Alter Ego at their own game, that was still Bren Esports knowing that map very, very well. On Ascent, yes, Bren is experienced, but this time Alter Ego might have the geometric edge moving around that map if they can play to their strengths well.
Not only geometry, but also statistically, they have the better stats when it comes to Ascent itself. 74% win rate for the side of AE there, and for Bren, well, it's only a 56, so actually 59. So it's really, really kind of a big disparity between these two teams when going to Ascent. We saw yesterday, as you said, versus Paper Rex on how things went. But it also is an outlier because Paper Rex are the only team to have even been able to take a map off of Bren Esports this entire C Challengers run. AE have yet to prove that they can do that, but this is their final shot, and we've seen them time and time again here in the playoffs. When their back is against the wall, they can respond.
You know what, guys? That really is the tale of the tape here. Bren out for redemption. If they redeem themselves here on Ascent, they will go to Berlin. One more game, ladies and gentlemen, or are we going to go to game 3? Well, it's time to find out as we return to our casters.
Game, so much to digest, but well, we're not gonna wait long enough for it. You know, it's not like Avengers 1, 2, and 3 where they're years apart. We just get a few minutes apart, and second game is gonna go underway. Is this the end game, or will it still be a continuation for Alter Ego? We'll see, as Ascent is, as the panelists mentioned, our second map.
I'm not entirely so sure if this is honestly a good thing, because my heart is having a little bit of like hard time right now for this poor little heart of mine. As Alter Ego, you know, I pegged these guys as one of my favorites to go through here to, you know, to the Berlin stage itself. And of course, Bren. These two are actually two of my top picks. To see them here in the lower bracket is a little bit of a blessing and the curse. It's a blessing in the way that we still get to see them play, but it's very sad, of course, that we have to see one of them go home. They have gone a long, long way here. And again, this is the last hope for these two.
No!
Oh, what? What? They just walk out there. Dubstep! They're just walking out and killing things. What is this? What are we? This is the pistol round from Bren? No way. Asarai, what on earth is... What are we seeing here? Okay, Elmi Moore. He's got to bring things back. Bring a little bit more of balance to the universe, but Dubstep's already 3 kills ahead. He's got 3 kills in the pistol round. Where... This is something. Okay, he gets gravity well too, and that's what a way to go. I am floored.
They were expecting maybe a slow play from Bren on the defending side, but this is actually a super smart thing, right? Because the default style of how you play Ascent when you're on the defending side is there's gonna be a one-way smoke on A main, and there's probably going to be 2 pistol arrows that's going to be playing there. But they went the opposite direction. They went with their only duelist and a little bit of support on B main, and that was the worst timing for Natsalorant, who was just peeking out with his pistol, his turret, but that's going to be a great shot from Elmi Moore. This is something that Alter Ego really like to do, and well, this puts us into a 4v5, but Alter Ego, they now have themselves a couple of weapons, a couple of marshals. Oh no, never mind.
Yeah, that's... You know, Elmi Moore has just been, honestly, the #1 Marshal/Sheriff player, I think, on this entire Alter Ego team. And that's a very high bar. Because Alter Ego always somehow... All of them, they're also very good on these eco weapons. But now, question is, will they be able to, yet again, steal another eco win away here? They have been very good at them before. But with Borkum just around this corner, will not expect Natsalorant in the smoke. And that's a free Spectre to be picked up here in this 3v3. The Spencer gets a tag on. Natsalorant does go down. 26 HP on Berserk. It's going to be a tough round with a Marshall. He gets spotted out around this box here. And it's going to be a nice finish right there onto Wits. From Wits, rather. It's going to be traded out by Tebatol. Still 1v1 and Dispenser with the hold. Very much, I'd say, a risky round for Bren. And that got way too close to call and way too close for comfort, as they lose 3 of their members on the anti-eco.
Those are some nasty shots from Elmi Moore. I think the panel also brushed up on this, that Haven and we all know it already. Haven is the map for Bren, but this bigger, more, I guess, spacious map that is Ascent is allowing Elmi more, I guess, to flex his motions a little bit, his aim a little bit better.
You mean
and he's been hitting a
smaller?
couple of shots. Is it?
It's smaller.
Really?
Yeah.
I feel like you can flex out a little bit here better. Even if it
Okay.
is just 2 sides. Oh, Elmi more! Cold as ice! Oh my goodness. They are just ripping through them, aren't they, Elu?
That took a minute, but in the end, okay, Bren Esports, they're gonna go down. These guys, man, they are just going at it tooth and nail. Those couple of shots from Elmi Moore. By the way, Elmi Moore was also that player who in the previous game here, I think it was in the group stage, where he just got a ridiculous triple kill with a Guardian. Look at that, just the taps. That one took a minute, but got there eventually.
Yeah. When you talk about aim demons for Alter Ego here, you might think about Berserk, but I think Elmi Moore is just the cleanest of them all because he can just translate his aim in any agent that he likes. On the other side for Brent, probably going to be Dubstep. These are one of the two heavy honchos for either side that has allowed for a lot of spicy moments. In any case, Dubstep will get flashed away here. He still has a dash, if ever, but he doesn't want that. He doesn't need it as he's lining all these targets up. 2-to-1 exchange. Well, who got that sail better into their hands? Well, it's Bren.
Yeah, no chance for heal. Tebatol can't really heal yourself there, man. That's nice to try. Hopefully, maybe sometimes. When that's around here, we'll be getting a nice opening pick onto Borkum. A site very much in question as the inquisitive push towards A short gives him a very exclamatory statement here as Dispenser only to hold it right now. It's good for one hold right there, but it's also going to be another trade on the board. Now, they know Jesse Vash is a B player, but they don't know how close he is just yet. With that Odin, he's been very dangerous. He's been very deadly. How many rounds has he won just with the wall banks alone? The recon dart goes out, doesn't spot anybody, and that's going to force Jesse Vash to fall back, all the way back. And I love this play here from Nats Laurent. He's going ahead and securing as much real estate as he can, just to make sure that he has good positioning and that he can't get instantly melted the moment that he drops the spike or he plants the spike. Now, it's still a 1v1 and Jesse Vash with the Odin, like we said. One of the best players that we have on the Odin. Yesterday, he got a 4 kill on it, but that was basically the highlight of Bren's entire performance on their Ascent map yesterday.
Vash still has his Sova drone and the recon dart. There is no corner that Natsulan should be able to hide, but maybe Vash is not going to be privy to that. Gets spotted. 1v1 Nats. He's taken away his turret so many times, but he hasn't get punished for it. For the second, no, he will.
Oh.
Rather unfortunate for Natsulan. He almost played that to perfection. As you mentioned, he was squeezing the timer just to make sure that Jesse Vash was not creeping up. And same could be said from Vash there, but in the end, he just said no. Well, he's saying no to Wits,
That's
but
Wits.
he's saying no to his opponent as well.
No, Wits. No. But how many times will Jesse Vash just be allowed to clutch these rounds here? There was a lockdown as well from Nats Laurent, and I'm a little bit concerned that he didn't actually go ahead and decide to use it. I think in one of those, I think in that round, it would have been a very good investment to actually go ahead and utilize it. Probably erring to the side of caution would have been the answer for that one, but instead he goes and tries to play that 1v1, ends up paying the price for it. And fortunately, Alter Ego have still enough money to go into another round here with full utility and full weaponry in their arsenal. Berserks will be spotted out, almost catching the head. As Dubstep will pull out the Blade Storm, can't get out. Dispenser's there to bail him out, though. And that's going to be Borkum with another crossfire towards mid, and very good mid control is exchanged for the A site here. But it's still 3v2. They might not expect Fat Penguin, who's already crept up close. A beautiful flash, but still a better response.
Oh, no.
It's now a 1v4, and he's just dead to rights here. They know. There's just no way he gets out of that alive.
They triple swung him. So there's not really much that he could do there, unless maybe there was an instance that they line up for a split second and he got like a Colat headshot, but
On 3, I doubt it though.
yeah, exactly. I know it was a wild scenario if ever it did happen. The problem now for Alter Ego, I think, is they're just not expecting Bren's bailout. They have somebody always at the back. For example, Dubstep can't convert a kill. He will always just have somebody like Dispenser or let's say Wits that will follow up and seemingly pick him from that spot and keep him safe. And this catches Alter Ego off guard because it happens so late that all of their reactions, all of their focus is all on Dubstep or any member of Bren there. And it has caught Alter Ego so off guard. And Bren have been doing this dip in, dip out style to utter perfection. And it has caught them so many times in a lot of rounds as well.
That's what I really like about the Bren play style right now. And what's cool about it is, so whenever Dubstep goes into an advanced position, it's normally a place he can dash out from, right?
Yeah.
And the problem with that is, wait, hold on. Oh,
Second
no.
whiff.
That was too big chance. But yeah, going back to the point here, whenever Dubstep goes into a position that he might not be able to get out of, he's got his teammates to rely on to be his buoy, to be, you know, the lifesaver that keeps him alive for a little bit longer and allows him to clean those rounds up. Now it's Alter Ego, and they've been doing this strat a lot, you know, even in their games yesterday. Where they did this against Boom too, where they would run this mid push and they'd get through, and then they'd take spawn, CT spawn, and then collapse onto either B or A from there. This is something that Bren are fully aware of. This is something that Bren will have research and they'll know how to address if it comes to it. And you saw that in the previous gun round there, Asarai. The way that they fought so hard for B at the risk of giving A, that's what they wanted. As long as they didn't lose mid and have the opportunity to rotate to B or A cleanly, is a very big win for that defensive side. It's a much better payoff than giving up mid and then being separated from one another, unable to rotate from A or B.
Because again, you'd probably think, you know, if you're in that situation with how you look at the game, it might not be the most optimal way to play, but because of how well these teams can react and read where opponents could be, becomes a tool that they can utilize. And I think that's 100% would agree with you on that regard. Now, it seems like there is going to be just a tech timeout. It is what it is. It does happen from time to time. But Bren have been at a point where I think Alter Ego now are making... how do you say this? They're looking a bit afraid at how they kind of take these fights. Also, just going to point it out, for some reason, Alter Ego's rifles all have the same color palette. That shows their camaraderie, bro. Just saying.
I'm starting to build a little bit of a theme of my own when it comes to my skins. Yeah,
Blast X Phantom for life, but there's
That's
no
you.
Vandal that can like match with it. Maybe a glitch pop Vandal, but
no, I'm on that
that's about
Sentinels
it.
of Light, dude. I like the white. The
you know,
white
I
and
should have
gold
actually bought
skins.
that. I kind of want to refund everything, but I can't. So I'm just looking at these skins and I'm like, I purchased too
So
many.
many regrets. Now all we can hope to do is get a drop from Viminal.
Oh, that's true.
Yeah,
Vim, if you can hear us, please drop us.
please drop for us every day,
Yeah.
all day for the rest of your life. Thank you very much.
That's true bromance for you. Oh, there it is. The artwork that you can do with your daggers. Look at
We're having a little bit of a technical timeout here, and
Yeah.
considering the fact that it's extended, giving us a little indication that okay, we might be going into a break, or this might take a minute. So, for everybody who's watching at home, this is the perfect time to grab a little bit of a snack, grab some lunch if you haven't had your lunch yet, and some popcorn, and enjoy the rest of the game with us.
So you eat popcorn right after you eat lunch? That's pretty
Yeah.
healthy, bro. No?
You know, popcorn is healthy, dude.
Oh yeah, actually. Because
Popcorn is a healthy snack.
as long as you don't put too much butter. Because there's
Yeah,
like
or
little
salt.
calories on popcorn. Yeah, exactly.
Because the fat is what does you in, man.
That's true.
Like, if
That
you
is
put a
true.
lot of fat, like a lot of fatty butter and a lot of salt, it's not a very healthy snack anymore, is it?
Yeah, that's
Like, if you pull put a whole stick of butter in your popcorn. That's kind of how I like it, though. My favorite way to have popcorn is like a lot of butter and a lot of barbecue powder.
Oh yeah, butter's the best.
Yeah.
Like I don't actually like barbecue powder or cheese powder. Butter, like in its most natural state, and you just melt it and just sprinkle it or
Wait, what you mean?
ooze
You
it.
don't just take a stick of butter and bite it like everyone else does?
What kind of monster are you?
Isn't that how you eat butter with bread?
No.
You just take a bite of the bread and then a bite from the butter.
Oh my.
Yeah. It's efficient.
It's
It's better than keeping your bread in the freezer.
How dare you? Bread in the freezer prolongs its life.
It makes it
all right?
soggy.
Give us
Don't you go
your
crying
thoughts
to
on this.
production. No. This is an argument between you and me. Don't you go crying to production, all right?
I'm not crying. I'm asking for their opinion, all right? Because it's you and me. We're only two even. So we need an odd man out to help us with it. All right. We need somebody to tell us that putting bread in the freezer is fine. And again, if you're just tuning in, guys, it's because we're on technical timeouts. That's why we're not talking about the game, because we don't want it to always just be one topic that's said over and over again.
Look, man, if we're going to a long technical timeout, I'm a very long technical timeout. I'm gonna start thinking about food. Okay, if anything goes on for too long, I'm gonna start thinking about food. That's just my base nature as a human being. Probably why I'm putting on the pounds, but it is also the age. What it must be to be young. I'm not gonna go on a full existential quarter life crisis on you right now, Asray. Don't worry about it.
Yeah, it's okay. That's why we play video games to
Denialism,
distract us.
escapism. Yeah.
Yes, exactly. It's like back in childhood as well, because you can't get out of your own house. Because I was pretty much a shut in. Yeah, in my room. I only had my video games with me,
among other things.
Among other things, like my Beyblade and my Crush Gear and my Yu-Gi-Oh.
You know, we spent years as teenagers looking for Bay, when the only answer was really Beyblade.
Dude, what do you mean? When I was in high school, I was still playing that Beyblade.
Dude,
and then
Beyblade is like coming back, you know?
Exactly.
It's coming back in a big way. Like, people have been making the most high-tech Beyblades that, like, it even starts spinning. It takes the spin from other people's Beyblades.
Yeah.
It's crazy. Like, if I had this technology back when I was in grade school, I would have been the coolest kid on the block, dude.
Do you also know that those spinners that they have, the launchers, right, with the plastic, what do you call it?
Oh yeah, they've leveled those up too.
Yeah, it's like it has that mechanism that it just pulls it back, and it's much more efficient. It gets you more spins in as well. See, this is what we need. After VCT Southeast Asia, we need a Beyblade competition.
Okay. So here's what we're gonna do, guys. Now that VCT Southeast Asia is done, and all of us casters and a lot of the almost done.
Yeah.
And a lot of the players, I think we should set up a VCT Beyblade League while we wait for the next big tournament.
Yeah, Masters. There's a few days, I think, a week before Masters.
And we could shoutcast this. That would be our job. Because we'd be out of a job in a day.
You can shoutcast. I will join it.
Wait. I thought I heard that. I thought I heard it. The time ticking on the clock, but it was a mirage. It was a mirage. A trick of the
your
mind.
imagination. Seems like we are going to be coming out of this pause in a few more moments, guys. So bear with us just a little bit. And if you're wondering who are these random casters that are talking about random nonsense and not talking about Valorant.
Look, man. We are the randos of the FPS casting community. That's just it. That's just it.
Yeah.
So
I want to brand myself as, I kind of know that guy.
But you don't know his name.
Exactly.
Like those actors who you know their face. Like, I've seen that guy in a million movies. But I don't know him. I don't know his name. Like that guy from Back to the Future.
Marty McFly?
I don't know. But
I only know the character.
Okay, here we go, guys. We're going to continue with the game. We will give you an update on what the hell just happened because we do not know either just yet. Right? Obviously, stay tuned. Here we go. Round number 7, and coming back from that long technical timeout, get a little bit of a minute here to get back into the game as 3 ultimates on Alter Ego and 2 big ones on Bren Esports as well. See how this plays out.
Sorry, I just had to like message production real quick that I wanted to fight them with Beyblade now that they argued with me, but that is going to be Pat Penguin with an initiate on Dubstep. Removing Dubstep from the equation here, really a big help because Borkum is the only one left on the A side. But can he anchor properly?
Oh.
He gets an equalizer trade. That is good because this turns it into 3 versus 3 on the retake. But the big thing about this for Alter Ego is that they have the necessary tools to make this into their baby. Oh, that's so unfortunate. Natsler, how many times has he been caught trying to just post or plant out his turret and has been punished for it? Rather unfortunate, but that's going to put it into a 2 versus 3.
Yeah. Flash is decent, and it's actually good enough for Dispenser to get 1 kill, but that gives information on where Fat Penguin is. Can't win that final duel, though, as Witch will secure the round. Yet again, Bren are going to find themselves in a comfortable lead. This is looking much more like the Bren that we know, and much less like the Alter Ego that was playing yesterday. I don't know if it's because they left the boom boot camp and the power of friendship has sort of dissipated a little bit, but it doesn't seem like Alter Ego is as crispy or as spry as they were. Maybe it's just not their day.
It seems like it might not be. Again, that steam that they had might have all been expelled already from yesterday because they stretched, and I mean fought tooth and nail, clawing, gnawing, gashing, biting, just doing everything to keep themselves in this tournament. And they could still bounce back. But the big problem to this is it doesn't seem like it's going to happen. We'll see if they can, though. I don't want to sound like a spoil sport for Alter Ego here, but we cannot deny the fact that it's 1-6 right now. They're getting the entry frags. They're finding the openings to the sites, but it seems like they can never really survive out of that post plan. It's either being caught off guard, like what happened to Natsloran. It seems like Natsloran has been the kind of victim of this. He's been the one that needs to be alive to set the utilities, to set the traps and whatnot. He even is put into 1v1 clutch scenarios, but Bren just keeps seemingly is his kryptonite for this best of 3.
Yeah. But, there's multiple kinds of kryptonite.
Get out of my way.
So,
that is also true, but
yeah. Just wanted to point out there is a pink kryptonite. Google it. Oh, that's a big miss right there from Dubstep. Almost gets punished. Taking down a 30 HP, nowhere for him to run to and heal as Tebatol gets a great pick onto Borkum, and that's a follow-up by Berserks. Now that's the A side completely open and left unguarded here, but can they re-garrison themselves up here and manage to take it back? Berserks will miss those blades. That's gonna allow him a little bit of opportunity here with that dash out to secure some form of map control around this heaven area. It's a 3v4 retake. And with all these ultis coming from Alter Ego, this is one thing that I want to know as well. Why are Alter Ego so hesitant to use those ultimates? A lot of the rounds, they come way too close for comfort because of their hesitance and their reluctance to be able to use those ultimates. It happened in the previous games. And this is fortunately for them, one of those rounds where it will not necessarily be needed or called upon.
Well, raining bullets from up above. Jesse Bash gets spotted. That gravity well will keep him actually safe. It sucked him right into cover. He's just going to pop as many shots as possible. I don't think he's going to be able to escape this.
Fine, I think.
Oh, just barely. Timing is perfect, but this is where Alter Ego finally find their mark. They just try to overwhelm with numbers. It works out in the end, and that nice little catch onto Dubstep for the first time in this game opens up some possibilities because he had to rotate somewhere. He couldn't get a quick enough heal from Wits because Alter Ego didn't miss a chance to go for that heavy punish. They knew that even if they can take the damage, put the damage on Dubstep, they can put the pressure somewhere on a different part of the map because of the fact that if Wits is on A, he has to go all the way around to B, meaning it could be weaker for them. So Maybe these reads could have been coming out from Alter Ego, but we'll see how this goes. They're still up against Bren that can buy moving forward into this round.
Yeah, well, here we go, guys. It's going to be another full gun round coming in as we continue on into game number 2. For those of you who are just joining us, this is the lower bracket. And it's the lower bracket final with Bren Esports going up against Alter Ego. But here we go. It's that mid-take that Alter Ego love to do. Bren Esports, they are aware of the possibility, so they go for an aggressive pick towards B main. This opens up avenues for them to hold on to B, but it cuts off their rotation here towards A. Now, they have invested 2 players on it, and Borkum, he's going to get fully blinded. And somehow he gets bailed out. The crossfire with him and Wit just so dominant. And Borkum yet again finds another. That's Tebatal left all alone. 1v4. He finds a nice follow-up right there. But Jesse Vash letting it rip right there with the Odin and getting Bren their 7th round.
That's all you really want with the Odin there. Just to be able to rip one out with it. And as you mentioned, that crossfire, the gravity well, there is some element of shock and awe for Alter Ego here. But the big problem is it seems like Bren is not getting shocked, and the awe is just, oh, that just does not work out well for us, is coming out from Alter Ego and their voices. This is not looking too hot, and this defense side favors Bren so much. Berserk's able to at least survive, not even get tagged. So that's a helpful thing in his regard. Dubstep trying to run away. I'm wondering if Elmi Moore will try to use his ultimate for this.
Dubstep gets tagged twice by...
Yeah,
sorry, but yeah, Dubstep gets tagged twice by that recon, and that feels the worst when the Aldron tags you twice. It's like, come on, not again. Get out of here with that.
A bit of cut noise now for Alter Ego. Oh. Yeah, that timing just showed him up. But they still have a minute. So I'm wondering if they're gonna maybe go for another, but as soon as they get spotted by the recon dart, they did not stop, but they have to halt as Borkum is the gatekeeper of the A site. Pay my toll or pay with your lives. Natsurat, he has an operator, but I haven't seen him clutch with this too hard, at least for today. Maybe yesterday, but not right now, as that's going to be Dispenser dispensing 1 victim, and we're 2 more for ending this first half. Look at this. Oh my, even through the flash, he gets a 3rd.
Now, looking at the ultimates right here from both of these teams, they have strong ult economy. But you have to note, they've been holding on to these for a minute. And I think the reason for this is that there is... Look, I think it's because they're waiting on each other to use their ults as counter ults. So that might be it. But I do have to point out that Alter Ego, they are in so many rounds behind here. They're in trouble. And they still refuse to lay down those lockdowns, those aggressive Hunter's Furies. Even the Cosmic Divide, they're waiting. They're sitting on them. It's been like 4 rounds now that they've had them. And yet there's still that reluctance to do so here. And Wits with another one. Untradeable. But Tebatal has managed to find it. It's a whiff from Dubstep from now, but he's able to get out of dodge. And they're going to be happy here with this 4v5 retake. A lot of ultimate, a lot of utility to be dispensed by not just Dispenser, but the entirety. Both of these teams here, they have a lot to go off of this in this round.
Ooh, the timing! How is that possible? Tebatal was already
and
marking
still they
heaven.
don't use their ultimates.
And he's still not done with it. Maybe they were waiting for the plant on the spike, but Bren not giving him any solace, although... Hold your horses. Elmi Moore is on the case, on the prowl. He's trying to pick himself up a weapon. 45 seconds, trying to at least avert that Sova drone. And he's keeping himself contained, but Jesse Bash is running through.
No way.
And he knows that that thick wall only gets penetrated by the big Odin. And that is just going to be all she wrote. 2-9. 1 more round before we end this first half. And Alter Ego, as you mentioned, they're struggling. No ultimates to be had, but they're also struggling with just the timings and everything.
I think it's just, I don't know. This has got me a little bit aghast, a little bit flabbergasted here, Asarai. 2 rounds ago on the take, 3 rounds ago, 4, maybe even 5, I can't remember exactly. But there were a number of opportunities to make those ultimates successful round conversions, especially with the lockdown. But Bren, they're just holding their own here. They're just holding on to the utility. Finally we have here the usage of the ultimates from both teams. And that's going to be the Hunter's Fury deployed. Elmi Moore's good to find a Hunter's Fury kill onto Borkum. That's going to be a response. Hunter's Fury, and they're going to be definitely finding the mark here. As only a little bit of damage is going to be taken out here. Dubstep will be healed, but the retake does begin here. Lockdown will be used as a counter for this retake, and so will the attacking ultimate.
Oh, is that going to be enough time, though? Let's see if the Shock Dart will actually hit the Killjoy ult, because, well, it will not. And there is a lot of victims here.
5 players detained! 5 players! They're just going to stick it! Aserai, no way in hell this happened! Okay, we're a little bit back into the reality here. Just for a second, you thought it was going to happen, but no. Tabotal, he's keeping things alive here. Witz is the only one left. He has Seekers. He's going to pull them out. Looking for the 1v3 here. He's got the shot on. He knows where both of them are, left and right. That's how he swings. But so does Nats Laurent. And Alter Ego, they claim 9-3. It's a very scrappy 9-3, but they finally find an entrance into this game after getting completely gate-kept by Bren the whole time.
Oh my. 5 detains. You don't even get that in ranked.
Who gets that?
They really kind of almost shot themselves in the foot there, Elu. First and foremost, that was incredibly risky, but Bren had no idea that Elmi Moore was still playing on Hell, so he was able to at least get the punishes on multiple members of Bren trying to waterfall in from heaven. And what kind of at least kept them safe was the fact that it was still out in the open, and Bren, even though there was like 5 detains, multiple members of Alter Ego were very far from getting punished while they were still on lockdown. So there is that net. There's that moment that Alter Ego could capitalize, which they did. In any case here, though, Pistol will be ensuing. Berserk has spotted Dispenser already, but Dubstep making his presence known on market doors, but they immediately pull away. They pull back for now, making a lot of commotion. Maybe looking for some over-rotation here. A little bit of over-expectancy for Alter Ego for that B side as Jesse Vash comes into A, and a pinch will be pushing through short.
Dubstep, no hesitation. He just goes straight right onto the site here. Nats Laurent, good hold so far. He's able to get 1. Tebatal's good for a trade. But there's still 3v4 right now as Tebatal. He knows where Dispenser is. Backup is coming, and backup he doesn't need.
Jeez.
Because he wins the duel anyway with 9 HP. He comes out on top, and that brings us to a 3v3. Low HP still on Dispenser. As the time will be taking away Dispenser. We'll get 1 more. Still, how does he find these kills on low HP? But the double health setup, can they deal with it? And it looks like the answer is going to be a yes! As Alter Ego finally find a pistol and bring it to a 9-4.
We begins. The 3-9 curse ensues, and Alter Ego, it's still not yet over. And there were, even if Bren did win that second pistol, they would still have rounds, but this was so crucial. Now they can start building stuff up. They'll be able to create some economy, bring back the rounds that they lost in the first half, and the damage as well as the hold from Alter Ego, pristine, and the retakes, as you mentioned, from Elmi Moore, just fantastic. We're going to have a quick little timeout once again, but it really was such a big deal that they got that. And immediately you can see straight up into the 3 Spectres. They are not kidding around. They could have gone for 5, but they want to make sure at least they can have like a Hero, Vandal, or Phantom moving into the next. But Bren is a team that sometimes force buys, but they respect Alter Ego enough, and they have some other options, other plans, that they're going to at least go for an almost full save here.
A little bit of a technical yet again here as Aserai. We get to talk about Beyblades again.
Beyblades, Beat a Man, or Crush Gear?
Oh, dude, do not even start this debate. You do not want to get into this with me. Crush Gear was my jam, man.
Yeah.
But yeah, Beyblade's for real. Beyblade's
The OG
for real.
one, though. The OG one is definitely Tamiya.
Tamiya.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Is there anything more OG than that?
No, like I go back to those days when it was me and my dad loves cars, so we'd sort of just build Tamiyas, and he'd sort of help me build them. I mean, he'd build them, and then I'd say it's mine, but really he did all the work because I was too young.
But
the Crush Gears, man, the Crush Gears were cool.
genius.
I was not very smart, so he kind of had to do everything.
I kind of get that. Okay. All right. Well,
there we go.
Okay, never mind. We're back. Okay, thank you. Thank goodness. All right.
So the DC was actually, I think a player dropped out of the server and they had to reconnect him. But now All well and good here as we go back into the round. Dubstep, beautiful catch. But it's going to be in the blender they go here as Nats Laurent finds a third kill with the turret. Dubstep still raking up those kills, racking them all in as it's going to be the spike. Not yet going down. Dubstep with a backup. Good trade here. Still a 1v2. Borkham's picked up a weapon and he's clutched. He's been clutched for his team. When he gets spotted out from the behind though, it doesn't look like it. Has to reload and that's going to be Elmi Moore. With the final blow, the nail to the coffin of Borkham. Was troublesome for a while, but a very good eco round for Bren Esports.
Got bullied there just ever so slightly. That was an almost buffet for Nats Laurent. Everybody just lined up right in front of him. He was gobbling him as they were just being served right. But that is, as you mentioned, going to be a clean round for Alter Ego. They actually buy, as I mentioned, the Hero Vandal for Berserks here, and that save will really be crucial because here comes the full force of Bren once again. They bought up fully. They have all the necessary tools to be making this possible. And looking quickly into the defensive posture of Alter Ego here, they put everything that they have on the short, but they don't really need to as Berserks just, again, runs wild, runs amok on mid lane.
Really, what a great shot, and that just makes things so difficult for Bren right now because they're now faced with a tough decision. They have the ball's in their court. They have to get a pick. They have to level the playing field somehow because the weaponry, it's in Bren's advantage, but the numbers AE have it. So what's the play here? What's the call? Jesse Vash looking to start a war through the wall here. And they're throwing everything. It's just like East and West Germany right now. Big throwback, but the wall will go. This wall cannot go down.
How old are you?
Dude, I did not make it for that, all right? I just read history.
I only know the fight for the wall in Game of Thrones. That's about it.
The only wall...
The only wall I've ever known.
The wall in the north.
Well, there is going to be movements here for Bren. It's going to be smooth. It could try to explode. There is the turret spotted already, but there isn't really an alarm bot here. So Wits, knowing this, has kind of crept himself up all the way through the back. Nats Laurent has to hit a one-tap, which he does. And this keeps him still contained at the back of the site, but he has to go in. Speaking of going in, Tebatal just charges through Leroy Jenkins styles, and that's going to give us the 6-9. Alter Ego, they're striking back.
What a great flash from Tebatal. Amazing play just to counter off of the I'd say desperate push that Bren Esports had to make in that round. Not a lot of time, and so he capitalized on it. And with an SMG, that's one of the best ways that you can run it. You get ahead of them. You get close. You do it while you're running. And they get themselves a very, very important round against Bren. This is starting to look a little bit worrisome. Only 3 rounds separate these two teams. And Bren Esports, they have been looking like they're slowing down a little bit here. With Elmi Moore finally hitting their shots. This is starting to look like the Alter Ego that we know. Winning ridiculous duels, wide swinging, peaking with confidence. Bren are now, they have to be wary. They have to watch their back because Alter Ego seems like they're waking up and they're getting into gear here.
Definitely are. It's looking quite scared. Elmi Moore, he's looking unhindered, unchallenged. Quick shot from Wits will finally take him out. And it seems like they're going to commit to this fight. They've given the information with these Seegers, with these cabbages. And exactly that. But, oh, the big wraparound. Dubstep's not going to hit anybody now, is he? And Wits, well, he can actually just jump up, go straight onto spawn where Dubstep is, and go to B. But this actually puts him in a really difficult spot. Thankfully enough, he has the Trailblazer to give that information. Maybe Dubstep can capitalize.
They're wondering if there's somebody that's gone short right there. It's a good flash here. And Dubstep could have the timing. Dubstep could get the spot onto Fat Penguin. He lines it up onto one. And this round just might go Bren's way for now. Good double swing out here. But Berserks smoke off one. And he doesn't win the duel up against Wits. Up close and personal, that's just where the frenzy shines. And Wits is better for it this time around. And Bren, what a great read. Going for that flank, it just goes to show that Bren aren't all about those fast plays. They're not all about the flashy executes and then just the multi-kill rounds. They can also play it slow, they can play it steady, they can rely and fall back on the fundamentals that have been instilled in them for for years and years of playing tactical shooters.
Dubstep's decision to smoke himself out, but rather than going to heaven, actually come back on Switch or door, however you want to call it, was actually a smart decision. Because if Wits did not clutch that situation, Dubstep would not have a good position to actually 1v1.
Yeah, there's no
Berserks
angle on the
there.
spike.
Exactly. So you can really see that just these tiny movements really do allow, really do show to us how hard, how experienced these players have, how much experience they have. Oh,
Lockdown gonna be used here, and they're gonna try to get that lineup. Shot
I don't
dart.
think so though.
Not gonna
Yep.
break it. It's
It
not
has to
gonna
be a
break
little
it.
bit
They're
more
gonna
to
be
the
able
left.
to get through, and that's a big problem. They get the detain onto Berserks. He melts away, but the Nano Swarm gives trouble as well because Elmi Moore, he's got a good hold towards the back side. They haven't cleared tab, but what they do? The turnaround right there. What was that 180 that we just saw? But look at this Fat Penguin on the back of the side. Has to be the Bastion here for his team, but cannot do it. It's Bren yet again to find another round here. Absolutely clutch plays from the boys in black and yellow.
You might have lineups for the lockdown, but that is the quote-unquote default spots. Teams now, as you see, they just put it slightly to the left, slightly to the right, because they know that 2 shock darts is what's needed, but 2 shock darts in the center is what is necessary to be able to take down the Killjoy ultimates. Really, really finesse, or really a fine line, sorry, more specifically, that allows you to deny or be denied. In any case, Dubstep seems to want to pull the trigger, but takes a full... And a flash right in front of him! The Spencer! Where did that come from? He just dig deep, took a little bit of a breath, and, well, there's just 2 down already for the count. And Dubstep, he's just jumping around. He's looking for targets. Last man standing, Penguin. And Penguin at least waddles just a little bit to victory, but it's a 4 versus 1 with everybody knowing his position, his last location.
Bren this much closer, taking 1 step further to going to Berlin, being the Filipino representative. But they have the Indonesian powerhouse standing before them, and Fat Penguin, he's managed to line them up, but right now he's getting tagged through the wall, 12 HP, and he's gotta go! No more room for error this time. He's gotta save this up and hopefully play for overtime here, because Bren, they've secured map point. Bren are 1 round away from going to Berlin into the grand finals, looking for that rematch against Paper Rex. Oh man, how cool would that be on LAN? On like a LAN, and then he did that and everybody would start like chanting.
Yeah.
One day, we'll get there.
One day. This could be the day though, because now you were hyping it up beautifully, and we were interrupted slightly by Boricum, but you know what? They're feeling it now. They're feeling it so hard. 6-round deficit, 12 rounds in, match point, as is said by the announcer. AE, they know they have to squeeze as much advantage as they can, and a tactical timeout is just what the doctor ordered. They have all the weaponry that they can want right now to prolong their tournament life, their existence here in the Southeast Asia Challenger, and maybe a sliver, a chance, a silver lining in this road to Berlin. But Bren, as you mentioned, they just looking clean here, Elu. Better than clean. They're Mr. Clean.
Yeah, very shiny at the top and very buff and handsome and nice white shirt.
You put yourself in a really weird spot there, man. I was just saying, like, you know, the efficacy of the Mr. Clean brand really is there, right? I was just saying,
I thought you were drawing a
picture of a bald man,
buff, handsome guy who's just.
To be fair, there's no one bald. No, and never mind.
Never mind. You know what? Let's go on. All right, here, guys. Match.
I was just about to trash talk.
Shut up,
roster.
Match.
They're about to win.
Match point here for Bren. Can they go to Brent Lin? They have it in their name. It's now their namesake. It's been a meme all across the world right here, all across Southeast Asia at the very least. Alter Ego, they want to fight. They have shown that they can make comebacks. But with double swings like this, oh my god, 1 round away, and they found one kill. Tebatol to swing from this corner, hiding in this position. He could go absolutely massive, but Dubstep somehow sprays him down, just checking. 3v5. Bren are this close to going on through to Berlin. Can they do it? Can they find the decisive blow? It's looking like a yes with Dubstep on 3 kills. Jesse Vash finds the last, and that's the Spencer. Bren, book your tickets. They're going to Berlin here. The Filipino representatives are gonna go through into the grand finals, awaiting a rematch with Paper Rex.
Don't forget to bring your jacket, Sonny boy. It's cold in Germany, and it seems like, as you mentioned, Bren is the 2nd seed. We're going to be passing it on to our panelists to break it down even further, but it seems like Bren was able to go beyond.
You heard it first from our casters themselves, guys. Bren is going to Berlin. The dream of Brenlin has become a reality, my friends. A proud moment for every Filipino fan out there right now. Dax, black and blue. It's indeed a proud moment for the Filipino fans back at home. But, you know, I had my reservations about Bren in that last game on Ascent. Isn't that right? But you called it. You were right. The true Bren that we all know and love has come forward in that last performance.
They didn't even go for a map number 3. They just cleaned it up, and that has been the Bren Esports experience for quite a while already in the playoffs itself. But come on, guys, you already know by now the tagline. You can't spell Berlin without the letters B-R-E-N-N. And Bren Esports, they are gonna go global. They are gonna go into that international stage. But I think right now, one other thing they're looking forward to is what's up next. Now they're going to be able to build on a rematch versus Paper Rex to see who's going to be the kings of SEA. But in that performance there versus Alter Ego, it was the Bren experience truly. They have been on the uprise for quite a while already. The trajectory of Bren Esports was advancing and advancing. And Alter Ego, they put up a good fight, yes. But at the same time, some of the concerns that we've seen from the AE roster, they came true. They would get ultimates early on, but not really use them at the same time. And their biggest potency is their frag potential, but some uncharacteristics whiffs here and there. Bren Esports turning the tides with that thrifty in that second half. It does seem like they're for AE. It wasn't the most pristine experience that we got from them compared to the lower bracket run. And Bren Esports, they were, I'd say, motivated, guys. And isn't it poetic that they win on Ascent to get to that second slot?
And here's another tale for us to tell. Bren Esports, after winning that series 2-0, they're undefeated against every single team they came up against here in the Sea Challengers, except for Paper Rex, who they're going to be facing in the grand finals. So for every single other team, barring Paper Rex, they have a perfect run, have not dropped a single map, complete utter dominance here by the Pearls of the Philippines, the pride of the Philippines. Bren Esports, what an amazing run. You had so many players stand up and so many players show up to the biggest stage that they've been on, and yet they perform like a well-trained dancer, fully capable of every single opportunity given to them, and they seize it. Every step they take, it has been forward. And Bren Esports, we're going to Berlin. How amazing it is to say that we got 2 new faces here in the Southeast Asian scene to put forward in the biggest stage of Valorant.
You know, really, it is an incredible moment for all the Southeast Asian Valorant fans out there. Alter Ego, they put up a really good fight. Again, you mentioned, Dax, it was their frag potential. But in the end, Brenlin, rather, outsmarted the opponent and, of course, showed us they were capable of bringing out that frag potential as well.
Yeah, man, you already want to change the map, don't you, Bim? Let's just go get a map real quick. Just cross it off, put an R there on top of the, in between the B and the E, and then put an N, and then you're good to go. But truly, it feels like this is what the Bren Esports roster has been looking to accomplish. Go on the global stage, prove that the Philippine scene is ready to compete. And they just have so much history in them in the first place. If you look at the roster of Bren Esports, these are the names that have been defining esports in the Philippines for so long already. When we were wee lads, guys, when we were younger, I think we already knew about these names one way or the other, knowing about how they would play in computer shops, learn to go into further and further into the SEA scene, the Asian scene, and now they're here. They've accomplished what they have set out to do, get back on that global stage. And despite the multiple histories of the Bren Esports roster, they've come together as one, and they are now going to be our second representative to SEA.
Yeah, back in my day, for sure, right there, black and blue. I mean, honestly, it's just kind of mind-blowing right now. We've come full circle. But you know what? We have an interview with one of the Bren roster themselves, Dubstep, the stalwart of the Philippine esports scene. Dubstep, welcome to the winner's podium. You guys are going to Berlin. I'm going to start off this interview real simple. What is going on in your mind right now?
I'm just speechless that we made it. Even though the tough loss yesterday against Pepper Rex, it's about being the better team on that day. So they were the better team. They won the game, and I respect them for that. They really worked hard for it, and they're a really good team. So I'm just happy that we got the win today. We were the better team against AE as well. A good team from Indonesia, might be the best right now. So I'm glad that we pushed through all the situations that we were in it.
Absolutely.
Congratulations there, Dubstep. I'm
Thank you.
just really impressed by what you guys done, boing as we would say. But I have to ask right now, how did you guys actually bounce back after yesterday's tough loss? Like, what did you do to prepare for today? And maybe some glimpses of what you guys are gonna do later on in the grand finals.
We were kind of glad that we lost the map like one-sided, so there won't be like that feeling when you feel like we could have won that. It's easier to move on when you lose a map like that, unlike when you lose a map 13-11 overtime. So I guess it was easy to move on. Since we were confident that we were gonna win most of the teams in Southeast Asia right now, I think there was no problem on mental resetting as well. And I want to thank our psychiatrist for talking to us last night before we go on to our match today.
Very well said there, Dubstep. I think, with you guys qualifying to Berlin, this is one of, if not, maybe even the most big and important accomplishment we've had in the first-person shooter scene here in the Philippines. Congratulations to you guys. But I want to ask you, moving on to Berlin, this is honestly at the top of my head, maybe one of the first times we're going to send the Filipino team to Europe to play for the Philippines. But with that, when you guys faced off against Paper Rex yesterday, we talked about it a bit with Dax, and Ascent was a bit one-sided. You were coming into this match to try and close it off on Ascent. What was like the biggest adjustment you guys made specifically versus here now Alter Ego when you're playing on the same map that seemed like it was a bit of a struggle yesterday?
The thing was, because yesterday it was one-sided because of how Paper Rex were taking the pace, how we were overthinking everything, how we didn't believe in ourselves, how we didn't believe on how we play. And as a matter of fact, we were really confident on our Ascent. So we just brushed the 12-13-1 off. It's okay, it happens to every team. Other pro teams get 13-0 all the time. So what we did was trust ourselves, trust what we practice, and trust whatever we prepared for.
Well, we believe in you guys, sir. Dubstep, thank you so much.
Thank you so much, guys.
I mean, there we have it, Dubstep. Brenlin is now a reality, but you have a really tough challenge ahead of you still. The day's not over for you just yet.
Yeah.
And yeah, I'm really curious to hear, as a final question, how is your mentality coming into this final matchup? I mean, honestly, from you guys, that whole head down, eyes up mantra really holds true, it seems.
I guess we just have to do what we gotta do. Just play the game and have fun. The better team wins, and we both go to Berlin, right?
You know what? That is so true, and really the heart and mind of a champion right there. Dubstep of Bren Esports. Thank you so much for taking the time for this interview, and yeah,
Thank you.
get ready for the next one, and afterwards, have a safe trip to Berlin. There you go. An absolute speechless Dubstep right there, Mr. Dax in black and blue. Absolutely incredible moment for every Filipino fan out there. But again, it was just such an incredible series, and we took a very long time to get to where we are right now. Outstanding performances from multiple teams across the region, really.
Yeah, it's just we're gonna be getting new representatives to Masters, and I'm just impressed by that. Not only does the SGMY region get represented, plus of course the Indonesian players in that Paper Rex roster, but also the Philippine scene. It isn't gonna be the Thai scene anymore. It was a good run, especially from the side of Full Sense. I gotta give my props to Alter Ego as well, and all of the teams that showed up here in the upper and lower brackets of the playoffs, plus the group stage. But for now, we see our representatives, and we're gonna be finding out soon how they're gonna be seated. Who's gonna be the king of SEA?
Very well.
Absolutely
right. Well, guys, all I'm gonna say is before we cut to a short break here is that I believed in Bren from the start, and also I did with Paper Rex. There are, I think, the predictions here for both of us, for all of us here in the panel, to go and represent the C style of Valorant in the Masters, and this is by far one of the largest accomplishments of any FPS team from the Philippines to go to Berlin. What a huge accomplishment for them. Congratulations to the Bren and Paper Rex rosters for going to represent Southeast Asia.
That's absolutely right there, Black and Blue. After this short break, guys, it's going to be Paper Rex versus Bren in a best-of-5 grand finals matchup. Honestly, I can't wait for that. We'll catch you after this break. Welcome back, everybody. Hope you enjoyed that very special video. Captains of the Sea making an appearance here against stalwarts of the Valorant scene from multiple regions here in Southeast Asia. Joining me right now, Azurai and Illustrator, looking sharp, boys, as always. But, let's get into the thick of things here. We're not done just yet. Is this going to be a redemption arc for Bren Esports coming back against Paper Rex, or will Paper Rex cement their lead, cement their reign over the entirety of Southeast Asia heading to Berlin? Azurai, Illustrato, curious to hear your thoughts.
Well, it definitely is going to be bragging rights, as well as I think a nice little setup for... You kind of just want to get a win going into such a stressful match or stressful tournament such as Masters Berlin. So a win over such a aggressive and competitive team like Paper Rex would definitely boost even more the confidence of Bren here, for sure.
You make a great point, Asrai, especially coming... the momentum right now that Bren is feeling, it's probably the endorphins is going through the roof, right? They just found out they're going to Berlin, and they're like, yeah! Oh, by the way, you got to play the grand finals today. Yeah, a little bit later on. Yeah, how's that going for you? So, yeah, they do have that momentum in their favor. So they're going to be feeling hot, especially those rounds from Dubstep. How many aces did we see in that previous game? So if anybody's going to be warmed up right now, it is going to be Bren. So they have a fairly good chance, I think, at making this a very interesting grand final.
Indeed, a fairly good chance at a redemption arc, but we'll have to wait and see. Azurai, for now, let's bring it down to the bracket. Where do we stand right here? How did we get to this point? Again, we're going into the grand finals in just a few moments, but it's been a long, winding road.
It really has been, Vim. We started with 8 teams. During that playoffs day 1, it was BAM, Full Sense, Bren, Cerberus, Alter Ego, Boom Esports, Paper Rex, and CBT. And then we just dwindled further and further. Bren, they got knocked out of upper finals by Paper Rex. So if you're just tuning in, you just only are witnessing right now the grand finals, it is a rematch between Paper Rex and Bren. They want to get that revenge, that grudge match against Paper Rex in their own pockets, because they know Paper Rex is a big team. They're a strong team. And if they can win against that, it would definitely be such an achievement right now for Bren. Same could be said for Paper Rex. They've had a very straightforward transition from playoffs day 1 up until in the grand finals, and they're just waiting. Both of these teams have already gone to, or will go to Berlin. So it's all about now the bragging rights.
Yeah. I think bragging rights is very important, but let's not forget here that there's also on top of the bragging rights quite a large sum of money to go along with it. So you'll definitely be wanting to, you want that extra money to take you on that Berlin tour. Sure, they're already happy to be here, but you want a little bit more pocket cash to go around. You want to stay in Berlin for a little bit longer, savor every bit of it.
Well, hush for now, Elu, because again, we're looking at Paper Rex here, and I also want to mention that, putting the prize pool aside, there is still those, as we say, circuit points that is oh so important for everything leading to the Valorant Championship, which is the biggest tournament for Valorant for this year.
Well, clearly, it's not just Bren who came to fight here. Azurai with a sharp tongue today, all right. Taking a look at the right lineup we got here. Borgum, Dispenser, Dubstep, Jesse Vat. You know these guys. And Wits, of course. They just cemented their place in history for the Philippines. The entirety of it, Philippines has been long a region that has struggled to compete against its, older brothers who have been more established in the FPS scene. Thailand, Indonesia. And it culminated in this head-to-head that we have here, Jesse Vash and Devi. With Jesse Vash claiming so many great rounds, which sets the stage for this amazing head-to-head that we're going to be having later with Jesse Vash and Devi.
Yeah, I mean, taking a look at these two initiators here, truly world-class. Judging from the ACS, Devi has a huge advantage over Jesse Vash, but judging from Jesse Vash's performance earlier on today against Alter Ego, I mean, he was absolutely on fire. Perhaps we should take these numbers with a grain of salt here as we head into the map selection, Azurai.
Remove Icebox. Well, never mind. It's actually a best of 5. So the only thing that they did remove is Haven, which is arguably...
No.
Yeah, so we already know what it is. Looking at these selections, there is going to be a map here that will definitely be heavily favoring Paper Rex. So is Bren prepared for that? Did they, not not forget that after qualifying, winning that lower bracket finals, they still have one big honcho to take down Paper Rex, because this map selection, at least for the Icebox map, not having Haven anymore, seems a little bit sided to the Paper Rex roster.
I am very worried here for Bren. Look, if we look at the map picks, they're very much Paper Rex map picks here. The first map, Bind, that's Bren's insta-ban, right? We don't even get to see Haven, which is like the one map that, you know, Bren can constantly rely on. And all these other maps are a little bit shaky. But with the form of Paper Rex lately, it's looking like more and more it's going to be Paper Rex to take the series.
Yeah, again, very concerning. Coming in from that map pool alone, Bren will definitely have their work cut out for them, guys. But, you know, I just want to ask you guys, what do you think is the win condition here for Bren? Azrael, I'll start with you. Illustrato, you can chime in after. I mean, judging from their performance against Paper Rex, that didn't go a full, you know, best of 5, sure. But we had a little bit of a sample size from there.
I think the answer was already in the interview, or the words from Dubstep during that interview. It's them not really overcomplicating things and resetting themselves again. Again, you heard how Dubstep mentioned that they were talking about with their psychiatrist, and that really helped them out, kind of reset and refocus what they really need to use moving forward into these matches. And maybe just that is enough for Bren, because yesterday that did not look like the Bren that we were so used, and that did not look like Bren that won this decisive best of 3 against Alter Ego. So maybe this is a different day and a different Bren that we're going to be seeing in this best of 5.
I think it has a lot to... It's a very big statement that they already have a psychiatrist they can actually go and talk to. These things are a big sign of developing esports infrastructure in any region. That's a very good sign here. And that's going to help keep their momentum going forward, especially in very trying times like these. And that's, for me, the win conditions here for Bren Esports. If they can hold on to that mental, if they can keep track and they can keep themselves in check for this entire series, and tactically speaking, if they can take away Bind. That's going to be the most crucial map here. Map number 1. I think it's going to tell a very big tale on how the rest of the series is going to go.
You know what, guys? We're going to head straight into our predictions here. It's time. It's almost time. Azrael, I'll start with you. Illustrato, go next. I'll cap it off.
I might be called a traitor for this, but I will say 3-2 in favor of Paper Rex. I think Forsaken and Divide are in the peak shape of their performance, and I think that this map selection is heavily favoring them. We saw not only in Icebox, but also in Ascent, that they can definitely outmatch Bren there. 13-1 is a big margin coming in from yesterday, and even though I did say that Bren might have been able to reset themselves, there could be Paper Rex while looking fat and plumpy going into this best of 5.
Plumpy.
I do think here that it is going to be a close game, especially with the victory that Bren have just taken. When Bren have nothing to lose, this is when they play their best. Just like what happened to them here earlier. They just become unlocked. So I think they're going to take this in a 3-2 victory here, despite the maps really not favoring them. I think they're going to find that magic playoff mode and take us 3-2.
You know what? As for me, guys, I know that some people prefer the stats, some people prefer the magic, the Bren magic, or perhaps the Paper Rex magic in this case. But as for me, I think it's going to be 3-2 in favor of Paper Rex. I think yesterday's performance was just such a clear statement. But then again, Bren has the momentum on their side. They're pretty much on fire, riding off of that victory. The momentum is there. But Paper Rex, man, kind of built different, it seems like, for me. So, guys, it's time for the grand finals. We're here at the end of the road with 2 of our representatives secured. It's time to go to our casters.
Another day and we just trying to make a way now. The hatred growing stronger every single day now. I hear these rappers, they ain't trying to talk about it. They ain't trying to get involved, and they would rather catch a wave now. About how cool is the gunplay when the stress will hit the playground, eh? But never mind about that, cause once you make it out, you think this world just don't affect you anymore. Until somebody from your past come back to settle the score. Like, let's go pop.
And we just watched Witness on cam. Forsaken and Divide have
For the clutch here in these moments, NTK's just going to be running around, but he's backing up. It...
Watching, and we just watched Witness on cam. Forsaken and Divide have... For the clutch here in these moments, NTK's just going to be running around, but he's backing up. It...
We answered many questions over the past few days, but there's only one burning question in our minds right now. Who is the true king of SCA? Well, that's what the grand finals is all about. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen. Here we go, rematch time of the upper bracket finals, and it will be Paper Rex versus Bren Esports, the Redux there. My name is Sax, I'm here with Black and Blue, and here we go again, Black and Blue. PRX versus Bren Esports, but this time, it's a best of 5.
I think it's only apt that we're going to get a rematch of the lower bracket final, the upper bracket final, rather, yesterday. And what a match to get going. Yesterday, well, it started off really tightly contested in those opening 2 maps. Third one was a bit of a wash, but when it comes to a full best of 5, well, I don't think that's going to be the case here anymore, Dax. Paper Rex, they are looking like the best team in Southeast Asia, but we do know that Bren Esports, even with a deficit like that, even with the clouds looming over their heads, they can come back and make things a lot more scrappier than you'd ever expect. So, how is this one shaping up to be, in your opinion, Mr. Dax?
Well, the first things first is it's going to be shaped up in the way that these 2 teams are going to Berlin. Let's get out of the way first and foremost. Paper Rex is going to go to Berlin. The rest represent the SGMY region. In the meantime, we also have Bren Esports of the Philippine region going there as well as the SCA representatives. But looking into the map pool itself, first things first. Yeah, Paper Rex getting Haven out of the map pool is actually going to be a big sign. Not only does Bren Esports love that map, but Paper Rex, they're great at every map, but less so at Haven from their previous experience so far. And looking into the pool itself, you got Bind for that first map. Split gonna be there. And interesting enough, Paper Rex whipping out that Split early on, which is usually the Bren Esports ban instead. But again, Bren, they're so scrappy, Black and Blue. They pick Icebox yet again. They really want to challenge Paper Rex. And I've got to say the same thing about PRX. They picked Breeze, which they lost last time against Bren Esports. And it does feel like that at the very end of that one, Ascent, it's just poetic, truly. Paper Rex dominating Bren Esports last time. Bren Esports beating Alter Ego to make it to Berlin. And if we do go the distance, go all 5 maps, it just feels like it's going to be a full circle experience here for SCA.
I mean, there is that caveat that Haven will not be coming into play for this full best of 5. That's the one map that Bren Esports needed, but we've seen some great performances from them on all of these maps in the past. Ascent, yeah, people are kind of looking at Ascent and only like looking at the most recent of performances from them, which was actually today, but more people are looking at what happened yesterday, more importantly over anything. And Paper Rex and Bren Esports, this is a matchup that has happened even before this C Challengers Stage 3. It happened in Stage 2, wherein Paper Rex sent them down to the lower bracket. Once again, it happened yesterday. Paper Rex got the better of them. Now though, will third time be the charm for Bren Esports? The embers that they've been adding to the fire here have been consistently burning brighter than ever. They've been taking every step forward, and for Bren Esports, well, this is the biggest and most prestigious accomplishment that any FPS team from the Philippines has had, and I can guarantee it. I've been following FPS for all my life, and this is the biggest accomplishment so far, but the job is not done yet. We still have the grand finals here, best of 5 against one of the biggest teams, one of the biggest powerhouses of Valorant in Southeast Asia, and they're going up against arguably the best player in all of C in Forsaken. This kid is prime time. He's paving a new way for the Valorant scene. They're paving a new name for himself as well, but so are Bren. They're a team that has had many accomplishments in many other scenes and titles, but none yet here in Valorant to this extent. This is the biggest stage they have been on so far. It's a big accomplishment already for both of these teams, but they know this is only the beginning of the final road to Berlin.
Yeah, big accomplishments for big orgs. Look at Bren Esports and Paper Rex. The organizations is right behind them. All the support that we know and love. Just making sure that the teams are prepared, ready, taken care of, given the best kind of equipment to play with. And at the same time, listening into the Bren Esports interview a while ago, just that extra little bit of that psychology, I believe. They had a psychiatrist there. And really, it just proves how much SEA has grown. That it's no longer just having those computer shops or just having a house for it. Everyone is taking this as seriously as possible, and the SEA has truly grown to be world class, and the 2 teams we're going to be sending to Berlin have to be at that same standard. But only one can be the king of SEA. Will it be Paper Rex or will it be Bren Esports? Paper Rex, though, they made such a good case for themselves in the upper bracket, especially in that finals, dominating Bren Esports 13-1 on the final map. You mentioned Forsaken, especially. If you look at the stats on this guy, not only does he always get double-digit kills in every single game he's played so far, but at the same time, there was that one series where he had a 49% headshot percentage. 1 out of 2 bullets. Every 1 out of 2 bullets, it would hit a head right there, right then. Get the ding, get the takedown, and Forsaken has just been absolutely incredible. But the whole Paper Rex roster, there's always something to say about them. You got Benkai just saying bye-bye to anyone he sees. Divine, in the meantime, the flashes are just so strong. Mind Freak, classic kills out of nowhere, and the Shiba Darts truly so good with the intel and the lineups. For Bren Esports, though, on the flip side, it did feel like that they were back to their form there, Black and Blue, against Alter Ego.
It did. It really did. I mean, looking at things on Bren Esports' side, especially on Ascent, the final map of that series, eventually, we were kind of expecting it to go to Bind, but when it did go on Ascent, we were kind of worried for them because we just saw what happened on Paper Rex's side, but then there is that caveat that no other team aside from Paper Rex has been able to even get a map off of Bren Esports, so it might just be their kryptonite, and in this case, the Supermen of Bren have been undoubtedly indestructible, but Paper Rex has been their biggest foe so far, the biggest, most baddest team they've ever went up against here in the whole Valorant Challenger stage. Even before this, even past that, it has been Paper Rex has been their biggest, competitors. But as you talked about things there, for Jesse Vash to get that confident game under his wings a while ago versus Alter Ego, that's really gonna help him coming into this match. We saw yesterday that for the side of Paper Rex, they were really good at shutting down the backline of Bren Esports. It was kind of, a lot of the front line, Dubstep making plays and everybody kind of working around that, but for them to get that confident play, for them to get those good games in earlier versus Alter Ego to win 2-0, it's going to be a big confidence boost, and that is exactly what Bren Esports need. And knowing them, they're not going to lack that in any sense of the word, but they're going to need every single bit of additional kind of momentum and wings under them to really get this win over Paper Rex. And so Dax, we've been talking about it. Paper Rex, they are probably the best team currently here in the playoffs, and they are the favorite to win this series, but Bren Esports, we're a scrappy bunch here. We know what they can bring, and they have proven themselves to be able to do that, but can they do it against the titans of the scene in Paper Rex itself?
I mean, that Filipino resiliency there from Bren Esports, we're gonna see it right here, right now, just in Valorant. But Paper Rex, they have been watching, waiting, and they know that the throne is theirs for the taking if they can beat down Bren Esports one more time. Again, history is not on Bren Esports' side. We said it yesterday, we say it today. From 0-1 to 0-2, the scoreline between these two teams in the VCT circuit. But can they make that third time the charm there, Black and Blue? That's going to be a burning question here for Bren Esports. Or will Paper Rex dominate yet again and show us what PRX is all about? The best representation of SEA, that mixed roster, not only from the FYSU scene, but also from the Indonesian one as well. Really goes to show for PRX, they're that full package, that they are ready to go and they are ready to play their hearts out here against Bren Esports, as we are going to be getting into Bind. And here we go as we get into the round. First things first to notice here, Black and Blue. Finally, it's not going to be a mirror matchup between these two teams. It's going to be, of course, distinct flavors here for Bren Esports and PRX. And I love this here for Bren because we're going to see Wits play a Phoenix. When was the last time we've seen him on that one?
I love it. I love it coming here from Bren Esports. They're really pushing the Filipino brand of Valorant with this Raze and Phoenix lineup. But let's go straight into it as Bren are really pushing their favor into the A site itself. Flash on out. Forsaken is going to get caught off guard by Wits himself as the U-Hauls the lamps. Control has been seized and taken. Wits out in the open, still lands a second right click on the buy, and that are the two big-time hitters taken off of the board early on from Paper Rex.
Yeah, double duelist there on the Bren Esports side. They do have that Sova. In the meantime, though, for the defensive, it's going to be that Viper, going to be that Sage. The Vido has already fallen. Jesse Bash in the meantime with a takedown there on the Mind Freak. And here comes Wits with 4 kills to his own. Selfishness for the Phoenix in terms of the kit, but Bren Esports very happy to have Wits ready to go and get those takedowns. 4 kills there for Wits from the get-go, and Bren takes the pistol here versus Paper Rex.
I really love this decision from them. You saw that even though they had most of the control of short there, they did not try and force the plan. They knew that they wanted to win the gunfights first and foremost before even trying to attempt that, but we never even got there because Wits just found all the picks that they needed. Wits coming to this roster, he was the latest addition to this, but he was a legend, a star in the Philippine FPS scene in his own right. A time where before Valorant, he was the best player in the Philippines when it came to CS, and once again he's making a stock to even claim that here in Valorant as well. But the opening pick from Devi is going to come in huge. This is where Paper Rex are so deadly.
Yeah, just some divine intervention there very quickly from the sky. And he is incredible on that agent, especially with those guiding lights later on. Dispenser, though, catching out the vibe, but Shiba piling in the pressure, and Paper Rex, you can see that they are oozing with confidence right now in this series. Willingness to peek there with the classics, go for the push and get that takedown. Borkum, though, searching, hunting, but has to reload in front of Bentai, who does get the takedown. Forsaken on the board as well. And we say this a lot about Paper Rex. It doesn't matter about what guns they have, what arsenal they have in their bags, in their pockets. They can still get the kills anyway. And now as Shiba has this Vandal in hand, Dubstep inside the container, though, playing it safe and sound. Spike is planted, 1v4 situation. And what can Dubstep do against the onslaught of Paper Rex?
All he's got is that Spectre. And Paper Rex have been so good in these low eco situations, and Forsaken's gonna find the pick off there to close off the round. His PRX come back on a thrifty one to make things happen after the opening pick from Devi. These guys, man, you put some pistols in their hand, they're going to make a case for it even being the better weapon over the rifle. The classics, they are the maestros of making it happen. We've seen, you know, players like Mind Freak here, players like Devi make so much work, and Shiba, Bankai, all of them making it work when it comes to just having pistols in hand, and that's a good case for it right there, right in front of you. Bren Esports, now they're the ones forced on the eco.
Yeah, on-rails action there from Bren Esports, but a few fundamental errors, especially, unfortunately, for Borkum. Reloading in front of Benkai, just unable to secure that kill. Allows PRX to give them a moment's notice. They will take you down as hastily as possible. So we are all tied up in the scoreline, but this is a big advantage here for Paper Rex. They stole that second round away from Bren. They have the guns in hand. And what's scarier than PRX Econ? Well, it is Paper Rex Arsenal's full buys instead. Two of them here with rifles, actually. Black and blue. 3 with Spectres. 4 now. Not the biggest buys expect here for Paper Rex, but Bren Esports still trying to contend. Dubstep there with a takedown off the Mind Freak. Benkai Forsaken on the board, but Dubstep, he gets 2 so far, and he's feeling it. He's feeling confident here, Black and blue. Benkai, though, backs on the way. Wits now going for the run back. He'd love to at least try and make a pickoff happen. He's also at 6 HP, can get that insta-heal as soon as he dies the first time. Spike, though, isn't planted yet, and Dispenser, oh, he's stuck there in the corner. Wits now taken down by Devi.
Devi has been finding these huge, amazing picks, and high-value ones at that here for the side of Paper Rex time and time again. We saw him doing on Ascent yesterday, and he's doing it here on Bind to hold down the A side with Bankai and Devi. Both of them eye-to-eye connection, landing the shots and getting the second round on the board for Paper Rex. But Bren, now this is their opportunity to maybe come back after losing the second round. Can definitely be painful, sometimes even more so than losing the opening pistol. So they do have some money to buy up on this time, but Bren Esports, they're going to have to make it work. Their double duelist composition kind of infers to me, Dax, that they really want to bring the heat here in more ways than one.
I mean, that's what the Phoenix is all about, but also you have that raise, and you can just flush out corners like the Cubbies, like the Hookahs, and make sure PRX cannot stay in those angles. But PRX, they're gonna try something different, and Forsaken is on the operator. Now, Forsaken is an incredible player, but when you compare his Jet to his raise, obviously his Jet is the one that goes above and beyond those expectations. Good call, though, for Paper X still to play the raise on a map like this. They desperately need it in this scenario for Bind itself. And Forsaken, he's going to be a stellar shot regardless of the agent he's on. And he's waiting for anyone to come. Bren Esports now waiting at the wings, playing patient, knowing that their speed here isn't going to help them out in this round. They know they have to play it smart here, Black and Blue. Wits, Dubstep, looking to play the entries on a site. Spiko has been left behind. Forsaken now trying to gather some intel. And as Dispenser peeks, Forsaken will get the takedown. Mind Freak on the board as well. Borkin now with the refrag, though, over onto that A side with the Vi falling. But it's still 4v3 in favor of Paper Rex.
Bren trying to take these individual fights on the A short and towards the fountains as well, but the waters haven't been falling their way in the meantime. Oh, Bankai is in a good position here, but Borkum, wiser than that, finds him. Jesse Vash will do the same towards Mind Freak to bring it to a 3v2 in their favor, and Jesse Vash in the right position there to find Shiba from hell into heaven. Forsaken operator in hand. He's got the showstopper. Not looking to want to go for it. Actually, no. He's trying to double catch him off and maybe go for the rotate here, but He's actually going to wrap back around Dubstep, realizing there might not be enough time to do that securely and safely. So try to go for the plant on the A side. There isn't much time left. Keep your eyes on that. 4 seconds left. The showstopper is going to end things, but no! Borkum! Quick shots to secure the round. And Bren Esports, they tie the game up 2-2.
It's just that audio cue. As soon as Bren Esports hears the showstopper, hears the blast back, it's already Borkum knowing to keep an eye out on that APC. And that's just as easy as 1, 2, 3 for him to get that takedown. Forsaken, though, making that operator count early on. But Bren Esports going for that A take immensely. Dubstep, he tried, he ran for it, and he wanted to get in cover. But luckily for the Rays of Bren Esports, you have Borkum there to protect him and protect the round for their side. So it's 2-2 now. We are all tied up yet again, and this is the matchup that we expect from these two teams. Remember map number 1 and map number 2 of Bren and Paper Rex in the upper bracket finals. That was the standard they were playing on. That was the standard of how close these two teams can be. The question now is, will Paper Rex be able to dominate yet again, similar to that map number 3 last time, or will Bren Esports have the answer this time and just keep on competing in the series? In this round, though, it's PRX on the board there with 2. Good start here for Paper Rex. Wits and Dubstep do go down. But without the duelists here, Black and Blue, there isn't that sudden impact here from Bren Esports.
They've been really good at trying to shut down the opening initiations coming here from Bren Esports on their duelists. Now, Mind Freak, they're on the shoulder peak. Let's get some information. Borkum, be careful here as Mind Freak is also trying to spam him out. Benkai, rather, and he's going to find that frag. And so Jesse Vash will get the trade off in Mind Freak for the meantime, but they're pushing this very heavy-handedly. Jesse Vash, he's not going to be able to stop him from doing what he wants. And Forsaken throwing him out to the wings. It's all on the dispenser. He's going to need a 4K to make this happen. They now know where he is. You can expect that Forsaken is probably going to peek him from that shower's position. Viper wall is up. He's completely blind. And so he will be taken down as such. 2-3. Paper Rex take the lead back once again.
In the round, get those initial pickoff. That's exactly what Paper Rex wants to do to get that advantage and go for more. They're just able to snowball out of control, and Bren Esports, they are just caught in that avalanche. That has been the PRX way. They can be so dominant. They can just be so forceful in a round itself. And many a time we've seen Paper Rex just decide to take the reins of a game and run away with it. Bren, all about that control, all about keeping an eye out on the PRX. And as Dubstep opens his eyes there versus Shiva, gets that takedown. He doesn't check to the left, and Forsaken will be there to catch him and get that kill.
Forsaken, he's been doing such a good job here, but he's going to find another pickoff. Wits will be the one going down. Pistols abound for Bren Esports, and they have not been able to make those weapons sing to the same tune that PRX have been on these eco rounds. Defy, he's been such an incredible player too, completely turning them around, and now it's all on the dispenser once more to make things happen. He's been on that lurk game for the most part here on Bind especially. Has yet to really find much value out of that as the rest of his team crumbles before he can get to help them. Got Sheriff in hand. I'm not sure if he's going to be able to make this one happen. He has yet to really... Actually, the whole of Bren has yet to really make one of these clutches happen against Paper Rex here in this matchup today, but we're only in the round 6, and so all hope is not just lost yet. Spencer, if he can get a kill here, then he should have his ultimate coming to the next round, and Bren Esports are going to have a lot to play in for contention. He does find that pick off on a Forsaken, which is a big pick off for him, but the spike is all the way here towards long, and when he does cross, Devi should have his number. Although Dispenser, we know he's really good at these situations. Finds the information. Devi now spotted out, almost wins the fight, and he will. Devi will get the 3rd kill of the round for his sake, and Paper Rex extend their lead now to 2.
Yeah, Devi, they're having Dispenser's number, and if you actually know a bit of the history between these two players, Devi has always been a thorn on the side of Dispenser in terms of that gameplay. Back in the CS days, they would compete against each other, and here and now in Valorant, it's the same old case. And it's a bit of a problem actually for Dispenser. With Paper Rex knowing especially how he plays that Sentinel role, how he plays in general, it does feel like that's when this player can get neutered on the side of Bren Esports. And it's interesting, right? Because for Bren, they have this distinct playstyle, unique from one another, but they all coalesce to make it one beautiful Bren casserole. But at the same time, if Paper Rex knows how to dismantle those pieces one by one, bit by bit, and really isolate and eradicate the opposition, it feels like that's where PRX can destroy the Bren Esports teamwork framework. But here we go, Dispenser now catching out Shiva off to a good start. The buy now gonna get caught out by Dispenser, getting retribution from the previous round. And then Forsaken now playing the teleporters. We do get some backup alongside him with Mind Freak there as well. But Forsaken, he catches out Dubstep. Dubstep though from the grave, killing Mind Freak with the Pain Shells. But it's still 4v2 here in favor of Bren Esports. Now then, Forsaken trying to get to the hookah, but Dispenser still waiting, watching, and getting another takedown. Everything left to Benkai now.
Well, he goes down to Martyr at the very least there, Dubstep. Able to bring down one with him to the grave. He shall remain. It's all on the Benkai, who's been very, very keen on these clutches. Him and Shiba have been doing so much when it comes to these 1vx situations for Paper Rex, but Dispenser will not let it get out of hand. He has been in those 1vx situations 2 times in a row now, 2 rounds in a row, but this time he gets a quad kill for himself. Get that confidence under his wings, because this man is going to start to take off if you let him. Getting the 3rd round now here. He's got 6 on the board for himself. Bren Esports got the lead down to a single digit. And if they can win this round, then Paper Rex are going to be in an economic situation that is quite unfavorable. They're going to have to go on the eco buy. And at that point, Bren can start to take the lead. But they need round number 8 to make that happen.
I mean, the biggest deal right now is how more of a team Bren Esports looks compared to the upper bracket finals. In their matchup initially versus Paper Rex, it did feel like for many a time there that it was the Dubstep show where Dubstep was just carrying his team and more, getting multiple takedowns. But now, Bren Esports, the takedowns are scattered on the round, everyone pulling their weight and more, making sure that this is going to be a Bren Esports 5v5 versus Paper Rex. And it has helped them out immensely to keep the scoreline close for Paper Rex. Now they're going to be playing the aggression here on the defense. They're pushing through that B main. Is Jesse Bastion Witz still on the board? Divide in the meantime catching out Witz, but Dubstep does find the answer. And Borkum now playing patiently. Shiva and Divide were not ready for Borkum at all. And that's his time. That's his hunting ground. And Bren Esports are able to equalize.
That is what they are so good at, Bren Esports, when, you know, initially they kind of were going a bit more aggressive and they realized, okay, it isn't working out, and that recognition is a hallmark of a good team. And so they're like, okay, let's try and play things a bit more passively. Let's kind of bait Paper Rex to want to make a play themselves, and that they did, that they shall, but that we will not let them successfully complete. And so, great reception on that push from Bren. From the side of Paper Rex, when Paper Rex pushing that short side, they were like, okay, so all we gotta do is wait now, pull out the Hunter's Fury, and try and punish the aggression here. Basically, in fighting game terms, that was a whiff punish, if anything. But Dubstep, he's not gonna win the fight versus Shiba. Somehow, across all of that, he still wins it, and Benkai as well. Man, Paper Rex is so good on these eco rounds, Dex.
That's the thing. No matter what, Paper Rex can compete. Bren Esports pretty much the same thing. Forsaken though now with a showstopper. But you have to look at these rounds in a round-for-round basis. There's always a possibility for either Paper Rex or Bren Esports to take it away from the opposition. And PRX are proving it now. This is an eco round. As you mentioned, it's 3v2 though in favor of Paper Rex. Jesse Vash though, he's stepping on up. And Benkai will go down. 2v2 right now with caught in the crossfire. And it's up to Vash here, but Forsaken! Just all hail Forsaken, again, and again. Always lethal, always accurate. And it feels like he's just gotten out of that shadow. He's made a name for himself. And how many times do I have to say it? He always gets double-digit kills in a map here in the playoffs. And he's already there after these rounds. Black and Blue, 13 kills for Forsaken.
He shall never falter. Forsaken himself keeps everything going for Paper Rex, even when all hope seems lost. But great opening picks once again from Shiba and Benkai. They have been so good on these eco rounds, just landing their shots, and they know how to play the pace. It seems like when the going gets tough, Paper Rex gets rough, but Dispenser finding the frag here on the Shiba. A great retaliation from him coming from the previous round, and now Bren Esports do have that one-man advantage, but still, the discipline for them to try and take things slowly. Forsaken is pushing all the way from behind him. I'm not sure if you're going to catch him out, but Benkai shutting Dubstep down in the air like Duck Hunt, not even letting him to stick the landing. The flash coming out from Witz. He's got the ultimate out here, but not finding much just yet.
There we go. Lockdown now going to be the call. We have the Nast Swarm into play. Bren Esports, so in the meantime, looking for that space and more. But Paper Rex, they're breathing on the other side of the wall, but they do have to respect that Dome of Doom, and they have to get on away. Benkaido, unfortunately, he will get detained there. Dispenser now looking to hunt down anyone who still has their hands up. But the Vi, smart play there with Trailblazer, at least fending off the opposition for now. Mind Freak, though, keeping an eye out. Borkum now will get spotted. And just a mind blower there from Mind Freak. That's going to be the first one for the side of PRX on this retake. Wits in the meantime by the lamps. And Bren Esports trying to keep an eye out. But Benkai from above. Jesse Vash will go down. And Devi is looking to play this lamps part here. Mr. Black and Blue, he wants to go on in. But Dispenser will deny him. 2v2 now. Benkai, though, with 3 so far. Dispenser with 3 as well. And it's going to be mano-a-mano. Who can stand tall and proud? It's Dispenser getting the quad. Throwing Paper X away in this round. And here we go. It's another tied scoreline. This is the Bren and Paper Rex experience that we know, love, and expect in a matchup like this.
This is Dispenser having himself a jolly good game, because this is the thing about both of these teams, Dax. Bren Esports and Paper Rex, they're all a all-star lineup. On the side of SGMY representing different regions, you got Indonesia representation from that side too, and Paper Rex from that organization, and for Bren Esports, all from the Philippines, but all 5 of them are legends in their own right, and they all banded up because they knew that they were buried together more than anything. And so making that look real for the meantime. Paper Rex on an eco situation here, kind of a mixed buy. They got like maybe what, 2 real rifles on it. They got the Guardian, they got Shotty too on Mind Freak, and Benkai's got a Spectre to bring into it. So you're gonna have to take some close range engagements. Forsaken though, taking down to 5 HP. A single bullet will do him on in, but this Viper Spit holding on by Benkai can be detrimental. Dubstep trapped between a rock and a hard place here right now, but the Witch is gonna try and buy him out to some safety. Benkai winning that fight though, still somehow. Dubstep not landing the shot. They brought it to a 4v4 with Wits very low. He can heal himself back up there with a wall of his own, but Shiba is in good position to punish all of this.
Oh, Shiba, and there you go. The punishment is real, and Wit's gonna get clocked there. Fine pickoff by the Sage from above, and Paper Rex. They know how to impose here, Black and Blue. When Bren Esports is stuck like this, when they are cornered, that's when Paper X can get on the hunt and go for those takedowns. And now, easy as pie here for the Vi. He finds Jesse Vash busy with the bow and arrow, gets that takedown. Dispenser and Borkum, though, they are navigating through that B side, so good rotation from Bren Esports. But still, Paper X, they know how to get in the way. No matter what. That's one of the biggest things. They know how to be a stopgap method. They know how to be that toll gate that Bren Esports cannot clear. And now Borkum looking to go for the plant, but in this situation, it's still PRX with the numbers advantage and with the rifles in hand.
2v4. Mind Freak has that Cosmic Divide too, but I don't think they're necessarily going to have to use it here. It's on the Dispenser and Borkum to make it happen. These two legends of their own respective scenes has tried and time again made it work. Borkum's gonna get the one pick off here, but Devi is gonna shut him down, not letting him get any more. And so will Dispenser be taken down by Forsaken himself. 6-5, Paper Rex. We're going to another almost even scoreline into the second half as we move into the final round of the first half. It seems like Bren Esports are maybe looking to tie this game up 6-6. This is exactly what happened on the opening map of the last series when these two played against each other in the upper brackets yesterday, Dax. We had like another, 6-6 going to that first half, and then on the second map we were like at a 7-5, so nobody truly running away with the match just yet. But Bren, they're in a kind of an eco situation here. They have been thrifty in the past too.
And that's why the title of King of SEA is contestuous here. Bren Esports and Paper Rex, they keep it neck and neck multiple times. And it really feels like that was just that one outlier last time with Paper Rex so dominant and Bren Esports faltering at the seams. But now we are back into the true experience between these two teams. And this is going to be some beautiful Valorant here from SEA. But here we have it, 4v4 scenario. And Devi with the Devi flash yet again. Wit's not going to be able to get taken down there. But Dubstep with the judge. Devi, though, he's been incredible with those guiding lights multiple times. One of the best we've seen in the SEA region. And Dubstep now playing the guest game, and Shiba gonna get caught in the crossfire inside that nebula. It's gonna be a Sage falling on down. Mind Freak falls as well. And now it's all up to Benkai. 3v1 scenario. The barrier orb in the way. This time, Bren Esports set up with their fortifications. And here we go again, Black and Blue. Such a particular scenario where we can get tied up yet again.
Benkai is in 1v3. Information has been given away. He knows where Jesse Vash is, who almost gets caught out on that rotation, trying to fall back. Phantom retrieve, but he's gonna have to find a few spirits here to make dead. He gets Borkum through the wall, who was already low in the first place, but he found the head. Now Borkum's dead. 1v2. Bankai, he has to go for this. It's the final round of the first half. He knows he has to push. The spike is planted out in the open. Bankai on top of the tube here, and Jesse Vash will show him how to get down. 6-6, and they tied the game all on up. It initially seemed like, I was kind of wondering, like, why did they send Dispenser, who only had the Sheriff, alone to try and take Hukum by himself? And it seems like the story there was, when you send like 4 people up long and trying to take Octagon like that, typically you're kind of planting for elbow, and that's exactly what they went for. Go for that elbow control, recede Hookah, because if you don't want it, then you don't need it, and that worked out for them. So, good push there. A bit of, kind of lucky at the same time heads up play from Dubstep to fire his showstopper into the smoke where Shiba's watching and waiting, and he found the pick off of that, and now we're going up again. Everybody's game, anybody's game going into the second half.
I mean, we're all tied up. It's just basically a hard reset, but with the side swaps. But besides that, we saw the Paper Rex intimidating presence. We saw the Bren Esports heads-up play, and overall, the strengths right now of these two teams are highlighted by their playstyle so far. But Dubstep, he wants to play it in the front line. Shiba jump peeking just to get a bit of that intel, figure out who's here on this side. But Shiba moves a little bit to the right. A little more than he should have. Does get clocked there by the headshot. Luckily for him, he does survive and can heal himself up. But now they know that Dubstep is there on A site, and Paper Rex, they might want to use that intel to move accordingly.
Paper Rex, the indomitable monsters of the Southeast Asia region, have been swimming across every single sea they come to, just eating everybody alive one step at a time. But Paper Rex, rather Bren Esports, they're not going to want to fall to that same fate a third time around in their series. These two teams, they've been neck and neck yesterday. And well, during the C Challengers 2, Paper Rex did send them down to the lower bracket. This is not something that Bren Esports want to make happen a third time. Could be the charm for them, but Bren taking things slow, biding their time. You can see this 3-player split that Paper Rex have got here towards his hookah position, but they're looking to go for the plant on the A side, which Bren Esports have stacked on the defensive side. The Viper Wall will give him some concealment, but even with that, they teleport out into safety to try and go into that B side push, where Bren Esports are going to fully rotate to try and retrieve and back up the site. Dispenser, though, he's been so good in these situations, Zach, he's waiting and waiting.
Dispenser patience now, and Shiba gonna get caught, and he can't put that spike down at the last moment there. Paper Rex now, they need to get the kills in fast, but Bren Esports, all they need to do is run on the way, hide at the sides, and that is gonna be enough. Again, Bren Esports at the nick of time, able to clutch it out there, and then well played there by Bren Esports, just finding the right pickoff at the right moment, and Shiba, he must have assumed that he would have gotten that spike plant, and it looked to be a sure thing. But no, Bren, they give Paper X basically a taste of their own medicine. Jesse Vash, right place, right time. And this guy's just inspired. It's been, I think, a decade since he's going to Europe. And with Bren Esports securing that slot to Berlin as well as Paper Rex, it does feel like for Bren Esports right now, there is that extra bit of positive motivation. But we're not done just yet, and Paper Rex, we've seen it multiple times. These pistols, they're quite a powerful punch here from PRX, and many a time for PRX, especially for the likes of Mindfreak and Forsaken. They're the guys who can get those eco kills very, very quickly. Dispenser, though, keeping an eye out, sees Forsaken there, but he has to back on away, and Forsaken with a punish. Seems like now PRX back on the board.
Forsaken, man, he's so good, and so are Paper Rex when it comes to these ecos. Earlier on, Bren Esports, they won the opening pistol round of the first half, but then subsequently lost the second round wherein Paper Rex were on that eco. Can they make it happen once more? For the most part, it has been true. Here coming from inside Paper Rex time and time again. Forsaken finding a second, and they're looking to make that dream into a reality with, you try and hold on here, but he will pull out the flash. Mindfreak on the trade. He's picked up the Spectre that was dropped earlier on inside Hookah itself, and they will get the plant down now. In a 2v4, they both have Spectres in their hands, but so do Paper Rex, 2 apiece. Sheriff on bound, they're going to have to try and win these 1v1 fights somehow. Dubstep crawling in. He's not going to expect Mindfreak here. Mindfreak is by all means going to shut him down. He will get to pick off himself, Dubstep, but will it be enough to secure the dub here for Borkum, who is in a 1v3? Trying to fake that he's jumping down here from the side of Hookah itself. He will try and crawl his pace up very closely. He will not be able to find the frag, though, at the end of it, as Bankai will secure the round, and Paper Rex once again come back on the second round of the half.
They just steal it away one more time, and the Paper Rex show continues on. When you have the pistols in their hands, they're as powerful as rifles, and when they have the rifles, well, they're even more powerful than before. That's what PRX does. They upgrade their guns just by their natural skill, and now we are all tied up yet again, 7-7. This is a good sign here for Paper Rex. One of the best things that Bren Esports can build on is that momentum. We saw it there versus Alter Ego in the lower bracket finals. We saw it there from Bren Esports against every other team besides Paper Rex. And even in that map that Bren Esports won against Paper Rex, as Dubstep hounds Bedkai and takes him down. That's what Bren Esports is looking for, that win streak. But Paper Rex doing a good job to mitigate that approach and just keep taking rounds away from Bren Esports. But now, will the Thrifty be on the other foot as Dubstep gets to so far? He's low though on the HP. We already get Mindfreak here infiltrating onto a site. But while we get the barrier orb there to try and get in the way of the market fronts, it's Mindfreak now getting rid of Borkum. 1 HP though, and a Dream. Can he get one more kill? Not gonna happen. Dubstep with 3 kills so far. Rifles now able to get picked up as well as Spectres. And Bren salvaging some guns here from the fallen of PRX.
They're taking the page out of the Paper Rex book here. For them to go on the initiative, they're going the aggressive, even though they are in the lower economic situation. I think that was the right decision to make. Shiba finds a pick off here in the Dubstep. Recon Bulk will give away the position to Shiba, but he's still gonna win the fight. Nonetheless, Jesse Vash in a 1v2. He finds a pick off and he finds a second. Jesse Vash, time and time again, he's having himself a field day, and he gets the 3rd round of the half for Bren Esports.
It's a good omen when Jesse Vash is popping off for Bren. Honestly, Vash is an incredible player. We say it, especially on the assist front on the lineups, but he's not the loudest shooter of Bren Esports. He's not the one who frags out immensely compared to the rest of the roster. But if he's popping off, then Bren Esports gonna happy to have that extra hot gun in their arsenal. PRX though, they did fight on back with Shiba. Beautiful triple kill there from the stage. But Jesse Vash, so secure, so sure, so Vash, so good. And it really feels like Father Time is not going to be able to catch up with Jesse Vash anytime soon. One of the oldest esports players of the Philippines. And even in Valorant, he is making waves in the international scene. But we gotta say it again and again. Round per round action here, Black and Blue. It doesn't matter that Bren won that last round because Paper Rex, they do have some guns, and some guns is enough to beat Bren Esports if ever.
Yeah, like, they made it happen without any rifles on their board, so does it really matter now that they only have 3 of them? Borkum, though, finds that kill on the Bankai, which is a huge pick. Bankai, he's been a rock here. He's been the glue for Paper Rex, honestly, keeping them together, and he's been finding so much value out of his positioning, but this time for him to go down early. Paper Rex, that is a big pick-off for them to get Dubstep in return. Wits is going to shut down for a second, trying to peek from short. Those are 2 big picks from the side of Bren Esports. They have this 5-3 lead. They're trying to aggress here. Wits, even though they have the advantage, he's still wanting to make a play with his ultimate. Devi will shut that down for the meantime, but reconnaissance will give them away. The flank here, though, from Dispenser. This is where he's so deadly. On that Killjoy, he gets a lot of free reign of what he wants to do. And with that, he's going through the cave zone, not going through short itself. Gonna take the long route here, but the destination is one in the same. Borkum not able to find the pick-off, but Witz is there for the trade.
Yeah, and there we have it now as Paper Rex gonna be going over to B site with a spike, and Devi will be playing the lurk instead. Lurk perhaps, which though does get taken out by the Guardian. And Devi there tapping down the head of the Phoenix. Dispenser, can he lurk against Devi? Eventually, he makes the access happen, and that journey of Dispenser, he makes it with a backstab, and he makes it happen by that A side. But we move the action to be here, Black and Blue, and Shiba now caught between 2 of Bren Esports. Can Shiba actually hold the line? Jesse Bass will deny him there. But as Bren Esports will get this round, they're going to be up by 2, which is actually a big indicator of their success in this tight-knit game. But in that last round, it's intriguing because Bren Esports, you mentioned it, right? Dispenser, he was going for the lurk. But if you notice when Paper Rex was waiting, they were actually looking around for that lurk. Like Devi especially, he was checking right, he was checking the south side. And for PRX, they're so hyper aware of the possibilities. If they get stuck, they're gonna look to at least punish anyone coming in from the flanks. But that time, Bren Esports timing it right and just getting the lurk on top of the PRX lurk. It's a lurkception, but Bren Esports, they come up ahead. They get 2 rounds in a row for once in this game yet again. And now, PRX, how will they answer back here, Black and Blue?
It's been a constant back and forth between these two teams, Dax, and this is the largest lead that Bren Esports have had all game. With them not having that Sentinel here for Paper Rex, it just means that they have to keep their heads on a swivel, look over their shoulders, and not get too complacent. As Bangtai finds an opening picker on a dubstep, but Forsaken has been tagged by the Hunter's Fury. It is more powerful than your showstopper, Forsaken, as he does get the pick off and does deny that showstopper from getting much damage. But Shiba, he's got an ultimate of his own. The res coming here on Forsaken, keeping him back up online, back to 5v4, and Divide with his flashes. They're so deadly. The guiding light is showing them the way onto the plant, and that they shall do. In the 5v3, the post-plant retake here from Bren to come in.
And there he goes. Spike is planted, and PaperX have gotten a beautiful 8-tick now. It's such an advantage here for PRX, and Bren, yeah, they have to respect that, and they just have to back on away. So a quick PRX win. Dominance, performance, and that has been their tagline. Dominance personified. PaperX, truly, no way their gameplay is paper thin. It feels like they just are a cut above the rest in many, many scenarios. But at the very least, Bren Esports is a team that can contend with them so far. We'll see if that's going to be the result here for this matchup. PRX, though, they will be just one behind now. And how many times do we have to say it? PRX, 1 point. That's nothing to them. Being behind, that's nothing to them. They get the attacking win. They're good to go with the rifles. And we go yet again into another round.
Another round here for Paper Rex, taking it back, and no team here, Bren nor Paper Rex, has let the other team get more than 2 rounds in a row. Look at that. You can see at the bottom of your screen right now exactly what I'm talking about. It's been a back and forth war here, a tug, a battle. None of them really letting things slip away, getting out of hand. Complete boxing match, if anything. This time, the boxers of the Pinoy side, Bren Esports, they're looking to make this game a bigger advantage than they already had, but Paper Rex potentially maybe being able to tie things up here. They've been able to do that time and time again versus Bren whenever they got the lead. But now with the showers control quickly seized here by Bren Esports, I like that initiative. The Paper Rex are looking for the short position instead. The lamps here. Oh, he does get the dink. The damage done on Forsaken, but not taken down. Dubstep able to find the follow-up here in the back. He finds a second frag on Shiba, and Devi will answer back as well. Forsaken, even though he's at 10 HP, not afraid to take the fight. They know Borkum here is in the showers, and on the door of the lamps itself, that is where he's going to be waiting. Excuse me, it will be Wits here on the showers itself, trying to aggress on Forsaken. The heal will come up on him, but Wits has got a different problem to deal with, and so he does. Forsaken answering back. It's a 2v3.
He just fades away with that shot. Beautiful wall bang there, but an even better refrag from Forsaken. But this is now going to be a low HP state here for both Devi and Forsaken. Forsaken's already gone, and Devi has to hit that emergency escape. But Bren Esports, they do have an inkling of the PRX tendency to take that teleport. They're in a pinch. I guess Devi right now, since he's all alone with 10 HP, he's going to be going for the save. And Bren Esports, the question now is, can they go for the hunt? Overall, though, this matchup, black and blue. Bren, Paper Rex. 2 incredible objects looking to face each other. Unstoppable force, immovable object. And in this scenario, Bren Esports will be winning the round, yes, but Paper Rex, when they get their momentum, that's when they're truly scary. And it's interesting, right? Because we talk about a lot of Bren momentum, but Paper Rex momentum, it's a little more subtle in a way. It isn't the flashiest. It just hits you, and then you're taken aback suddenly by what PRX can bring to the table. For Bren Esports, though, this time they're putting a good stop to these things. They're getting in the way of Paper Rex, and it's ironic a little bit that we're flipping the script here, that it's Bren right now stopping PRX from getting the paint train on.
Might be an immovable object, both of these teams, as one of them are going to have to plant themselves down like a tree and say to the other, no, you move, because this is our map. For the meantime, Bren Esports, they have that 2-round lead once again. Dubstep this time on the operator. First time he's brought that out all game. This might be the chance to really make that happen. But Paper Rex, knowing that's a possibility, they try and take things a bit slower. Try and really use the information tools that they've got in their way to get all of the reconnaissance that is possible. using the Trailblazer there for information on short. Trying to bounce out here. Dispenser finds a double like the Sentinel that he is, holding down the line. Borgum's going to answer back. Sheba will only find one pick here for Paper Rex, and they're trying to march their way, trying to stomp their way into the site, but Wits is going to be wiser than that, finding the pick on Mind Freak. It's all on the Devi. Here comes out one of his signature flashes, prepping it already with Wits on the peak. He's going to lose that fight. Devi answering back, not letting things go out away. Once again, he was in 1v3 the last round, so he's put himself in this position once more. But can he clutch this one out? He's got 45 seconds left on the clock. The spike is with him. If he can find the pick off here on maybe an unknowing Jesse Vash or Borkum who might not be looking his way, then this can certainly be possible. But he's going to need that pick off to even make that a potential outcome.
He didn't even need the flash. He just went for the peak anyway. But still, Bren Esports in a good spot here in 3v1. And Devi, this is the second time in a row he has to fend for himself. And Paper Rex, they're running out of rounds to give here to Bren Esports as that scoreline getting closer and closer to map point for the PH Squadron. But Devi, he does go on to the other side of the site, but Jesse Bash waiting up top the tower anyway. While Devi was aware, it's Jesse Bash who still gets the kill anyway, and Bren Esports now 3 ahead. And this is what I was talking about. This is a better showing from Bren compared to last time. It was the dubstep show before. This time, it's that concerted effort, and it really feels like that they have the kills scattered on the round. And it really goes to show that the whole team feeling very, very confident after booking their ticket to Berlin in the lower bracket finals. But for Paper Rex, it's their first game in, so maybe little bits of those warm-up blues, but it did feel like from that second round and beyond, they were already ready to compete. But here in the second half, they ran out of steam on the attacking side. Devi, the only one who does get left behind in many of these firefights as the rest of the team falls in front of his face. And for PRX, they're going to need a little bit more of that endurance here on the attacking side, some survivability, because Bren Esports, they're just outclassing them so far in terms of those site holds.
What's been very interesting that I've been noticing from Bren Esports lately is that, you know, and everybody knows this, they've been banning Bind quite a bit. And I've always kind of found that curious because, in my opinion, even though they might not feel confident in it, they've always looked a lot better on Bind than most other maps, aside from maybe Haven and sometimes Icebox. And so it's yeah, I guess it's a 50-50 map for them, but there was a time, Dax, remember, around like maybe early stage 2, that we were kind of saying when Haven wasn't really working for Bren Esports, Bind was kind of their best map for a short while there. And so I'm curious to see that, you know, they haven't really been feeling it on their side, but, well, they might not believe it, but I do. I think Bind is a pretty good map for them, although Paper Rex have also been scary on this time and time again, so I get where that kind of, I guess, hesitation comes from.
No, for Bren Esports, I think what they usually do is they ban the map that they don't really want to play, especially against their opponent, and that's what they run with in the first place. Last time in the Alter Ego game, they banned Split, and that's actually one of their more frequent bans as well, but they can be good at Split. And if you are that PH fan, you know that for Bren Esports, every single month, it kind of changes what their favorite map is. For now, it's Haven, and honestly, it's been the longest favorite map they've had in quite a while. This has been the longest spell of it, but before it was Split, then it became Bind, now it's Haven. So it just goes to show that taste can change, and for Bren Esports, they still have that repertoire, I'd say. They still have those origins on Bind, so them picking it right now, not too surprising whatsoever, especially as Haven's not on the table. PRX, in the meantime, again, we mentioned it a while ago, it's a good thing for PRX that in terms of map trap, the Haven map is gone. PRX incredible in every single map, but Haven less so, and that's where Bren Esports can take the advantage. And for Bren, they're gonna need some early maps here and now. It's still PRX who has proven to be dominant on map number 3, Icebox. It's PRX's map pick for the map number 2, Splits. And if it's gonna be, of course, a PRX win now, and then they start taking Split and Breeze, and Icebox rather, they're going to see 3-0 for Paper Rex at that rate. So Bren Esports, they're putting up a very, very good fight and put themselves in a winning position here in their map pick itself, in map number 1. But as we are in a technical timeout, we're just playing the waiting game. I do gotta ask you, Black and Blue, I wonder what's the first thing these two teams will do when they get to Berlin?
Probably get some really good food. I think that's like the number one thing that you kind of do when you go to a new country for the first time, right? Or new region, new wherever you go. It's like, let me try out the local cuisine. I'm sure they've got lots of good stuff there. Really nice schnitzel, maybe some I don't know, sausages that would like bratwurst or something. That's really good, I'm sure. I mean, I wouldn't kind of doubt that. Of course, being in the situation that the world is in, that might be a bit limited, but I'm sure they're going to try and get there. So, for both of these teams, they're very excited to get to Berlin, and they've already, by all means, secured that ticket, that trip to go represent the Southeast Asian brand, the Valorant in itself. But with the biggest stage, they're on the loom, on the horizon. They're not just settling for that. Nobody here is happy with just second. Of course, they're going to try and get that Grand Finals #1 slot, the championship title in their name, and what a title it would be for either of these teams to take it against such hotly, tightly, fierce competition as each other. They can both get, if either of them can get this, and one of them will, title of that Grand Final slot of that Sea Challengers Stage 3 Kings of the Sea, it will be an even better cherry on top of this already great souffle that we've had from both of these teams. Yesterday, Dax, you touched on it, where the win condition for Bren Esports is really to get that map #1 when they played on Icebox, and when they didn't, it was looking quite dire, especially knowing that map #3 was Ascent. And in this case, if Bren Esports can steal this map #1, and actually, no, I don't even want to say steal, if they can win this, because I don't think either team is necessarily favored to win this map. If they can win this map here, then that is going to be a huge, huge factor for the Bren Esports comeback. Can third time be the charm between these two teams?
And that's the question, right? And I wonder how much experience these guys have flying all the way there in the first place. Do they have that history in the international scene? I remember I mentioned it a while ago that I believe it's been a decade since Jesse Vash has gone to Europe to compete in esports for a certain international tournament then and there, back to his origins. But besides that, not too much. I'm not really from that CS scene, so I wouldn't know about the Bren Esports and Paper Rex side, but it really feels like I've been saying this so much about these two teams, and especially Paper Rex, actually. When I first saw Paper Rex, I said, this squad is world-class. They came in as a unit from CS to Valorant. They have made that single change to put Shiba into the roster. Besides that, Paper Rex, they've been the best representation of Southeast Asia in even the most literal sense. Mixed roster, black and blue. When do you see a mixed roster work this well? Only in Paper Rex, and not only for the SG representation, not only for the MY representation, you got the Indonesian representation as well, and they still make it work no matter what. They have all that support and more. And Paper Rex, truly, they took that first seed, the first slot rather, for good reason yesterday, and they're trying to prove it today, yet again, against Bren Esports. If you look at the record so far, yes, Paper Rex does have the advantage, but it feels like this is going to be the series that will define what the next age of SEA is. Is this going to be the Paper Rex Empire next, or will this be the Renaissance? I gotta ask you, Black and Blue, because we've gone and past the AHQ versus AAA days. We've had the extended eras as well. But now, what's the next chapter here for SEA as we're waiting for this game to start again?
Well, both of these teams are carrying very similar sides of the C flag when it goes into Masters Berlin, right? For the side of Paper Rex, you've got basically the best foot that Southeast Asia can put forward in the international scene. You have that mixed representation, players from different regions, from different respective cuts and areas of the Southeast Asian region as a whole. And so in many ways, they are like Southeast Asia as a team put together and trying to make things happen. But that is what they represent, okay? The best foot forward of Southeast Asia. That's Paper Rex. But what Bren represent here is that hometown hero dream, that one endemic group that are all from the same backstory. They all got the same history. They're all from just one region, one specific country. They're all from the Philippines, your Bren Esports. And this would be true for no matter which other team came in. If it was BAM here, if it was Full Sense here, for that 5-man lineup to be from one specific region, they are that hometown dream that they represent, not just for the Philippines, but for any other team here in the Sea Challengers who are looking to make a name for themselves, ones that didn't have mixed rosters of international fame, ones that came from maybe other shooters, or ones that maybe came from Valorant itself, endemic to the VCT brand and starting it through the VCT program itself. Now, Bren Esports, these players, they've been in big situations time and time again. Wits, Borkham, Dispenser, Dubstep, they've played abroad. They have played in international tournaments as well. They have done that here all across Asia. but they have yet to really do that in Europe, in Berlin, the grand stage, the biggest region of all when it comes to FPS. Let me tell you, following FPS all my life, there was one region cut above the rest. Maybe in other shooters, or in other titles rather, like MOBAs or such, it could be Korea. It could be some of these other regions. But in FPS, Europe was the defining region. There was nothing better than Europe up until Valorant. Now we finally get something else. NA seems to be the best right now, but it's C who are living that dream and trying to make things happen. That underdog story is what is working for Southeast Asia right now. And for Bren, they are the full embodiment of that coming into this match versus PaperX. And so, Dax, you're asking me what brand of Valorant do these two teams bring into Berlin? Well, that's a C brand. We have many faces, but we're all together. Brothers in arms, camaraderie prevails.
You know, Black and Blue, I'm happy that you have so many answers for me. You're like an encyclopedia for the parts of the shooter scene that I have no idea about. So we don't need to talk about freezing bread in the, in the refrigerator. At
true.
least,
Or
that's true.
these spices that we got in the market itself.
Just the herbs and spices there. But this match, it has been close. It has been very, very close. PaperX again, no matter what arsenal they have, lethal. Bren Esports in the meantime, riding high, flying high, and just looking to basically be the Bren Esports that we know and love compared to yesterday. And if both teams are confident, both teams are ready to go, then everything should be fine and dandy for the whole matchup in itself. We are going to get a competition from these two teams. We are going to get the fight. And many of us here in the casting side, we expect this to go the distance, to go all 5 maps between Bren Esports and PaperX. And when it's up to these teams to give us the show, to give us those plays, and to just give us the experience that SEA has to offer. Come on, SEA, it's slept on too many times already. And anyone who watches some of these games, they'll be criticizing things like, SEA is not going to get anything, SEA is not going to win. But last time in Iceland, X10 got some wins, got some dubs, and the thing is, SEA is growing, getting better, putting their best foot forward and moving forward as a region. So I wouldn't be too surprised yet again for us to be that sleeper region that will surprise players, surprise the foreigners, I'd say, and be like, oh, SEA can actually be decent, especially these specific people. Come on, the Patty Pan buff, everyone hyping up that guy from X10. Then I wonder if it's going to be the same experience perhaps for the likes of Forsaken, maybe the Vibe for PRX on Bren's side, Jesse Bash, Dubstep. But it just goes to show as we get back into the game, that's the action is immediately underway. Shiba there with a kill onto Jesse Bash. Dubstep though backs on out. Decides to blast back one more time to get some altitude and peek in, but Benkai says bye-bye to the Spencer who plays that teleporter. It's 5v3, immediately PaperX off to the races and getting those takedowns.
At this point, when Bren Esports sees that the economy for the side of PaperX is low, they kind of have to, I think, play a bit more disciplined and play a bit back and play those trades, really, because PaperX, when they are in these eco situations, they just lock in and go into a different gear, and it seems so difficult for Bren Esports to really counteract at the moment, and that's how they've been keeping it close. They have yet to really lose many eco rounds in this series as Wits finds a double. As the rest of PaperX are trying to flood on into the A site itself. Shiba has been so good on finding these picks, but Dubstep, lightning quick on that flick. He lands the shot, and Bankai is going to find Wits to land to get the plant. He's got the Viper Spit here, he's going to use it, utilize it to its fullest degree, and try and get him some space to work around, but Dubstep, he has an operator in his hands, not the best weapon you want to be taking into a siege, into the Viper Spit itself. And Borken's going to have to try and find his pick off here, but no, Bankai gets the kill. It's down to a 1v1, Dax.
Smart call here from Benkai. Viper Spit, especially against Dubstep right now, who has the operator. Perfect opportunity here for PRX. The Dubstep going for that fake, keeping an eye out, scoping on in. But now it's going to be the fall of the Viper Spit and the fall of Dubstep. Benkai says bye-bye to 4. And PaperX playing that tactically, playing that so smart. And surprise, surprise, I didn't even expect that Viper Spit to just dissipate like that. And Benkai took advantage of it.
Just so unpredictable PaperX are in these low economic situations. When the going gets tough, well, they just keep on going. Through hell, through high water, never stop. PaperX seems to be the motto for them. They did finally make things happen once again on an eco round. That's like, what, 3 eco rounds now that they've won? That's insane for them to be able to do that so consistently. It's been a thorn in the side of Bren Esports all day long, and well, they're only in, well, the entrance to the garden that Paper Rex is putting them in. It's not the right one.
He saw it. He sees the gun.
Barrel.
He's pinging. He's like, come on, peek him already with me. And dubstep! Exposed, spotted, isolated, taken down. He was wanted there by Paper Rex, and they will claim the bounty on that player. So it's 5v4 as Paper Rex keeps an eye open and keeps an eye out of Bren Esports and their movement around the map. They do have a chance here to go to that A site where Dispenser is waiting. But here for Bren Esports, they do have 3 ultimates here, Black and Blue. They have the run it back from Wits. They have that lockdown if ever for the retake of Borkum, ready with the Cosmic Divide. But speaking of the wall here, it's Mindfreak now setting up his own divide onto that A site. Beautiful stall though with the Gravity Well, and PRX are trying to rush on in, but they can't because of the utility. And as I say that, Mindfreak right now cashing out Wits. Here we go with Forsaken, turning on around to get rid of Borkum as well. And this is one of the best things Paper Rex can do. They play the angles well. Jesse Bash though, right place, right time yet again, but he can only get one. And PRX always keeping an eye out, eyes wide open, senses tingling, and now it's a 1-round gap between these two teams.
From 3 rounds of a deficit, now cut down to just 1, and Bren Esports are in a low economic situation once again. This could easily be an 11-11 Dax, and we have yet to see a really thrifty round from Bren Esports aside from the 1 that they gave us a while ago. Well, can they make that in a 2? Can they make it happen once more? Seems like here on this hookah position, Dispenser trying to peek things out early, but Triple Rex, they're trying to go the other way around instead. Double lockdown, double rather stack on the lamps initially, but it seems like PRX trying to make some noise there on short, and you're going to look to try and aggress back onto the B site instead.
Yeah, and Bren has to back on away. They know that they're at that gun disadvantage, but last round, it really proves how strong PRX is, especially in those anti-lurk scenarios. Bren is a strong lurk team, but PRX, they're just so eagle-eyed in many of those situations to notice where Bren is moving on around. And that's what I said in one of those previous rounds in the first half. They're Black and Blue. Bren, if they time it right, they can make it work. If not, PRX will punish them. And now the punish is from Wits. He does get a takedown there onto Forsaken and uses the run it back just to survive for the round. I love that there from Wits because he knew he was caught in the blast ranges of the paint shells. And now Shiba playing up top parkour. And Wits gonna go down a second time, this time for good. Spikes planted. It's 4v3. PRX and Bren Esports showing how tactical they can be. Some smart plays from them so far. But Divide now catching out Jesse Bash. And dubstep here by the market. He's picked up a rifle, but he can't pick up a kill. Benkai there to see him and sees that it's all tied up 11-11, and we have wished for a close series. We have wished for an incredible matchup, and Bren Esports and Paper Rex do not disappoint whatsoever.
A good heads-up play there from Wits. You rarely see that, to do that so decisively, to pull out the run it back just to survive, but in the end, it was for naught. There's nothing was really found out of value after that. He did go down eventually, soon after, and Bren Esports now, the game is tied on up. This is pretty much do or die for them. If they lose this round, then Paper Rex are probably going to run away with things. Paper Rex, because of the 3 rounds straight that they've just won, they can buy up into the next one, into round number 24, the final round of regulation. And so, there is still a chance for them. Paper Rex in a better seat right now at the moment. But Bren Esports have made that magic happen. Tingling at the toes and the fingers right now as the push coming here towards the B site. Here comes the Seekers out. Showstopper will not connect on much, but that Nano Swarm is melting Forsaken down. He's down to 75 HP. Dispenser here on the side of the elbow. Jesse Bash trying to throw his own out, but cannot land anything. The Seeker's going to tag on to him, but Dubstep's going to find the flank. He's going to find the frag on the Blind Creek as well. How does he do it time and time again? Shiba getting that kill on Dispenser. It's down to a 4v4 Dex.
Pressure there to Jesse Bash, though. The Seekers of the Vice somehow, some way getting close to him. But in the end, it's a hard reset here for both teams, as now it's going to be Paper Rex teleporting yet again and moving their location to that A site. Shower take right now, but at the same time, we already have the stations ready here for Bren. Dubstep keeping an eye out. Forsaken looking for the peak. Backs on the way incredibly. And that's one thing Forsaken does so well. If he knows that it's not going to be a one fight immediately, he backs on out. But Dubstep, this time he wins the duel against Benkai here. And PRX has to respect the space that Bren Esports is buying for themselves. But Paper Rex, they're running out of time here, Black and Blue. And Borkum now into the corner. Forsaken will go down. And here we go again with the teleportation. Shiba with the resurrection on the Forsaken. And he does get rid of Dubstep as well. But can Paper Rex hustle to that B side? Oh no, the spike has been left behind. And now Wits keeping an eye out at the right place yet again at the right time. And that's gonna be the round there. Bren Esports another round where they found a crucial kill, and it's just poetic, I gotta say, also for Bren, that they're winning some of these rounds in a way that they lost in that last series. They got caught in that ascent map, tried to put that spike down, and then suddenly Benkai shows up to destroy the spike placer. And in this situation, not only did we see that spike deny from Bren Esports, this time they do it even better by getting the kill right in front of the teleporter. And PRX, they committed that resurrection looking for the beat take, and then they realized that that spike was left behind. So Bren Esports now on map points. Can they get map number 1 and hold their map pick against Paper X?
They were scrambling to get into the TP, but in that chaos, the confusion setting in, they dropped the spike and didn't even realize it till it was too late going through the TP. Unfortunately for them, it's a one-way trip, and in this case, Bren Esports are a round away from taking this map and potentially getting an even bigger step closer to that grand final slot. But now here on the flank, rather on the rotation coming from Paper Rex, they keep the spike there towards the cave to make sure it's going to be safe for the meantime. Do not want to forget about it a second time. Now the flash out here on the showers. He has to know Dubstep that they are right around the corner. He's got his showstopper to apply here, and so does Borkum on his ultimate. Nobody else on either side is anywhere near close to getting their ultimates up here. Maybe if Benkai can get a triple kill, then he can get that Viper's Pit up online, but for the meantime, economy of the ultimates and abilities heavily in the favor of Bren Esports on the defensive side. PRX on this B side push, Dex.
Oh, I love that blast back hop there for the bot, but at the same time, Dispenser, he's getting vaporized inside the container with a Nano Swarm, and Forsaken gonna go for the push. Beautiful vulnerable state onto Dispenser. Forsaken will use that extra damage to get that takedown, and Shiba yet again on the high ground here, up top the barrier orb, as we get the spike planted. So it's 5v4, Bren Esports, they're down by 1, but you mentioned that they still have the ultimates into play. They can go for the Cosmic Divide, and they're gonna go for the big wall here. Now that's curveball from Wits. Forsaken though has to back on now. Showstopper now gonna get flung perhaps. Benkai though on board to get 2 so far. And Paper X getting a big advantage here. Is this gonna be overtime for it for PRX? Are we gonna go past regulation? It's all up to Borkum. He will get 1 there against Benkai. But past that wall, there are 4 members of Paper X watching, waiting, and setting up a firing squad. We are not done with map number 1. We go into overtime. And wasn't this expected here between Bren Esports and Paper X?
Man, Paper Rex, a great push there to find the opening pick on Dispenser, but I do kind of think that was a misplay for Borkum to make the call for Borkum to go on the flank. I mean, look at where their Cosmic Divide was. It cuts off Hookah and Long. But the thing is, on the flank coming from Borkum, where are you going to come from? You're going to come from Hookah and Long. And with that Cosmic Divide in your face, how can you influence the fight even if you got there in time on the site itself? You can't. And in that sense, you know, because of that Cosmic Divide in between you and them, they're going to be focused on the flank anyways because of it. So I think it's a misplay. They should have just put up, in my opinion, that wall there where they were, and just have Borkum help on the side. But 2020 is hindsight. In this case, well, we're going to go 12-12 into the first overtime. I think it's only Apdax. We're starting the grand final, map number 1, with another overtime match between these two teams. Bren Esports versus Paper Rex. Bren now on the attacking side. They're trying to take hit heavy-handedly into the A site initially, but Paper Rex are keeping them at the cusp of it, at the ridges of it. But Mind Freak will shut down Dubstep. He's pushing it all alone and punished heavily for that.
Dubsteps couldn't get the clear on to the right-hand side. And just some beautiful tracking there from Mind Freak to keep an eye out if ever Dubstep was going to peek him, and just made sure that he could get that kill in the most secure way. But this time, Bren Esports, I believe they see that barrel, and they're going to go for the wall bang, but Forsaken will be fended off. And Bren Esports does not secure the kill. Now by the last, Mind Freak is not done, and he's just blowing the minds here of Bren Esports. 3 for Mind Freak so far. Forsaken gets on the board as well, and everything is left to Jesse Vash. Can he go for the 1v5? We've seen aces from this guy in the previous matchup, but can he do it yet again for today? It's up to Vash here from the showers. Cosmic Divide getting in front of him, but Forsaken will get the kill before that wall is even set on up. PRX now on map points, and how the tides have turned here in favor of Paper Rex.
Dax, remember, map number 1 of this entire C Challenger stage, group stage versus CBT with Bren Esports going on 6 overtimes. I think it's only apt that for map number 1 here once again, on bind once more, we're going into an overtime situation. Can Bren bring us into a second overtime? We're going the distance on this one. We called it this best of 5, surely not to disappoint. And Bren Esports on the defensive have been making some good strides in this matchup. Can they do it once more here? Initiative taken by them to go towards this B-long position. And even with that slow orb, you can see the fire of wits is not going to be sniffled out just yet. He wants to go for this peek. He's not going to even flash it. A dry peek coming from him. Going to repeat to try and go for even more. Ashiba went down. Devi almost following suit, but with that pick off, they're happy to get that one and back off safely. Play the advantage that they got. As Paper Rex are going towards that A site once more. Dispenser gonna hold things down. He's so good on holding the TP down. He finds a second kill with the turret to help him too. Suddenly, Bren Esports make it 5-2.
Oh, and again, Bren Esports fighting on back. Devi now the only one left. And didn't we see this scenario before? But Devi this time looking for success. But unfortunately, Dispenser will grab that chain instead. We're not done. We're not done. That's just it. 13-13. We go again. And into the second overtime we go. But I gotta say, now, this actually can favor Bren Esports a little bit. We've been critical for how they drop maps against the opposition and then look for the comeback in multiple series. But one of their answers to the playoff run to secure the slot to Berlin has to force overtime instead. And while, yes, it was Paper Rex who went for that comeback and did deny Bren Esports of that initial regulation victory, it's still Bren Esports who said, okay, we're going to be figuring things out on the OT situation instead. And here we have it. The Spencer wins on the board. This is now going to be Bren Esports looking to go for that push. Forsaken, though, in the meantime, he has already been felled. And Dubstep with a takedown onto Benkai there. 4v2 scenario, but PRX trying to play the backstab. Can Shiba make this work? Witso keeping an eye out instead. And now it's Bren Esports now putting that spike down on A side. And we saw this last time just in the last round. Devi is the lone survivor here of Paper Rex. Can he go for the 1v4? It's going to be unlikely, but he gets off to a good start here versus Dubstep. Can he believe? Can he achieve? He's got a 2, he's got a 3, and the Devi show gonna get denied there by Wits, but that's just way too close yet again. This is what this matchup is all about. Neck and neck chances can be taken, and the odds, it can be contested, but now it's Bren on map points.
Too close for comfort there, Dex
my
Devi.
God.
Whenever he's in that 1vx situation, no matter who you put it on, as long as it's a player from Paper Rex, they can make it happen, and he almost did. By God, if he did not pull out the bird there, pull out the flash, he could have won that fight at the end versus Wits, but I have to commend Jesse Vash here. He's so perfect right now on his utility usage. Those recon darts have been finding them so much value, and they found that frag, that pick off on the Forsaken because of his recon bot itself. So really, really good job by Jesse Vash here on that Sova itself. One of the best Sovas you're going to find in Southeast Asia. He's got a lineup for everything, but now Dubstep, he doesn't need no lineup for this. He's going to take things straight and try pushing in, but Mind Freak, double, triple punish for Mind Freak here. Psychotic this man is, and Paper Rex are looking to take things back and go and force overtime number 3.
Well, we're not done though. Jesse Vash does get a takedown, but Mind Freak yet again. How many times does he do that, Black and Blue? Go for the punish, wait at the right angle, at the right time. And he has to be one of the smartest players in the SEA scene because the angles that he takes, they're so opportune and they get the takedowns. And Jesse Vash now, he will fall to the hand of Devi. Dispenser will die as well, and we go into another overtime. Map number 1. Guys, this is map number 1 of a best of 5. And we are going into...
Overtime.
Is this the 4th? The 4th overtime? Third? Yeah, I don't know math, but this is a lot of rounds a lot more rounds than usual.
Well.
Yeah, you're right, 3rd.
Yep. If this was the local scene Dex, I'd make some, well, jokes about maybe education stuff because green, yes. We are.
Hey, you want me to give you a reference real quick? Hey, at least this is a scoreline that's familiar to these players. Maybe they want to win in an old school scoreline, right?
Oh.
Right? Oh.
Well,
maybe let's
not get to that.
This is the amount of rounds they want to play, that they're used to play.
That
in the
is
first
true.
Place.
That is true. Like normally we would be in regulation, at least in their prehistoric ages.
Yes, back in my day, you know.
Yeah, but
yeah.
All right.
Maybe we'll find the source of that one day, but we'll get back into the action and
because Dex, we've got a global competition up ahead.
Oh, that's so true. And the offensive here from Bren Esports. Yeah, I'll give it to you because I know you love your origins. And come on, these players, they literally scream those origins in the first place. It really feels like that's how SEA has grown. Give that second chance to those old names. Give them a better scene to play in. give them a better game to play in effectively. And it really just goes to show that the support here on the official circuit, it's been incredible for SCA. And we see these names shine on bright, and they're gonna go to Berlin. That's a big deal. They're going to Berlin in the official competition, and I'm very excited for that. But we have to be excited for more of these rounds because we are not done. Wits there with the kill on the Shiba. Bren Esports now making it 5v4. Mindfreak now sticking on the round by the lamps. Dispenser, though, getting chipped away, though, on the HP department. But Forsaken quickly getting two as Witch catches out Benkai. 3v3 right now. It's all a matter of clutch here, but Bren Esports is running out of time. Scan, though, trying to get some locations. Dispenser using that extra space thanks to the deep recon dart there of Jesse Bash, and he'll get the kill onto the Vi. But Bren, they're trying to run away from PRX, and here we have Dispenser holding the line steadfast. He's a true sentinel here for Bren Esports. He defends his teammate who's planting that spike, and it's Bren Esports again on map point.
Dispenser, he's having himself a field day once more. 21 on him, Wits with 23. And this guy, man, he's been, it takes a lot for a player like Dispenser who, coming into the scene, he was one of the best players in the country from CS, and he was typically the star player on most of the teams that he's played on, right? He's been that, basically the main rifler, the main guy. He's always been that go-to guy. But for him to take that step back, play the Sentinel here, and a lot of blame might be put on him because he might not be on the top of the scoreboard all the time, but he gets so much value, and Bren Esports knows the type of a player that he is and type of value that he brings to the team, and you can see that exactly there. So consistent, so reliable, and that is why he is the Sentinel of the Philippines. But 15 to 14, this is once again a situation that Paper Rex have seen themselves, but can they make the overtime comeback happen? Jesse Bash here is going to find the pick. Can he find the second frag up on the Divide? He has a Divide to fall off of, and he gets that frag, not even wanting to take the teleport to get into safety. Mindfreak on the punish on that trade. He went for the ult orb. The Garden of Even, the temptation was right there, and he punishes him rightfully so for it. But Dispenser holding down the line for the meantime. It's a 2v3. Can Paper Rex make the clutch happen? It's Benkai and Forsaken to make it go.
Yeah, they're gonna look for that overtime yet again. Spike is planted, but Borkum getting control with the gravity well. And here we go, time is ticking, and Bren with Wits and Dubstep looking to play from the hookah. It's all about backsteps here for Bren Esports, and it's up to them to use those angles of opportunity. Benkai, though, does get one. Borkum now with the backstep of his own from the elbow, and everything is left to Forsaken. But this time, will this be the Bible of Forsaken, or will he take a page of the Bren Esports playbook? It's Borkum time there to wrap it up, and Black and Blue, 16-14 victory here for Bren Esports. Familiar territory and a familiar scoreline to their origins, but they have booked that ticket to Berlin, and they will continue on with a Bren win. Bren Esports now up by 1 in the series.
This was the win condition for here, Dax. For them to take map number 1 is a huge accomplishment and a huge factor to making this win happen. Now Bren Esports take map number 1, the map that we all said they needed to take for them to even win this series. And 16-14, I think it's only apt, knowing that the background of these players, where they come from and where they are stepping into now here. Bren Esports, 2 maps away from claiming the title of the Kings of the Sea. They've been the Kings of the Philippines from the start, from the incarnation of this whole Valorant stage, for this whole Valorant program, actually. But can they claim that Sea title and take it away from the indomitable Paper Rex? You're 2 maps away from that, Dax.
That last round, my only question there racing through my mind was, how is Paper Rex gonna win this round now? Because multiple times they would just fight on back, and I honestly expected us to go into another overtime, but that time Bren Esports took an extra bit of that opportunity. And it's just those micro games here, Black and Blue. In that scenario, Jesse Vash was able to out-duel the Vi, and Paper Rex, one thing I noticed about their duels is when they go for that reset, that second try, that's when they get that good win. Especially Forsaken and the Vi, they know immediately when they can't win a fight from the get-go, and they're so quick at backing on away. But Jesse Vash there, opportunity onto Shiba, Divide there falling down as well. But then Mindfreak swoops on in, like usual. But on the flip side, Bren still finding answers there with Dispenser, with Borkum, and it got very, very close as per usual, with only a single member remaining of Bren Esports. But this time, they take the win. This time, they keep away a little bit from Paper Rex. And it's been a matter of that timing, because when Paper Rex gets the right timing against Bren Esports, the tactics of Bren fall apart. But when Bren is just able to do that timingception, when they get the proper lurk or the proper vantage point at the right opportunity, that's when they can win those rounds.
And they're so scrappy here, PaperX. So thrifty in every sense of the word. One of the best eco teams that we have seen in the entirety of Southeast Asia. Even when they have the lighter weapons on their side, even when they're dealt an even worse hand, a deck, than the opposing side, they make it happen. They play to perfection. But we're going to have to see how this match will continue between these two indomitable, great, amazing teams that we have in the Southeast Asia region. The grand finals to continue on after this short break.
We just witnessed map number 1 between Bren and Paper Rex. They played their hearts out, and the game ended after a triple overtime with a score of 16-14 in favor of Bren on Bind. And you know what, guys? Honestly, what else is there to say? It's incredible to see the strongest teams in Southeast Asia go head-to-head. I mean, what do you have to say about that, Azure?
You know, something I noticed that we didn't really see from other teams, only with... Oh, bless you.
I muted. No one heard that.
Oh,
thank you.
Okay. Just me that heard the sneeze. All right. My bad. Anyways, just to finish off what I was saying, Paper Rex is probably one of the only teams that I've seen on Bind that double, triple rotate just to make sure that they can have an easier time taking a site. And this has befuddled Bren multiple times, and it did show. As I mentioned, we went through that multiple overtimes. It really does give you a lot of flexibility if you use your rotations properly on Bind. Going just straight onto a site sometimes doesn't work, and it has really shown during the playoffs and the group stage that that kind of rotation is not really what you want to do.
Look, for me here, I just have to say it's all about that overtime, man. Brenner's so Brenner's so comfortable playing overtime at by now that the more overtimes we get, the higher their chances of them winning are. They've seen how many overtimes in this entire tournament, like 4 or 5, and every single one of them have come up with a victory on it. They're very comfortable. They thrive in those situations of adversity, and it's one of the reasons it makes them a top team. I know this is not really a statistic that that many teams like to put out there, but overtime wins with Bren, that's starting to become a thing right now.
Yeah, you know what, Illustrato, that's a very good point. While it may not be like a hard statistic on paper, it definitely has been a pattern throughout this entire C stage. And it's just a matter of fact that when it comes down to the wire, Bren Esports, they thrive when the pressure gets even tougher. And as we mentioned, like even in the panel, we predicted that this is going to be multiple overtimes, Ilu.
Yeah, so here's the thing. On top of the fact that they're winning those overtimes, they're doing something that's very uncharacteristic of Bren. Can you guess what it is?
Play slow.
No, they're winning pistols. That's and this is really a surprising thing. We have known them to be not a really good pistol team, and now they've been very, very much convincingly taking them, no matter what game you throw them on. So it's like a whole new leaf for Bren Esports.
Yeah, I mean, here's a hard stat for you guys. Pistol round, that's an additional point. Post pistol round is an additional point. 2 points, better chances of winning. Yeah.
Took me a while to figure that out in my head there, but I think the 1+1 thing, it didn't really sink in when I was in kindergarten, but thank you for reinforcing that for me.
Yeah, makes a lot of sense, right? Because, again, comparing to what Black and Dax were talking about CS having, what is it, like 30 rounds in total? This one we have about 25. So that little bit of difference really does make a big impact when you get those 2 starting pistol plus the round after. Makes a lot of sense.
Yep. But you know what, guys? Just to hone it back into the post-match interview we had with Dubstep, he talked a lot about the importance of having mental fortitude, especially coming into those really tight situations when the rounds go past regulation. And, that's just so true here. I mean, when it comes to like 13-13, 14-14, and beyond, I mean, you can't deny that the mental game is a huge, huge determining factor on who comes out on top.
Yeah. You know what I think on this one, when it comes to those overtimes and like Dispenser's getting 4K every single overtime round, or one of the members of Bren, just the clutch genes sink in, and that will get into your mental here. And the only response to do that and to win against that mental shutdown that you could be facing is to get clean rounds yourselves, either by shutting the team down entirely or getting some highlight plates of your own. And for Paper Rex, it was like, yeah, you know what, you can get 4K, we can do that too. In the end, though, Bren Esports did, I'd say, find that little bit of moment of brilliance, but that tiny inch that really separated them, that's what got them the win.
Yeah, when it boils down to that, it's just that tiny edge, that perhaps 5 to 10% edge that really brings you over. But before we throw it to the casters, guys, final thoughts. This is going to be split. And we had some concerns about the map pool, but we're going to throw it to the casters right now.
Go again here, ladies and gentlemen. Map number 2 coming our way, and I'm very excited for this one. Daxter with black and blue. Bren Esports, though, on the defense. Paper Rex, in the meantime, on the attacking side here, black and blue. And I'm really intrigued to see what Bren's going to bring to the table this time, because, interesting enough, double duelist. There's a lot of confidence for the Bren roster here.
Well, I love it. We saw it on Bind. It made it happen. They made it happen. But Dubstep on Wits on this double duelist on the side of Paper Rex. You got Divide this time on the Jet, and Forsaken doing the same exact thing. So you got Jets on both sides. Bren Esports second duelist here will be the Reyna on Wits, and Forsaken on the Rays. Things are being switched on up. We talked about yesterday, Dax, how, Wits and Divide, they're the 2 flex players of these 2 rosters, but they can definitely bring the heat as much on these duelists as much as they can do on the skies themselves. Bankai and Forsaken opening things up here on the ramp itself. They're certainly on the uptick, on the uprise to take this A site, but Dubstep's got an answer back for it. Not able to find a pick. He does eventually find a double of his own with the Sheriff. Last bullet connects on Forsaken. It's a 3v3.
Yeah, back's on the way, though, with that dash. My freak in the meantime, still keeping an eye out. And here we have it, Dubstep now. just trying to play all the way at the back of that tower. But at the same time, it's really intriguing to notice as Benkai there sees Borkum that we're not getting those mirror matches anymore compared to last time. Every single one of these comps has been unique between these two teams for the last two maps, and it does feel like that we're going to be getting a completely new look at both Bren Esports and Paper X coming in to this grand finals. Dubstep now with only 14 HP left. His dream to get the triple kill, can he actually achieve it? The turret though, the raid boss of the pistol round already confirming his location, and the turret will get that kill. The 6-man of Paper X in this scenario. Benkai there with 3 kills overall, and Paper X will take the pistol away from Bren.
Paper Rex, those opening 2 picks were crucial for them. Dubstep did a very valiant job amicably to get those 2 kills and try and get things evened up, but he took a bit too much damage on that fight. Not that it was his fault. And so, in the end, the turret was just barely enough there to end the round in the favor of Paper Rex. Dubstep, a good job by him, but Paper Rex, an even better performance to start things off. You can see Shiba already buying up into the Phantom. They do not want to leave things out to luck. They know that Bren are a scrappy bunch. The Phantom's definitely going to help them, and you can see the full value of that opening things up here with the opening pick on Dubstep. Borkum will follow on suit from Mind Freak, and Defy pushing his way haphazardly into the heaven itself from the mail, but they will ship him back to the post office. All on Dispenser. He's got a shorty. What can you really do at this point?
Unless he surprises one of these players, absolutely nothing all the way on that A side. Paper X now hunting down Dispenser, trying to clear out the angles, but that was just such a quick pick off there from Shiba. 1 second in, he gets a takedown onto Dubstep, and Paper Rex here looking to make this a 2-0. But while I do have the time here, Black and Blue, I do want to take note of the compositions here. We got Sages on both sides. Shiba still sticking on around with the Sage, but Jesse Vash, he's back on Sage duty when they play split. Can't even play the Sova here. And it's good to see a classic there for the side of Bren Esports. But you mentioned it a while ago, double duelist for Paper Rex as well. We got the Vi on the Jet, we got Forsaken on the Raze. And in this scenario, yes, it's the Vi who plays the Jet because he is a bit more accustomed to that duelist in this kind of configuration. But Forsaken gives Dispenser a taste of his own medicine. Shorty surprise from him this time. And a flawless victory from Paper Rex to make it 2-0 in the round.
Paper Rex, a good opening start from them. Bren Esports, I mean, during the matches yesterday that they had between each other in the best of 3 in the upper bracket final, when Bren Esports gave up an opening pistol round on Ascent itself, then everything started to tumble away. Now, Split is a map that they have had some good signs on, but it isn't a map that they're specifically known for to be one of their better maps, and with Haven out of the picture, that map win in map number 1 was crucial. Can they continue that momentum into this? Now, finally, they've got guns to bring into the round. And look at this. Wits getting caught out in the open. Could not choose which target to really face in the complete firing squad here of Bren Esports, of Borkum, of Paper Rex, rather, have shut Wits down. And as Reina, how can you even dismiss or heal yourself up if you can't get the pick? You need that to get the full value out of her kit. Unfortunately, here, Dubstep, even with that information, could not land the shot. Shiba down, taken quite low. Paper Rex is still looking to aggress here on this male position. Jesse Vash on the peak, could not find the pick. Forsaken getting the better of him, and Dubstep looking to make something happen, but he's going to get caught out as well.
Paper Rex right now, it's confidence personified from them, and it's such a confident game overall. Remove Wits from the equation, catch out Jesse Vash, even prevent Dubstep from making a play, and as Borkum sees and seizes the fly-high Forsaken, it's the Vi there to get that refrag, and it becomes 4v1, and Dispenser, he's put in the similar scenarios last round. He's all alone on his island of A sites. But overall, for Paper X, it's a good call here to just deny Bren of any kind of momentum, especially with that Reina on Wits. Prevent him from getting kills, prevent him from getting that hot hand, and that will allow Paper X to just play the overrun time after time, round after round in this map alone. So 2-0, looking to be 3-0. Dispenser will be going for the exit frags. And also Paper X, they're avoiding the Sentinel gameplay right now, Dispenser, because this time, Dispenser stepping up versus Paper X. He's adjusted his playstyle just a little bit, so he isn't as readable as he was last time versus Paper X. But PRX, they have an easy solution to that problem. Stay away from Dispenser, go over to B site, play the overrun, as I said before, and win the round yet again.
He did kind of struggle in the matchup yesterday between Paper Rex and Bren Esports, and knowing that, as he said, Dax, he adjusted his playstyle, and now he's having a field day, but we get caught out in the end there by Mind Freak on the hunt for the lurk. does get him in the end. Paper Rex, a good opening start from them. And Bren Esports, you know, the longer this series goes, the more it's going to go in the favor of Paper Rex, because Bren Esports, they already played 2 maps a while ago versus Alter Ego. Fortunately for them, it did not go to a full best of 3, but still, the longer they play, the more that fatigue could set in. Now, Bren Esports, all these 5 players on their side, they are veterans of the scene, yes, of esports and competitions in general, but everyone here is only just so human, and once again, that fatigue can definitely be a factor. No excuses, but it is the hand that they are dealt. Benkai opening things up here in the Wits, though. He's been so consistent here for the side of Paper Rex and showing his full stock once again.
Yes, removing the Brett stare from the Reyna, and you make a good point there, Black and Blue. Not only will Bren Esports have to deal with an endurance test, but also Paper Rex. A roster like this, a team like this, once they get that first map point on the board, that's when they look even more scary. That's when Paper Rex gets even better and better. And for PRX, if they can win this map pick, it's going to be even more essential for them in the first place in this scenario for the whole series. But Devi, he does get one dispenser now with the catch onto the Jet. Forsaken alongside Mind Freak playing inside the vents as the spike is planted on a site. There is a chance here for Bren Esports to fight on back. They do have a Phantom here for Jesse Bash, but Paper Rex already at the Vanguard, at the tip of the spear, looking for the firefights, and in the vents, we're going to be stuffing it with the corpses of Bren Esports. It's 4-0, and Paper Rex, are they getting back to that form that dominated Bren Esports yesterday? Is this going to be the runaway freight train of PRX?
Paper Rex, they did it once. They can do it again here versus Bren Esports. But now the operator is going to come out from dubstep. And we know that he can do lots of work with that here on Split especially. But Woods has been struggling to really get much value out of the Reyna so far. The thing is with Reyna, unlike maybe many other operators in the game, a lot of her kit is based solely around finding frags. And you can't even use the dismiss nor the heal if you can't find those frags. You have to snowball things, and Wits will get that one. Dismissing in a safety. Gonna try and repick with the Leer. Quickly denied though here by Paper Rex. They know that he is inside the vents for the meantime. Cannot get too overeager. Device looking his way. Wits has to hold on. Rely back onto what has been ingrained in him discipline-wise. To try and not repeat, and he falls back instead, rescinding control of vents. I like this coming in from the side of Bren Esports. Even though they found a pick from vents, they're ready to give it up because they know that Paper Rex might just overflood them with utility there. Now they're looking to try and split this B site.
It's the first step for Wits. Get that initial kill, and then he can play for momentum later on. But in this scenario, we get the lockdown now from Benkai. It does seem like here for Paper Rex, they do want to get more of that mid control with this lockdown, flush out anyone from the towers themselves. Just eviction notice there for Jesse Bash. He has to go into the alleyway instead, and seems like he's going to be a bit homeless in this scenario. But Borkum now with a takedown on the Mind Freak. Forsaken does get one in response, and here comes Forsaken. He's not done. Showstopper catching out Wits, and even though the Leer is there, the Eye of Sauron will not be enough to blind the aspirations there for Forsaken. And this is now going to be the lockdown in response from Bren Esports. PRX, they haven't put that spike down yet. They are still going to commit on this B site. Spike's planted, Divide there peeking, but he misses the shot onto Jesse Bash, who is secure with his takedown of his own. But Benkai, he goes back inside at the very last moment. And is this going to be a bait play here? Is Bren Esports thinking that Paper X has one more person there in that resback scenario, but Benkai now gonna get spotted, gonna get killed by Dispenser, as Forsaken will show his position by the garage, and Bren will take their first round on the board. It could have been some mind games there. Bren Esports overthinking it just a little bit, but as soon as they realized Forsaken was in the garage, that was just the execution on Benkai, and it's a little intriguing for PRX walking back into that detain.
Yeah, a small blunder there for him, and if he wasn't detained by that, then he had a great position to cut off the push from the Heaven position itself. Borkum doing a good job to go 1-for-1 for Forsaken, almost making things happen near the end of it, and Devi, as soon as he whiffed that shot, as soon as he didn't land it on Jesse Vash, well, Jesse Vash is ready there for the punish on the whiff, and that he will do every single time. Bren, they take one round, and this could be a sign of things to come. That's exactly what they need to get the ball rolling. Maybe you can start to snowball this into a bit more of this cut down into the deficit. But the operator now will be given away by Dubstep. They know where he is. We try and re-peek it, but Bankai punishing Wits there. Cannot continue to re-aggress once more. Wits has been getting caught out time and time again here by Paper Rex. Be very hard as Arena to find much value and confidence when you can't even land those shots with Borkham and Jesse Bash. Off of the boost here, using the wall to its full capabilities, giving them the high ground like a Skywalker, and they're definitely running over this.
A bit ambitious there for Paper Rex. Forsaken coming in close, but Mind Freak securing that kill. Just a quick little tap there onto Jesse Bash. Borkham though in the meantime with the answer, and Dispenser will flush out Benkai from the middle of the map. 4-2. Bren Esports now getting 2 in a row, and with their composition, this is a good sign. Once they get 3, 4, 5 rounds in this firefight, in this first half, it's gonna be very, very helpful to them. That will mean that Wits is starting to pop off, get those kills. That will mean the Dubstep has gotten value with the Operator, and overall they do have lots of control options with the Astra in tow in their comp in the first place. On the flip side though, for Paper Rex, they're already off to a hot start. And for them, if they get a few more rounds, that's just going to be gravy for them. Absolute bonus rounds here for PRX every single time they get the scoreline on the attacking side. Because we know when they get on the defense, they're going to be even more ironclad than before. But for Wits, he's only gotten a single kill so far. And when he's on that Reyna, he knows he's hungry for more. Dubstep, though, in the meantime, keeping an eye out of any kind of, at least, lineups there and the like. At the same time, it does feel like Paper Rex doesn't really have much besides the double updraft. And it seems like here for Bren Esports, they are anticipating Paper Rex plays. A while ago, even though Benkai was detained, they did go for the push. Now they know Devi has a Blade Storm ready, but Dubstep this time feeling secure about himself. And with that confidence, he gets rid of Shiba. Benkai, though, in the meantime, making it happen versus Jesse Bash. But Wits, he will get a second kill. Dubstep now here, but Forsaken from afar. Doesn't care about the range of the Operator. And it's 3v2 Black and Blue.
Now, we've seen Paper Rex make these comebacks happen, even with a man deficit. Dispenser holding down the angle there. Wits, he's got his ultimate, and so does Borkham, but Mind Freak, a single pick off, and he could have his From the Shadows ultimate on the Omen. That could allow them to quickly rotate, but they're still going to do it anyways, going to the B side. 30 seconds left on the clock, and Borkham here inside the mail. Will he check the angle? No, they won't, and Borkham finds a pick off, and that drops the spike all onto Mind Freak, who cannot get the round. And Bren Esports, they've cut the lead down to a single point, and I should believe that Paper Rex should be also in a light economic situation here. Bren Esports, really, really good job by him. And I like the fact that Wits, even though he hasn't been kind of getting too many frags, even though it's been quite a struggle for him, you can see that he does not shy away from taking those fights. His confidence might be shaken a bit, but not stirred. And just like a well-made drink, he's going to keep on sipping that cup. And Bren Esports, they're one drink away from the equal scoreline.
Yeah, it's been a smooth ride here for Bren Esports for past 3 rounds, and we'll see now if they can tie things up. But what we see from Bren Esports, they are anticipating the Paper Rex plays that I mentioned a while ago. And that might be a point of contention here. If as Paper Rex, again, Mind Freak, how the hell does he even get those kills with those pistols? I don't even know. But he has just been masterful in these eco scenarios. Now he picks up a Phantom, and he's playing by the default. Right behind the box, it's going to be a Present. It's going to be the Omen in the box there. But Dubstep now, Operator, danger close. Benkai goes down. And Paper Rex, they're going to go for the Paranoia play. But this is a near side. It might be Jesse Bash still seeing who's right there, right beside him, but he couldn't re-peek for Wits as Mind Freak will take him down. And now we hear the blades from the side of Dubstep. Jesse Bash, he's been lurking, and he gets 2 with a classic of all things. Mind Freak now with 3 Forsaken on the board as well, shutting down Dubstep, and everything is left to Dispenser. You know, Black and Blue, this round we had some guns, but it's the pistols getting the takedowns more often than not. But it's Spike planted here, and Paper Rex, never forget that Nico State, it's just a suggestion for them rather than a hindrance.
Yep. When it comes to the eco, they're like, okay, this basically means that we got to make a bit more flashy plays this time, and that's all they really don't bother and don't mind even working with. But Spencer, he's got a turret out here for information. You have to expect that when you see one, the other is going to be stacked up there as well. He knows they're there right now. Turret out here to try and help him peek, but it's a bit too shallow. Will not actually get much information nor even damage on them. That turret will just keep him at bay, but not much more. And Forsaken will confirm the round as PRX go back up 2 rounds here over Bren. Unfortunate with that turret placement. A good, valiant effort there by Dispenser near the end of things.
Paper Rex stacking like Tweedledee and Tweedledum, but Dispenser looking pretty Tweedledead there instead. And now it's going to be 5-3 as Paper Rex. When you ask them a question, sometimes they just don't even know the answer. To be like, what's an eco state? What's what's an advantage? What's a comeback? Because they just answer those questions with their play. It doesn't matter what kind of arsenal Paper X has, but of course, if they have the rifles, they're even scarier. But you always have to be on lookout for Paper X. How many times have I mentioned this between this matchup itself? It's always round for round for good reason. And Paper Rex, they're always a force to be reckoned with no matter what. Another thrifty victory for them effectively. Another eco state that they still come up ahead. And now the showstopper Unleashed versus Dispenser with Wit. He finds the buy, but he cannot for Forsaken, who searches for him instead and avenges the Fallen. Now Borkum though, seeing Mind Freak there. Jesse Bash with the Resurrection on the Wits. It's gonna be 4v4. Borkum now in the inside of the dark cover, using his smokes of the opposition against them. And Forsaken down below, but Benkai will say bye to 2. Dubstep Borkum though, wrap it up neatly here for Bren Esports. And in a battle of A site, the casualties will be counted, but it's Bren Esports who gets the round win.
A good hold by Borkum there to really keep things locked down on the A side from the screens, but you have to question what Shiba was doing, trying to push that dark cover just blindly. I'm not sure what really the intent there was. If it was to try and take the screen's control, well, he maybe could have used a slow orb or a barrier to try and help that endeavor, but just blindly push it and trying to be a smoke criminal. Well, he's going to jail for that, and Borkum will be the dealer of his own demise. 5-4, Bren Esports here on the peak now. Dubstep able to get that pick off to start things off, and this could be an equal scoreline going into the 11th round, but Bren, they've got the opening pick. PRX once again in an eco situation, but they've got 2 rifles to work with, and in the hands of the very capable Bren, rather Paper Rex, this could easily be a 4-4, and they can even win this round if Bren Esports aren't careful.
That's the thing, you always have to be careful versus Paper Rex, but Bren Esports doing a very good job for the recovery in this game. And I love the call there from Dubstep. You need confidence to even compete against Paper Rex, because if they sense weakness, if they smell fear from you, Paper Rex is just a predator looking to pounce on you and just kill you where you stand. And that's the thing, many teams in SCA, they fall to the Paper Rex experience just because of that dominance. Bren Esports, they know that they can be dominant as well. They've done it in their local scene time after time. They've realized their growths, and they cannot have a repeat of last time. That's the biggest thing. They already get traumatized by that experience, but it's also a learning lesson. We heard it from Dubstep in the interview a while ago. Losing like that was the wake-up call, and in all honesty, a better way to lose rather than just keeping it close versus Paper Rex, because that's more heartbreaking. Bren Esports have learned their lesson, but can they learn how to shoot down Paper Rex in this scenario, as Dubstep does not get the shot onto one. Forsaken though, he will fall in hand of Wits. Borkum this time surviving the onslaught from the Vi, and Paper Rex are running out of time. Bren Esports going to equalize the odds and equalize the scoreline, and here we go again, black and blue. We're not done. This match as close as can be, and the scoreline is the best indicator of that. Mirror reflection, 5-5 here and now.
Dex, this is looking like another overtime game to me. This is the exact same situation we were in last time on Bind on map number 1, and that ended 6-6 with a reset going into the second half, and it could be another one of those, I think. Bren Esports, do you have some momentum to work with? That's 2 rounds in a row that they've won. Can they string it to a third and take the lead here? They have not had the lead this entire game. They can make it happen here right now. The crossover now from Devi. Dubstep has an operator, will not land a shot, and punished by Forsaken. Lightning quick on that punishment. Wits will find the frag here on the Devi as well. He's been electric so far, coming alive in the latter stages of this first half of split. But now, Borkum has also been doing a great job holding things down. I think he's going to want to go down here with the ship. The captain will never abandon what is his, and Borkum, he's going to go down with it for the meantime. But 3 versus 3, the retake will come in from Bren, and that's to kick things off here from Wits.
Yeah, Titanic experience there for Borkum. At least he took down 1, and this is now the Witch show for the Reina. Getting 3 so far, the momentum that he desperately needs. He hungers for more kills, but it's all up to Mind Freak. If anyone can clutch it, it can be this guy. Opportunities yet again to get the advantage, and there you have it. Witch does go down, but unfortunately for Mind Freak, he only has 8 HP. Travis step on the inside. Jesse Bash already checking out the smoke, and Bren Esports will take the lead away from Paper Rex. Now, Paper X needs to be a bit wary. The shoe is on the other foot here, black and blue. And if you look at that scoreline, and once we get the visual on the scoreboard, it's gonna be a big deal here for Paper Rex because Bren Esports have gotten the rounds that they needed to string along. They've gotten the confidence back, and even though Paper Rex did deny them of that full win streak, these 3-round streaks have been helpful for the Bren brand. They've been getting their peaks out. They've been happy to go for the duels, and they know they can compete with Paper Rex. But I gotta say though, Forsaken, he's just so consistent with dealing with an operator using a rifle. And again, it's just a suggestion to him. Oh, Dio, that's an operator. You might want to stay away from that. I heard you loud and clear. It's clear now. Let's go. And here we go. But will Paper Rex be able to clear things out on a site? Dispenser, though, all the way by the screens. Quick little hops, though, courtesy of the race. Shiva finding wits. And a beautiful opening here for Paper Rex. So far, can Jesse Bash contend, though? That's the question. He needs to back on the way, but Dispenser holding back, hanging back, and getting 2 so far.
The dispenser of death here right now, dishing it out one after the other. Can he find even more to keep Bren with this advantage? They've got that man advantage in their way, but the lockdown will force Paper Rex out of the way here off the side. Jesse Bash punishing the opposing Sage. Shiba taken down. It's a 2v4. It's all on the Mind Freak, and Benkai the backline here for Paper Rex, but Jesse Bash will find that freak on the Mind Freak. Benkai, the last one alive. He's going to have to see everything with a keen eye. The eagle on this man is going to have to soar high because it is a 1v4. Final round of the first half. Can Bren Esports end this with a lead at the end of it? They do get that pick off on the Borkum from Benkai, but he's still got 3 Bren Esports members ready to deal with, and they are all prepared to take the fight, all prepared to go for a triple swing on him. Turret out for a bit of information that should let them know that there is one at least here towards the elbow. He is right on that assumption, but he will not win the fight against Dubstep as Bren end the half 7-5.
7-5 the scoreline. Bren Esports with a beautiful recovery, but after everything is said and done, this is not a bad situation at all for Paper Rex. They got 5 rounds on the attacking side, and we know when they play that split defense, it gets even scarier as soon as you walk up on site. So overall, PRX should be content with the scoreline that they get, but at the same time, it might feel like that they could have gotten a few more rounds after their initial streak. Bren Esports, though, they found their bearings as soon as they got that defuse win in the 5th round. They got even more of those denies, basically, and we saw it there. Paper Rex, they had a good handle on that A side, but Bren, they timed it very well, just surprising Paper Rex on the angles that they took. Dispenser especially just getting the drop on the 2 duelists. And here we have it. Sides are swapped, but Paper Rex, they have a good chance here to tie things up yet again. And hasn't that been the story so far here, Black and Blue? If this is a tug of war, it's just two strong forces refusing to budge whatsoever with that rope. And Dispenser, though, he'll just get hanged there by Benkai, the Nano Swarm, burning the feet of the Killjoy on the other side. Dubstep now going for the taps, but the only rhythm here will be Shiba's as the Classic gets a takedown, and Benkai now holding on a site.
Benkai is going to have to get another pick off here to really secure in the round. He's going to be exposed as that dissipates. Borkum able to find another follow-up on that, but Shiba will find one of his own, and Jesse Vash will answer back as well. 2v2 here, Wits and Jesse Vash on the site. Shiba and Forsaken on the retake. Paint shows out to try and paint him red. Jesse Vash not able to get out in the nick of time. He will get the plant off, but that's all he's going to get. Wits, it's all onto him. No more dismisses, no more heals. All he got is that single Leer to make this gunfight work out. He's got the ghost. He's gonna have to make 2 of them. Add more onto it. Shiba taken down. Wits with the last one. He cannot confirm it though as Forsaken gets the round. And Paper Rex answer back here at the seeming cusp of Bren taking this lead away. Paper Rex not letting it get out of hand.
They're looking to tie things up yet again. Small moment of hesitation, though. A bit rare from Paper Rex because Shiba went forward, Forsaken kind of backed off. And I think I mentioned it a while ago that for Paper Rex, they have a good assessment of fights that they can win from the get-go or not. And Forsaken, he proves it there. That back off did help him out at the very end. But Shiba peeking all by his lonesome, they still need to be a bit careful of those scenarios. So while we know that these 2 teams are incredible so far, and they have these tendencies, and they have basically these facets of gameplay that make them unique. At the same time, it's all about that sync, and it really is, I'd say, as we get the Bren tactical timeout, it really feels like, besides trying to prove to each other who the king of SEA is, it's both Bren and Paper Rex trying to size each other up and also set a higher bar of play, because they both know they're going to Berlin, They're going to be facing off against the world's best in NA, in EMEA, in all the other regions. And it's their chance to truly shine for SEA. So not only does this contest prove to us who's going to be the better team, who's going to be the best team of SEA, but also it's a good indicator of what kind of performance they're going to bring to the table. And what I see from Bren Esports and Paper Rex, there's a lot of respect right now. They respect each other's power level. They respect each other's accomplishments so far. And they both want each other to perform well in Masters number 3. But of course, they're fighting right here, right now, and they may fight also in that grand stage in Berlin. So let's see what the future will hold, as now we are going to get back into the game. Bren Esports, they love to use the tactical timeouts though to stall out the momentum of the opposition and at least retool themselves. But Paper Rex, they have the good advantage coming into the round here, black and blue.
That is something that they got to work with here, Dax. And Bren Esports, we've seen a few thrifty rounds from them, but not as convincing as Paper Rex have been so far. Devi, actually it's going to be Dubstep finding the opening pick there. That's very good here for the side of Bren to get that opening pick, especially on Forsaken of all players. Now, on the push, they will wall off the top of mid here. Devi trying to use it to his advantage, as it was Shiba who tried to get that barrier up. Dubstep trying to be wary of maybe a peek here coming from Shiba. We know that this guy can get very aggressive at times, and Devi going to be kept back for the meantime, but still Bren, not real much ground taken and controlled by them, even with lots of them staying towards mid. They can't really continue to aggress on this and try and pull back instead. They didn't give up too much information anyways, and so the B site looks to be their next point of contention. It will be Mindfreak there on the Omen to first make that contact.
You know, the thing about Split is the moment you wall mid down, that's kind of an instant no. Especially when you're in the pistol state. You're just like, okay, I'm going to respect that wall. I will say no to that, and I will let Paper Rex get that mid control instead. But for now, the lurk play from Dispenser, will it work or not? Or will Paper Rex get that 6th sense yet again? It seems like that might be the case because Benkai is keeping an eye out. The Dispenser there falls to the hand of Benkai. Divide though with a catch up to Jesse Bash as well. But Bren Esports, they're making their direct conflict work. They're sieging onto B site. They have gotten 2 so far. Wits there with a classic onto Mindfreak. And does Bren Esports have it in them to contend with the thrifty victory? Can they do it right here, right now? Will they be able to make this happen? That's the question. They have the numbers, and will they give Paper Rex a taste of their own medicine? PRX have been incredible in eco states, but Bren Esports, they're looking to prove it as well. Now then, Benkai plus the turret. Can they work things out together? Is this going to be teamwork with the utility? Benkai, though, time is ticking right in front of him. And Witch right now looking to hop on the round. Dubstep using that distraction to catch out the Killjoy. And while Benkai gets one, it's not enough. So low on the HP there for Dubstep and Wits, but they get away with it anyway.
Dubstep, and Wits making things happen. Eco round favoring Bren Esports in that one. Coming up very scrappily at the end of things, and Dubstep, he's going to stay on the Spectre here and try and make it work out. He knows the anti-eco is going to have to be crucial here for Bren Esports. If they can get 9-6, then they could potentially start to build on this lead even more. That they shall try and do. Second round now won by Bren, which is something that actually Paper Rex have been doing to them all series long, all matchup long, honestly, between these two teams, where Bren will win the opening pistol. Then Paper X come back on the second of the half. This time returning the favor. Then Borkum will open things up here towards that the heaven position. On the push though, Dubstep getting the pick off here. He's going to find a second on the Benkai this time. 2 players remaining, Forsaken and Mindfreak, all returning back into that heaven position to try and hold it off. But Borkum, he knows that they're going to be coming his way. Going to shut Forsaken down in the air, and Dubstep will get a 4K off of it too. Great job by him. And now 9-6. Bren Esports a single round away from getting that double-digit scoreline and increasing the lead even more.
You know, Paper Rex, it always feels like they're putting fireworks in your face, that you have to notice some of the wacky things that they do. And in that scenario, it's again Forsaken looking to play the distraction, Dubstep though tracking down the opposition, getting the 4K overall. But it still works here for PRX in a way. Borkum there getting whittled down, I believe. Yes, he did, to Mindfreak, who's a classic god. And while Dubstep does get the takedown onto 4 players, it still means that PRX is willing to go above and beyond the expectations of many and are willing to fight in that manner. But Dispenser now catching out Benkai, and as Forsaken is right behind the smoke, can he even get an angle there? Dubstep already unleashed the blades. He didn't get the kills though, so I think he barely has any now. Spike though is gonna get planted. Paper Rex coming in from the tower. And Bren Esports, again, with that lurk play from Dispenser. But PRX, they're already on notice with the dark cover. But Dispenser, he's a smoke criminal on the inside. Catches out Shiva. Forsaken in the meantime with a kill onto Wits there. But PRX, they're looking low on the HP for the Raze. Time is ticking, and it's going to be an interesting scenario here for Bren Esports as Dispenser is navigating to the middle where a wall will be in the way. But at the same time, PRX, they're checking things out. Borkum, though, it does have to peek because of the paint shells. And Jesse Bash now with a punish on Forsaken instead. Mind Freak now will back on away. This is going to be Paper Rex giving up this round. And the thing is, Black and Blue, when Bren Esports wins the second round as the Vi gets a beautiful exit kill there onto Dubstep, but when Bren Esports gets a second round victory and they steal it away from the opposing team, rarely do they drop the ball. It's one of the rare occasions that Bren can do, but when they do it, they look magnificent all throughout the half, and now it seems like that form is showing and shining.
Shimmering splendid here from the side of Bren Esports, and they've been making the Cinderella run look even more perfect for the meantime. Now Bren Esports coming into it, they have this lead, and Paper Rex are on that low economic situation, but they've been able to make it happen time and time again. Even here with two sheriffs on the side of Paper Rex, you can never count them out, and they've proven that over and over. Divide trying to go for the peak here on Mail. Not an advisable angle, but he still finds a pick off on a Dubstep. That's a huge player to get here off of the Bren Esports side. Borkum trying to crawl his way to get for the refrag, but on the ping, he's going to find the double, almost finding a third. Shiba will confirm that to bring it to a 3v3 back here again.
And there we go. Wits now popping that Empress. Can Bren still play the confidence man playstyle that has allowed them to claw their way back into the game and steal the lead away from Paper Rex? Or will PRX be able to dominate, and show us what the Paper Rex experience is all about? Real question is, though, what is the problem here for the Paper Rex defense so far? Because not only did they get decode, Bren Esports trying to play the angles, but for now, at the very least, they're looking pretty secure about it. They get the takedowns onto both Jesse Bash and Dispenser. They're winning the duels that they need. They're holding the lanes that they're accustomed to, and it seems like the cleanup on Al mid is the only one that needs to be done by Paper Rex. Wits still watching the wall crack in front of him. It's high time now for Wits to prove to us that he can make this Reyna pick work. He has been getting back his momentum, but in a 1v3 situation, if he can find the duels, he has the tools to make the clutch happen. Still 2 Devar / dismisses, 2 souls to gather and garner. But as we get the smoke now into play, Mind Freak looking to play on the inside. Wits still already putting that spike down. And Mind Freak, he has a corner there to keep an eye out. Peekaboo, Mind Freak sees you, and you are very, very dead. Mind Freak, though, he's one of the sneakiest ones. He's one of the smartest ones, and we see it time after time from Paper Rex. When there's a play that looks so eloquent, I gotta say, when there's a play that looks very different from what you're accustomed to, it's usually from Mind Freak.
Mind Freak, this man, there is no kind of altered reality for him, because he might be named Mind Freak, but he's fully conscious on every single decision he makes, and he's completely deadly in every facet and endeavor he tries to undertake. So, for the meantime here, Bren Esports, we've seen that Paper Rex have been time and time again thrifty. They proved it right there, but they've got the ultimates as well now to bring into this. Judge in the hand of Devi. The jury's still out on that, but we know he's very good in that endeavor.
And this is the map where judges do shine. Devi can give Bren Esports that last surprise. They'll never see that one coming, if ever. But PRX, they're looking to keep an eye out with the jump peaks there. The operator now will make some noise from Dubstep. An ambitious effort from Bren Esports. Up on the attacking side, the split, not the most commonplace thing, but at the same time, they're gonna make it work anyway. They're gonna try their luck, and they're gonna push things out onto that A site. Benkai, though, ready with the lockdown. PRX looking for that retake, and Wits, he is the first one to fall, as he was the first one to brawl. Now Benkai thinking about putting this lockdown down, and eventually he will commit onto it. Bren Esports, though, backing on away, and Borkum, he got hurt there by Forsaken. You can really feel like the senses are tingling for Forsaken, and 2 yet to get for Forsaken, looking for 3rd. The special will shut him down, but here comes the Vi, and he's looking to claw his way to the rounds, trying to ascend to the tower, but Dubstep will shut him down. While this is happening, though, Shiva taking advantage of the situation, and Paper Rex, they will just slink and steal this away from Bren Esports. Bren, though, can at the very least salvage a few duels here, and I do believe Dubstep he might still have the operator after everything is said and done.
I think he saved the Phantom actually there.
No,
Like,
he's
we'll
the op.
really see. Oh no, he did get the op. You are right.
He got the op
There
because I saw a scope, but the skin made me think for some reason that was a Marshall, and I was like, wait, there's no Marshall in this round right now. But again, it's not a Marshall round, but Marshall's incredible. I do gotta say though, again, ambitious here for Bren Esports to make an op play happen, but we'll see if it's gonna pay dividends or will they just be paying the price of that overpriced gun. We'll find out as Devi has an op of his own, sniper tool perhaps, but it's not gonna be a sniper here. Oh no, he doesn't hit the shot, and Devi now with 10 HP has the back on away. Luckily for him, they do have a stage under composition so he can get topped up to 70. But no. If you're going to be playing that op, you need to get those kills and quickly, or else Bren Esports will get space and push forward. Forsaken, though, surprising Wits there, who's keeping an eye out on the tower. And PRX, they will still make 2 anyway in this round.
Good res coming from Jesse Bash. That's exactly what they needed for them to bring it back. And Forsaken, he finds a pick here on the Borkum. And now the only controller off of the side of Bren Esports has been thrown out the window. Dubstep going for the shot, almost landing it on the Mind Freak. A bit too close for comfort there. He can see the Tracer whipping past his head, but Devi will not miss that shot on a Dubstep in return. They pull out the Avengers, but only a single pick is Shiba able to find here. Wits will get that one, and Devi's gonna find the 3rd frag on the Wits this time, closing off the round, and Paper Rex a single one away from tying the game up.
Remember what we say, Black and Blue, that was the one whiff there from Devi, then he gets a 3k for the redemption arc in the same round. And these players, they make those rare mistakes, sure, but when they get back on the beat, they look for the beat sound, they get that momentum, and they just get that utter confidence that has been the biggest and I'd say best parts of this matchup. If any, it feels like it's very emotional here, Black and Blue, but it makes a lot of sense as a context of teams. If one of these two teams suddenly feel like they're not confident against the opposition, it's going to be a bad sign for them because this has to be the level they're playing in the world stage. This is their chance to become the king of SEA. And if any of these two teams, if Bren Esports sniffs weakness out of Paper Rex, they will take advantage and run away with the game. Paper Rex, same thing, and we've seen that happen before in the upper bracket finals. So it's a test of fortitude, it's a test of mental strength, and I think again, we tackled it a little bit beforehand this series that there is that support structure from these two teams. Not too sure about Paper Rex, but Bren Esports, they did confirm they do have some psychology in their favor. They have a psychiatrist, if I remember correctly. And in those scenarios, right, it feels like that support does help them out in the long run because after a tough day, they need to get back that confidence. And Bren Esports, they did bounce back in the series. Paper Rex, they're oozing with confidence, so you'd never expect them to falter against any opponent. But now we're almost tied up yet again, Black and Blue, and we've been saying lots of beautiful things about how these two teams have been playing, have been growing. But now it's time for us to see who's going to get that beautiful blossom of a scoreline as Wits there catches out Forsaken.
He certainly turned things around here to open up the pick. Once again, Wits, such an incredibly talented player. You can see him on so many different roles and he shines in all of them. The flower here has starting to bloom for Bren Esports though. Shiba, he's got some pollen to throw into that batch. Just get the res up here online, and so brings it back to a 5v5, equalizing things. A reset coming in for both of these teams. Dubstep playing at the cusp of this. He's gonna push on in with the lockdown itself expiring, and they should be able to get the plant here for the most part, but they're gonna try and go for this retake a bit early, and Dubstep not gonna be able to punish Shiba for that, getting caught out in the open, getting mid-control as well as Jesse Bash only finds one, but not any much more.
Yeah, you'd think that Bren Esports is playing the breach and clear, but there's actually Paper Rex clearing out those off angles. And now Shiba, he's got the 3. The Spence still catching out Benkai, but Mire Freak shows up from the alleyway. And a sucker punch there from the Omen will get the takedown. All left to Borkum here. He gets Shiba. It's now 1v1. Is this tick-tock on the clock time here for Borkum? Is this going to be the clock winding on down? Divido tried to play that shortly from in behind. Phantom out to bring around the Rosie. A possible Posey. And it's a chase down here. Divi, he needs to go for the defuse. Can he get halfway? And Borkum with the surprise. Borkum now, his time is here, and it's Bren Esports who wins out in the clutch in the most silly scenarios.
Merry-go-round, musical chairs, riding the carnival. Borkum just taking us for a ride, and he took him there at the end too. Devi trying to chase him. He's on the tail, but the cat not able to catch up to the mouse in this case. And Borkum, so sly, so slick. Borkum, getting the clutch in the 1v3. That's Borkum time. Remember the name. This is his game. 9-11, and Bren Esports a single one away from match point once again, Dax. What a play coming in there. The Paper Rex, we know that after a round like that, they're going to answer back big. They're going to answer back hard. And here comes Divai on the pickoff, and he finds wit to get things going.
The silencing the opposition, but Forsaken caught out there by Spencer. A little bit too greed from the Rays. Dubstep now with the catch of Toshiba. And while Paper Rex got that beautiful pickup at the first signal of this round, it's still Bren with the advantage after everything is said and done. Mindfreak now tried to play up top the wall, has the back on the way because of the slow orb. And a while ago, I don't know if Saturday night cartoons will they be replaced from Tom and Jerry to Borkum and Dubai, but that chase ring around the rosy, I'm going to remember that for the rest of the series. But for now, we need to recall that this map is not over. Bren Esports, they're 2 away from getting the 2-0 scoreline, and that will be such an immense statement here from Bren Esports. And now you can see again, Mindfreak now caught out here by the Spencer. Bren Esports playing their angles well, waiting at the right times, and in this battle of timing, it's Bren Esports with a better stopwatch. Can Bren now go to that B site? We have the wall to get in. The wave spike is being planted, and Paper Rex, they're still playing that operator, but can they get the angles here for this B retake?
2v4. Divai gonna want to make up for that one the last time around, but no, Dax, this is an eco. They're gonna have to go save for this, rather, and their economy not in the best situation. They're gonna have to try and save the weapon instead and try and play the comeback at match point. They know that if they lose this round, there is nothing they can do much afterwards. So Bren Esports, they've secured potentially an 11th. No! PRX, they've answered back. Bren Esports, they've given them a small window to work with. But the time is not there. And still, Paper Rex, they're going to go for the save instead. Going for the save play. I admire that from them. They know there's a bigger picture here than winning just a round. For the meantime, Jesse Vash at the cusp at the event horizon of that Black Radiant explosion. Paper Rex, they're a single, well, 3 rounds away in this deficit. Bren are the ones who are at match point right now. But Paper Rex, I don't think they're done just yet, Dex. They've saved that operator. They have a play in mind, and they know that they can make the comeback happen. Will we go into a second overtime map? I think so.
We'll see. Paper X, they did deny those exit frags from happening. They said you can have the points, but you cannot have our guns, and they will still contend here and now to try and fight for their split lives. But Bren Esports, it really feels like this is their time to shine. This is where they can take control of this series and go for that 2-0 scoreline if they can finish the job off. But that has been the one weakness of Bren Esports. Can they secure the win right here, right now? Can they get that victory? Well, it's up to them to answer that question. Dubstep, though, keeping an eye out. Here we go with Divide right now. Catching out Dubstep with the blades. Feel flurry of those metal sharp edges. And it's now Paper Rex getting that first pickup. But we've seen this before from PRX. Divide gets an incredible pickup at the start. But it doesn't really matter much because Bren Esports is able to equalize and take the advantage. Thing is, though, not only does Divide have the Spectre this time, he's given that operator to Forsaken. And keep an eye out on that Wonder Child all the way on A site if ever Bren rotates. But Bren, stubborn that they are, looking for that lockdown play. They're thinking about it, though, transferring the spike to the hands of the stage. And it might be a bait play here, Black and Blue. Dispenser might try to sell this B push while Bren is moving over to A site. Thing is, though, I love the angle here for Divide. He might see this one coming if he peeks in the middle. And as soon as he comes out, Bren, they want to go for B-side instead. Divide, though, will be the first contact. Borkum will get that takedown. Venkai right now trying to survive. Shiva finding Borkum. And here we have it. The detain will get anyone. Doesn't. But Bren buying space for themselves. And here they go onto that B-site.
They were trying to sell that B-site early on, and for the most part, Paper Rex, they weren't buying. They knew it was Snake Oil at the under end of it, but Dispenser's gonna get that frag off. Shiva's gonna get one of his own. They now have a 3v2. The plant will go down. Will they be able to get the clutch? Jesse Vash able to bring it to a 2v2 here right now on the hell, and Shiva will send him directly from whence he came. Jesse Vash at the under end of it, and we're gonna continue on into another round as Paper Rex come back into it and get the defuse off. 10-12. Paper Rex not letting this one get too far.
Paper X, a slick salesman, denying this trade offer and refusing to budge on that B site. Incredible play there from PRX. Beautiful read on the opposition, and even though Bren, they tried to make snake oil look good there, Black and Blue. They said it's gonna be healthy for you. They said it's gonna be your saving grace. It's a miracle serum. But Paper X, they look at science, they look at the possibilities, and the possibility now is a potential overtime because Bren, they don't have the money here. They're gonna believe in the power of the Guardian. Wits ready with that one-tap potential. But in this scenario, PRX, they have the advantage, and we're not done. Forsaken flying high. Showstopper though versus Dubstep, but Wits now with the refrag. It's 4v4. That's gonna be a free gun here for Bren Esports, giving them a chance. And not only that, Jesse Vash, he's one away from the resurrection. So he gets the orb, goes for the res, and after everything is said and done, it's gonna be a trade deal in favor of Bren Esports. This time here, Black and Blue, they got away with this one.
They do get away with a get out of jail free card basically out of it because of the res, but Devi's gonna quickly nullify that. What a great shot from him. Time and time again, Devi delivers. In this case, it will be Dubstep. He sends back to the grave. Wits on the push here. He's the only player with an actual rifle, an actual weapon in his hands. Jesse Vash has a Guardian. He's been very good on that Guardian, I will say, but he's made that kind of like his hallmark here in the Philippines to make that Guardian work out. But can he do it here on the grandest stage that he has played on in the first, well, basically grand final of the C Challenger that he's ever seen and Bren has seen? Well, that remains to be
They're
seen.
trying to do it again, Black and Blue. They're trying to sell a B take that's not going to be there. And as soon as the buy confirms Wits is here on A site, it's now Paper X seeing the movement of Bren Esports. It's all about tomfoolery here from the side of Bren Esports with Paper X. They have effectively given out the site though. It's 4v3, but again, the wittiness of Bren with PRX not budging with the right targets at the right time. And oh, Devi, he's gotten 3 here.
They can't continue to beat Devi when he has an operator like that in heaven. He might be an angel of heaven, but he's certainly not going to act like one, sending them down back. Markham here from hell under the rafters does get the pick off of the Mind Freak, and Bankai will punish him for that position. Jesse Vash, a one tap to get the kill. Can find the second. Will he find the third? Almost getting it, but Bankai will confirm it. Shiba almost going down. A single bullet would have done him in, and who knows what would have happened in that case. But we're going to the final round of regulation, Dax. We're going to round number 24. And this just seems apt. I told you, it was smelling like overtime in my shoes. Well, that's not a good thought to think about now I think about it, but it was smelling. I'm going to rescind that. It's smelling like overtime in general, okay? But the boots here, put on by Paper X, they are steel-toed. They can protect him in any situation. Jesse Vash almost making the clutch happen, but we're going into the final round, X. It's smelling like overtime once more.
My friend, you might want to get some foot spray for that one, because
maybe the athlete's foot. Well,
I don't think it's the game. I think that's a real problem that you might want to check after we're done with this series, friend. Benkai. Oh no.
Okay.
Oh, Nanoswarm. No one saw that Nanoswarm. He didn't go out of the map.
Nice throwing arm though. But
yeah, he proves how strong he can be. But this is it. Bren, again, the curse is real. Paper X, one away from making overtime happen, and if this keeps up, we are going to go past regulation in every single map. And Bren Esports right now, they want to prove that they can finish the job off in Valorant rounds, not in the rounds of the past. Borkham, though, to be alongside Jesse Vash here, looking for that A take. It does seem like for the side of Bren Esports, they do want to play the tower angle as much as possible, but Devi, he's looking to conquer anyone in front of him as soon as possible. He has been holding steadfast here on tower, and he's looking for one, and there you go. Wits now does go down. Beautiful operator shot from Devi yet again. Dubstep, though, going on the inside. Surprises Shiba there with that quick reaction, but Benkai with the shutdown on Dispenser, and it's 4v3. Waldo is set on up. Devi looking for another one. This time he doesn't get the connection off to Jesse Vash, and Bren Esports, they're navigating to that A side. They use parkour, they use that updraft to get that spike plan. But while this is happening, it's now Paper X understanding the situation. They will commit that lockdown. It's the last round of the second half anyway. Forsaken there with a kill onto Dubstep. Borkham now with the kill off the first game in response. But Benkai, the Nanoswarm, it still works out in the end outside the map. And Benkai there getting that takedown. Jesse Vash now falls to the hand of Mind Freak and Paper X. They will force overtime there. Was that the same Nanoswarm, or did he toss a second one? But my oh my, PRX, they tie things up.
I think it was the same one, because when you see on the minimap there on the position that he died in, it was at the very corner of that A site on the bottom right corner of it where the Nanoswarm went. So was that calculated, or did he just make the best out of a sticky situation? We don't know. We're gonna have to find out it did technically go kind of outside, and so we're going to see how that will really be ruled, but we're going to continue on with the match so far. Another overtime continuing on here. Bren Esports versus Paper Rex. A show banger to get this show ended. We're at the final match, ladies and gentlemen. The final series, rather, of this entire playoff stage here at the C Challengers, of the final stage of the entire year for VCT Southeast Asia. And this is definitely delivering one for the history books. This is the third time these teams are matching up. Paper Rex have bested them in the series twice and over, but Bren Esports looking to make it happen for a third time around. Forsaken on the push here on the ramps, going to be pulled back because of that Nano Swarm. Dispenser looking to aggress because of that, but he's going to get caught out in the open by the opposing Killjoy. Benkai punishes him.
This is where Paper Rex can start the freight train going, and there you go. Station onto the Tower of Wits will deny that entry onto Forsaken. It's 4v4 as we have Device still with the operator. He's had that hot hand, and he wants to continue with that rifle. Shiba, though, on the chase, on the hunt for Wits, who's on the low HP. But if Wits can turn things around and get that takedown, it's gonna be him healing on up to full instead. Still, though, Paper Rex, they have a good angle so far on a Heaven. But at the same time, Bren is already closing the distance, looking to get even more and more of that map control. And Paper Rex, they have to shoot their way out of this one here, Black and Blue.
Fortunately, that is a position that they love to be in those sticky situations, turning up like John Wick and using what they've got in their own hands to decide their own fate. Abilities, be damned. These guys know to bring the heat, and that is through hot iron lead. Benkai and the rest here of Paper Rex crawling up in the Heavens itself. On side the ropes, holding down the angle. Mind Freak will be there. Trying to peek out, though. Mind Freak will find that pick off, and Divide will find one on the Borkum as well. This overtime round is seemingly looking in the way. Paper Rex have just enough time to get the plant off on the B site itself, of which they can. Nobody inside the site to deny that from happening in Bren Esports. They're going to have to go for the 2v4 retake here, Dex. But Jesse Vash, I don't think he realizes that Divide is going to be looking down his way. Okay, makes him whiff the shot off of the sidestep. Cannot confirm. Yes, he will. That's a good pick off here. And suddenly a sliver of a chance has been opened up here by Bren.
Yeah, good hustle for Paper Rex though to rotate to that B side, but Bren Esports giving themselves a chance, shutting down Divide, and now Dubstep with a drop down. Can he go for that kill? Already a dash on in, inside the Cloud Burst, and he is able to outduel Shiba in that scenario. It's 2v2 now, duos versus duos. Now then, Benkai though, facing off against Jesse Vash, and now Dubstep goes for the fake. It makes Mind Freak check it out, and Bren Esports will say, look, see, we will take this round. 13-12, gonna be the score line. It's now map point here for Bren Esports.
Bren Esports have taken the lead once again in overtime, and on the defensive half, now they go to the attacking side. Can they make it happen a second time around in overtime? They have been perfect so far in these overtime situations, Dax. The panel touched on it. They have yet to lose a map that isn't against Paper Rex, and in all of those maps, well, at least a bunch of them, every time it went into that overtime situation, Bren have come out of it unscathed. Even if it went into 6-7 overtimes, they have come out of it on top. And Bren, this is where they are good. When the going gets tough, well, they dig down deep and pull themselves out of the hole by themselves, all alone. There is no situation that they shall falter in. And Paper Rex, they're looking to make it a bit more difficult here. Devi opening things up, trying to at the very least, but cannot land a shot there. And Witz, who backs off in the nick of time. And they do burn that wall down, but even with that, they're not necessarily trying to aggress too much.
And Bren Esports, the panel said in themselves, that's when Bren Esports can get success in these overtime scenarios. Paper X, though, they've been breaking the records of Bren in the playoffs. They were the team that have given Bren the map losses. And will they be the team that gives Bren that OT loss as well? Now, this is a good start here for Jesse Vash. The Vi already gonna get conquered there and will fall on down. It's Bren now with that initial pickoff. They have a good chance to make this B take work, especially removing the Jet from the equation here, Black and Blue.
They have an opportunity. For them to find Devi and drop that operator was huge. That has been a big thorn in the side once again that they've been stepping on here, Bren. that Devi has been poking them with, prodding at them. But Shiva's gonna get blinded by that short-sighted, and he cannot see far enough to get the shots off. Wits opening things up, and Bren Esports are a few kills away from potentially going up 2-0 in this series, and maybe getting that one map closer to claiming the champions of C, the Kings of C title. Forsaken will find one, but he's taken down by Dubstep. 2-4 here, Dax. It's all onto Bankai and Mindfreak. They've been super clutch, and Bankai will find that fragment on Dubstep. He could potentially find one more, but the turret is going to give his position away. They now know that both of the pushes here are going to come from the CT side, but Mindfreak able to cross because of his teleport. The Omen here coming up alive, but Bankai is going to have to find the crossfire working out in his favor. Still though, Desi Bash catches Mindfreak off. Bankai will find one, cannot find the follow-up, and Wits will secure the game. Bren Esports take the series 2-0 in such a dominating fashion once again in overtime. What a classic from them, and they get the series once more. We're going to map 3 with a 2-0 lead.
A second strike, a second blow, and a big chance now for Bren Esports to look and run away with this game. Paper Rex never folding, forcing out these overtime scenarios. But for Bren Esports, this is a big chance for them to try and wrap up this series. A 2-0 scoreline versus Paper Rex. When do you see this? PRX, though, they have a history of reverse sweeping, and maybe in this scenario, they're going to look for the 3-map comeback instead. But look at what Bren Esports has accomplished on Split. They had that recovery play on the defense, and they just looked to continue on the attacking side. Immense pressure on both teams, on both fronts here, but Borkum there with the MVP. 21 takedowns for him. Benkai in the meantime with 24. Again, the Vi, man with the operator. Scary stuff from him. How many times did we see for Paper Rex that operator was the defining moment of the round? For Bren Esports, though, it did feel like in many of their takes, that's when they actually had a good handle of the rounds. They're black and blue. Yes, there were some big brain plays from Bren Esports that didn't really pan out against the smarts of Paper Rex, but when we got that full force from Bren Esports, their movement to take the site that they needed, the way that they rotated, that's what let them get the kills in the first place. They got the pushes that they needed, they got the areas that they wanted, and from that point on, they had the staging ground to take the site and take the map by storm.
Bren Esports, what a win from them, for them to be able to take this one in another overtime setting. That must be a heartbreaker for Paper Rex, but we know that they are mechanically and psychologically sound. This will not shake Paper Rex, and as we're going into map number 3, we have to be wary of the storm that Paper Rex can bring. The last time I said that, well, Forsaken, he got an ace to clutch off the map, and so he might just be able to do it once here, but they're going to have to prove that and make it a reality. The dream, one map away from Bren Esports to be crowning that title for themselves, but we're going to have to find out how this series will progress. Map number 2 taken by Bren. It's a 2-0 lead, but we'll find out more here after the break.
Money in the bank. money in the bank.
Hit you with the 808.
Hit you with the. Hit you with the bank. Hit you with the. Hit you with the 808. Hit you with the. Hit you with the 808. Bang to the brick. Bang to the brick. Bang to the brick. Bang, 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 bang. I'm a boss, yeah, you know that I'm finna shine. Got the money in the bank.
Welcome back to the panel. Map number 2 split is now done and dusted. Viminal here with Azarino Strato, smack dab in the middle of the action. Guys, in yet another overtime, Bren took the win. Now 2-0 against Paper Rex, one map away from being crowned the Kings of C. Azrai, what do you got to say about that, man?
I was just about to say that we are in the middle of a brewing storm, not only in the Philippines, but also in this best of 5. I specifically, me and you, actually, Vim, specifically predicted that it should be a 3-2 in favor of Paper Rex, but it seems like Bren is pulling out all the stops today, whether it's their hype coming in from that, being able to qualify for Road to Berlin already. They look so unstoppable. Yes, we do go to these overtimes and whatnot, but as Illustrato mentioned, they're just unstoppable in OT. And now I want to point out the one fact. We are going to the map that Paper Rex are most notoriously known for, Icebox.
You know, Bren know how to play it too, though. It's gonna be a toss-up. I would say Paper Rex are a little bit more favored on this, but then, dude, you have like 3 chances here for Bren to take this win. Like, they got Icebox, they got Breeze, they got Ascent. I'm gonna get a little bit scared when it gets to Ascent, because just simply for what we saw last time here. But I feel like on either Icebox or Breeze, it can be a Bren win, especially if we go to overtime again, because it looks like they're like this evolving Pokemon where they have outgrown their pistol woes and now have taken up the mantle of the overtime kings. Nah, that's what I'm gonna dub them from now on. Bren, the OT kings here in Southeast Asia. They haven't lost a single overtime game, and we have gotten OTs aplenty.
You know what, Illustrato, I can see the memes right now coming in after whatever the outcome of this series is going to be.
Oh, yeah.
And in one way or another, Bren just managed to scrape the victory, have an edge over their opponent when it comes down to overtimes. No matter how many rounds it's going to be, in just such an incredible manner, they just hold strong, head down, eyes up, and just pull through. But now, guys, as we are getting ready to head into map number 3, again, Bren Esports now one map away from being crowned the Kings of Southeast Asia. But there are 2 possible outcomes here. Either it's going to be a reverse sweep for Paper Rex, or it's Bren having a clean 3-0 sweep, which probably goes against what a lot of people expected. I'm curious to hear your thoughts about this, guys. Azrael, I'll start with you, and then we go to Illustrato.
I think it is still possible for Paper Rex to be able to do that. You see that there are glimpses of fantastic shots being peppered throughout the split map that we saw a while ago. Devi was just hitting some nasties with that operator, but it just seems like Bren always has that little bit just to counter that. Now going into Icebox, again, I cannot stress enough that this is one of their most comfortable maps, because I always think that Paper Rex is one of those teams that really thrive on maps that have a lot more open space. I think Icebox is their baby, and maybe if we can reach it to a game number 5, which is, I believe, actually game number 4, which is Breeze, I think they could have a good shot at pushing this to a game number 5.
Yeah, honestly, I just think this is Bren's game. I'm the only one that predicted Bren, and I will die on this hill. I don't think there's any chance that there's going to be a reverse sweep. No, not in this lifetime. Not when Bren is looking like this. There are certain conditions, I feel like, that were attached to the statement that I said. First of all, Bren have to win bind, and they did. Very much, not too convincingly, but they did win it, and that was one of the most crucial map points here. Now, with the I'd say budget for losses that they have on the Bren side, there still can be a couple of errors. I wouldn't be surprised if Paper Rex actually take Icebox. But when it comes to Breeze itself, Bren can play on Breeze. This is where the upset that happened last time came in when Bren took them to a victory on the same thing here. And I genuinely think that these two maps are actually going to be very, very close to each other. We might see again another OT or 2 or 3.
Or 4 or 5 or and so on.
Or 6 and 7.
But, I mean, here's the thing. First map bind was Bren's map pick, Paper Rex picked Split, and now this third map Icebox is going to be Bren's pick as well. And pretty interesting, I might say, because we know Paper Rex to be absolutely world class on Icebox. They've defeated many strong opponents on this map, and judging from their previous performances here in this tournament alone, it's just you shouldn't trifle with them on Icebox. But Bren, you know, they're sending a bit of a message here, a bit of a statement here. And what kind of possibilities are we looking at here?
Well, if I may, I just really feel like since we do only have a maximum of 6 maps, and this is a best of 5, the only real issue is what's that one map that will get taken out, and then what's the how do I say this? What's the order at which these maps will be played? I think Bren knew that if they put Icebox somewhere nearing the end, which is either a game 4 or game 5, which could be the final nail in the coffin sort of map, it might be a reverse comeback for Paper Rex here. At least if ever they do lose this, they can put this out of the way already. I did say that Paper Rex do play a lot better on open area maps because I think Forsaken just really loves that ability to just, you know, flex his aim and whatnot. But if we go to a game number 4, even if Paper Rex do win Icebox, I do also fear there because when they had their upper semifinals match yesterday, it was actually Breeze that Bren did win in their best of 3. So that could also replicate here. And if ever that's like the plan of Bren, maybe the plan of Paper Rex, it's really a smart way to kind of look at how these maps aren't just random, but there is a method to the madness. There is a reason why this is in that order.
I honestly, for me, I think a lot of it has to do with Bren having that experience with Paper Rex. You know, sometimes what goes on in these kind of maps is like when you have this redo, a little bit of a mulligan, the team that lost has a little bit more time to study what went wrong from them and actually sort of learn the strategies and learn how to play against the team that, you know, actually did win. Now, the last time we were in that best of 3, it was actually the pick of Bren to go to Icebox. That's because Haven wasn't in the equation here. Now they've seen a lot of their mistakes, a lot of their flaws, and Paper Rex actually has the confidence to pick up Icebox as the map here against Bren. I don't think Bren are going to be making the same mistakes that they did last time. They're going to have learned from their mistakes. They're going to have cleaned up their attacking side, which was very messy the last time we saw it around. And at the same time, their defensive is going to be, I think, a lot more informed about how Paper Rex will hold. So I'm going to stick true to my guns here. I think it's going to be a definitive win on Icebox.
All right. So here we are, Icebox. Casters, take it away.
Well, there you go, Tanks Miminal. Gotta say though, you took the words out of my mouth. Is this gonna be the Bren clean sweep, or will it be the Paper Rex patented reverse sweep? Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the games. Dax here with Black and Blue, and this is map number 3. And yet again, we see PRX on home turf. This is where their frozen crown absolutely glistens. This is where gold can happen here for PRX. This is where they can get those incredible victories, Black and Blue. But at the same time, in the history of Paper Rex on this map, there have been incredible victories against them as well in response.
I mean, last time that they faced each other, at least before the match yesterday, Bren Esports were able to 13-6 Paper Rex here during C Challengers 2. Although, match that we saw a while ago, yesterday, between them in the upper bracket finals, Paper Rex were able to win that in a very, very tightly contested 13-11. But let's get on the past now and continue with the future and the present. As now Paper Rex on this defense, trying to stop the push, but Borkum's gonna stop Forsaken on the flank. Shiba will get that frag with a shock dart of his own, very apt. But Devi will get the trade offer in Dispenser. Shiba, he finds Wits. They're just shutting down the push here of Dispenser and the rest of this Bren Esports squad. It's all in the dubstep, and Borkum, who initially did have some good signs on this A push, but could not really confirm the site itself. Dubstep gonna have to fall back, but Borkum coming at the right time. He's the Viper, striking without them even knowing, and Dubstep will get a triple kill. Somehow Bren Esports turn it back around, shove it in the face of Paper Rex, and get the pistol.
He just slithers on in there. Borkum finding the backstab on, pressuring PaperX to push towards Dubstep instead before turning on around. But Dubstep, he survives, he thrives in those scenarios, and he gets the kills to wrap up the round there for Bren Esports. So Bren will win the pistol, and it's going to be a good sign here for Bren Esports because they don't want PaperX to take that initial momentum on a tightly contested map. But back to that history there, Black and Blue. You make a good point. I feel like for PaperX, they just can't let Bren get to 12. They can let Bren get to 11, but not 12. That has been the one number that has made the difference between yesterday's upper bracket finals and here in the grand finals. We've gone into overtime twice already, and twice did Bren Esports shine and stay and move forward. They're the ones who took the victories. They're the ones who has a 2-0 lead in this series. But last time we were on Icebox, Bren Esports was denied of that overtime situation. And PaperX, they need to control that scoreline from the get-go if they want to take this win. Bren, though, already looking to go for the default plant. Wits in the meantime, Dispenser finding 2 so far. And as we saw Divide trying to play parkour, his body gonna hit the ground. Spike Snap planted as the wall gonna get clobbered there. One segment broken. Mindfreak, though, catching out Wits with a classic to no one's surprise. Dispenser, though, with 3 so far. Mindfreak looking for another one, and he just makes this free gun work. But Bren Esports will free themselves of the tyranny of Mindfreak on the other side. And now it's Bren with a 2-0 lead.
A good start from Bren, but PaperX, they've been quite good on these third round turnaround rounds that we've seen from them. They're looking to make that happen once more. It seemed like on that opening pistol with PaperX, when they had a 2v4, they started to get a bit overconfident and started to run away with things, but yet, Bren Esports, you cannot sleep on these guys. You cannot let yourselves get too complacent. Otherwise, well, they're going to punish you every single time. PaperX right now on the defensive side. The only player on the B site itself will be Mindfreak on that Viper, who is very capable of doing it on his lonesome, but Bankai there to support him right now as there is presence by Bren Esports here on the B long side. They do have a rifle on the Dubstep, but that's the only long-range weapon they've got. For the most part, they're going to have to try and take these fights up close and maybe overrun the defense on the B site itself.
Yeah, this is a good call for PaperX. Hold close, especially if the wall does set on up. Prevent it from getting fortified and amplified on the HP department. And that will be the PaperX advantage coming into this round. And Mindfreak, if he can kill with the classics, he can kill anyone with anything. And we'll see now how Bren is going to go about this setup. They want to go for the wall, but PaperX, they can't whittle down that wall very quickly enough. Dubstep instead catching out Benkai. Beautiful pick off there from Bren Esports. And you mentioned it a while ago, Black and Blue. That's the one rifle they have in their hands. And it seems like that's going to be Dubstep's gun to get that takedown. 5v4 scenario. Forsaken, though, searching for a target or two. It's Dispenser now seen on the left-hand side, but the frenzy is enough to get rid of Divide. Wits also with a catch on to Mindfreak after Dispenser falls, and it's 4v2 now. Can Shiva hold the line together here with Forsaken? PaperX trying to play their hearts out by the yellow crate, but it's Wits there dismissing to get in the middle of the 2 walls, and Borkum has set up the snake bite, and Forsaken will forget about it, step on it, and get taken down. It's Bren winning the bonus, getting that 3rd round there, and this is such a good snowball so far for Bren Esports as PaperX is caught in the crossfire and caught in this avalanche.
What a push here coming from Bren and PaperX, even with a better weapon. You look at that in the crevasse of things. He gets caught out in it, and Bren Esports are looking to take a 4-0 start here, Dex.
It's like he touched the very outline of that snake bite. And I can't really blame him for trying that way, but at the same time, just because of how that was positioned, Wits with a proper bait, he was like, chase me, Forsaken. You know you want to take me down before I snowball out of control. And that scenario, just the perfect trap set there by Bren Esports. And really, this is just heavy momentum in favor of Bren so far. With the 2-0 advantage they have, it's utter confidence from them. And here we go again from Wits and Dubstep. This is not the Bren that we saw yesterday fall to PaperX. This is the Bren that fought tooth and nail in the playoffs, in the upper bracket, in the first 2 maps. And PaperX are stunned here. 4-0 for Bren Esports in a flawless manner. But as we always say, PaperX, when is going to be the comeback? Because it's always a possibility. Is it night time for PRX to bounce back? Because if Bren runs away with it, then they will just give the same treatment they were suffering from last time.
Imagine how this would work out when Bren Esports, if they're able to take this map and bring it to a 3-0 after the dominating end by PaperX on the upper bracket final yesterday, with them to take Ascent and wash it away from Bren Esports' hand. You saw it, you heard it from Dubstep. When you lose in that big of a deficit, as Forsaken finds an opening pick here, it's much easier to move on. And Bren Esports seem to have done so. They've got new sights aligned, but Forsaken could not find a follow-up even without him looking his way. Did not land the shot, so the res will come in.
Pursuit Forsaken. The rally call of Paper Rex there with the initial kill, but on the flip side, Spencer had the resurrection up after the 4-round streak of Bren Esports. A good sign for Bren to still make it a 5v5. And as we get the utilities to flush out Forsaken, Wits keeping an eye out and checking out that high ground. Bren Esports, they've been showing that for the past 2 games, that they want to anticipate those updrafts. It hasn't really panned out until now, but eventually that extra little bit of, I'd say, proactivity helping them immensely in this scenario. So the operator gonna go down, but Paper X is not done. They have a great setup there on A site with the Viper Spit. They have a heavy stack on B site here, and if they walk into this one here for the side of Bren Esports, Paper X could take advantage, and especially the Mind Freak Mind Blowers yet again on that high ground, looking to be extra sneaky so far.
30 seconds left.
4-0. Paper Rex have yet to secure a round, but with that pick off from Shiba, they're in the path of doing that. Gonna have to fall back through it, but Dubstep, a wild shot from him, but lands on Mind Trick. Bankai answering back though. He finds a double to hold down the line. The Sentinels here, Paper Rex in every sense of the word. True turrets keeping the line straw and drawn. Bankai gets a third. And that will be the first round here for Paper Rex. What a retaliation from them. And that pick by Shiba just started the avalanche here. Forsaken getting the opening pick, not able to find more, but the rest of Paper Rex has got his back, and they get the round.
Welcome to the Sentinel Show, starring Bankai there. And he has been one of those reliable players for Paper Rex for those pinch scenarios. If you are in trouble and we have Divide and Forsaken busy somewhere else in the map, look at Bankai, because he can just always say bye-bye to anyone when he has that station in the first place. He really exemplifies the values of a Sentinel. When he is just in position, when he's holding his ground, he knows how to play those utilities, he knows how to hit those shots, and he's just a turret there for Paper Rex that is absolutely reliable. But Shiba now giving Jesse Bash that Hunter's Fury. Wit's also gonna fall, and Paper Rex, they get 2 for Shiba. He has been incredible with the darts, but Hunter's Furies are his second nature there, and just the double kill, tipping the odds in favor of Paper Rex. It's Bren now scratching on their heads, trying to figure out how to get to this beat take.
5v3 here in the favor of Paper Rex on the defensive side. Dubstep, he has his blades, and Borkum, he has his poison. The toxicity that he can bring into this can potentially shake things up, but they're gonna have to find the pick first, clean and dry, to be able to make things happen, to be able to get that opportunity, and even a sign to pull out the ultimates. The wall can come up on here by Dispenser and go for the plant right after. That's exactly what he's gonna do, but Forsaken with this wall right in front of him, it idolizes it, it solidizes right in front of him, going hard, and now they can keep things clean. Here comes out the Viper Spit. Blade, not sure if he's gonna pop it just yet. They do have the poison on the spike itself. Barely a bit too deep though, but still Dubstep, even on low HP, finds a pick. Forsaken, finds a way of his own. Borkum's able to get the trade off of that, and Mind Freak will answer back in the Dubstep. Borkum will be shut down, and Paper Rex have gotten a second round.
Mind Freak there calling Borkum to come out wherever he comes from, and that's Paper Rex making the retake work and getting a second round on the board. Now, will this be the favor of the game moving forward for Paper Rex? Is this gonna be their chance now to try and tie things up? Because that has been the story of this series. One side will go for a streak, and then the other will streak on back to tie things up, and then it'll be all about equalizers until one of these two sides decides to run away with it, and then we get an equalization yet again. It's been a formula there, Black and Blue. Between map number 1 and map number 2, somehow, some way, it always ends in overtime. And while we saw Bren Esports get off to a hot start, Paper Rex now looking to do the same old thing yet again and keep it contentious. But Forsaken now, operator down on the low ground, will back on away as Bren Esports will look for the assault on A sites. This siege here with Wits on the high ground might kick off with him finding a pick-off on the other side. In any case, we got Jesse Bash here hiding underneath the pipes, and he's waiting, watching, and anticipating any kind of Paper Rex greediness, I gotta say, if they go for the orb or they go for the peak.
Paper Rex will be Forsaken here with the operator. Will not land a shot there in the Dubstep. Will do some damage, almost, actually. Borkum was taking the brunt of that, but he will not land a shot, more importantly. Plant will go down here at the very edge of that barrier. As Dubstep taking that vertical angle, they're playing this really close. They're not actually necessarily playing for lineups in this case, but they will be playing very tightly knit on this defense.
There we go, time ticking. Bren Esports has gotten the plant down, but we've seen Paper Rex come out of this situation right before this round, and they look to do so yet again. Full 5v5, full retakes Narashi, but though running on in just to die. Jesse Bash now lobbing that shock back versus Mind Freak, but Venkite here with 2 so far, and Paper Rex trying to get to that defuse, but Borkum will shut that down. It's Bren spamming it out on the objective. They know the win condition, and they are just conditionally hitting those shots. It's Bren now getting up by 5, and it's now 5-2 scoreline. 3 rounds to gap here as Dubstep tried to go for the great escape, but he will get caught in the blast radius. His sacrifice, though, not in vain. 8 takedowns for him and Borkum with 7, and it's Bren in control of this half so far here, Black and Blue.
He's barely within the event horizon of the Black Void implosion of Radiant and that, but he does get at least, you know, a few kills in that round to continue on. It's now Bren Esports who are looking even hotter than ever, and you know what I think it is, Zex? Historically, you know, Bren have been kind of starting off map number 1 a bit slower, but since they already played 2 maps earlier versus Alter Ego, they're already primed and ready. They're heated up, and at least locally, yeah, that might ring true with their slow starts, but internationally, Bren Esports, and they even touched on this, they've been looking better internationally under map number 1s than they do even locally, and so seems like they just shift into a new gear when they know the going gets tough. And now here comes the plant on the site itself. Forsaken on the flank with his own knives, and Bankai will get the kill on Dispenser. A second for Forsaken. This is a problem. When you give him those blades, he can chop things up like a stiff souffle. And now the round taken thriftily on an eco by Paper Rex.
And just Paper Rex, they declare, you were saying there, Bren Esports? And in a flawless manner, they get this round. Not only was the lineup perfect there from Benkai, but Forsaken with that backstab. And Paper Rex and Thrifties, they just go hand in hand by this point. Not only does this good put them back in a good economy, they steal the guns away from Bren Esports, and they're able to equalize the odds. And that's the thing about Paper Rex. For many teams, they need a 1, 2, 3 round recovery just to have a good handle of the game. But for Paper Rex, all they need is 1. They win 1 thrifty round, and everything is set and dandy. This 5-3 scoreline now, you can pretend it's a 5-5 scoreline by this point. Yes, it's Bren Esports up by 2, but Paper X, when they equalize the odds, they always compete with it, and that's been one of the biggest indicators of their success, especially against Bren.
Have to continue that to find more success, but Dubstep on this up angle finds Mind Freak, but Forsaken will get the trade off of that, but the Jesse Vash guarantee is going to confirm the kill on Forsaken, and the res will come in from Dubstep. Now in a 5v3, Divide will do the same to get Forsaken back online, and Bankai there trying to hold off the flank. You can see Witz is already trying to get some takeoffs here on the A side, and Bankai will find him, but Borkum will do the same to Shiba on towards mid. It's a 4v3. They got the wall up here coming up now by Borkum, and Bankai is trying to find a way to dip his hands into that poison and stop it from coming up in the first place. But Borkum on the tube is going to show him, get out of here, Forsaken. I am the owner of this. And, well, on the flank, Divide will catch him off guard as well. They still have a chance here to make this stuff happen as Paper Rex bring it down to a 2v3. The plant will go on the B site, Dax.
That was an it's Borkum moment. Out of nowhere, peeking right, peeking back on the inside. But at least Paper Rex finally ending his tyranny of that tube. Spike though has been planted and the damage has been done. It's Bren Esports now with a man advantage, and they have gotten the objective in location. On the flip side now, lockdown on the other side. Dispense still beautiful wall banks there, but Devi will take advantage of the distraction, and Dubstep gonna fall. 2v2 now. Here comes Devi. Can he get even more here? And there's the peak from Paper X. 3 for Devi, but Jesse Vash, this dad, is gonna play the clutch yet again. Not bad for an old-timer whatsoever. 6-3 right now here for Bren Esports. And it just goes to show that Bren absolutely motivated in this series, looking for retribution. And if this is going to be the case here, Black and Blue, is this truly 3rd time's the charm here versus Paper Rex?
Will they get the revenge? Will it happen? Will 3rd time be the charm, as you touched on it, Dex? Well, that could definitely be a possibility. Might I remind you all that in C Challengers Stage 2, in the finals, full sense, They got sent down to the lower bracket by Paper Rex, and they got the revenge in the grand finals itself. And that's looking to be true here for Bren Esports. They might just have their vengeance. The Punisher might come alive, and Dispenser will be the first hand into that case.
Oh, Mind Freak,
Borkum, though, catching Mind Freak. Where are your feet sticking out of the blanket? The monster is under the bed, and his name is Borkum. Sheba getting the kill on Dispenser, though. Just a 4v3. They've taken the site, but on top of the tube, there will be a waiting Sheba taken down by Witzo. A 4v2.
Keeping an eye on the high ground, and Wits is not done. There we go. Divide does fall. Just scary, scary things bump in the night. Apparently, that thing is a Borkum. Gotta say, this is why you want to fix your blanket before you go to sleep. But as Paper Rex has been taken into nap time, it's all up to Benkai here. Was the only one awake. Can he bring in an infusion of flavor here for Paper Rex? Can he just caffeinate the roster here with the clutch? It's a 1v4 scenario, but Jesse Bash with the deny yet again. And this is looking a little dicey now for Paper Rex. Yes, Paper Rex is a squadron that can go for the comebacks. Yes, Paper Rex is a squadron that has been renowned to equalize and look for the lead after everything is said and done. But for Bren Esports, with this showing so far in the first half, it's just all of the good omens going in their favor. 7-3 here, guns in hand. Paper Rex now on an eco, and this keeps up. Bren is looking to be absolutely neat and tidy today, and looking for that 3-0. Paper Rex, though, they still have the chances, though, Black and Blue, to deny that fact.
I'm starting to get a bit worried here for Paper Rex. They're down 2-0 in the series, and they're on the defensive side, mind you, here in Icebox, and so they need at least 5 rounds to make things really viable when it comes to the second half. Borkum will pull his ultimate out here. They still have the Empress online from Wits, which they just pulled out as well. No ultimates on the side of Paper Rex. They've been struggling to get that online because of how little rounds they were actually able to string in a row. But Benkai will get that kill on the Wits for the meantime.
Spike planted.
Spike's planted, though. Borkum just right behind the wall. There we have it. Snake Bite gonna get thrown on out. Shiba in the meantime going for the spam. And PRX, they're getting tagged from the inside, but none of them have fallen as of yet. Still a chance here for Paper Rex. Does seem like Shiba has been spotted with Borkum looking for the execution on the inside. Just the mobility inside there for the Viper. That vision helping him out immensely. 2 here for Borkum so far. Dispenser on the board as well. And it's now going to be 4v2. Marfreak not trying to go for the aim down strong game. He's trying to pull things down, but the only thing that will tug at Bren Esports are the corpses of Paper Rex. It looks like Bren is on the ascension, on the up and up, and they are now 5 rounds ahead of Paper Rex.
The Bren Esports shuffle there, you can see how much value they get out of that Viper ultimate. The pit, they had to push it there, Paper Rex, and in that endeavor, well, the decay is a bit too much to deal with up close. Sometimes a single bullet or 2 can do you in, and that's all Bren needed to take the round. 8-3, Dax. This is not going the way anybody could have expected, but the Bren Esports magic is coming alive, looking like the maestros, the conductors of this chaos, and they're singing it to the tune of their own rhythm. Dubstep on the peak here towards B-Long, but Forsaken up top. Will he catch him off guard? Forsaken on the peak. He still does not land the shot as Dubstep will get the pick off here to get things going on the B side. That signals that Devi has to fall all the way back into it, and he will, but Borkum will catch him off anyways. That small gap in the Viper wall was enough for him to get a sliver of an opening and capitalize on it, but Benkai will find one of his own. Borkum will do the same, getting a second kill in the round on the Shiba, and the res will come up here on the Spencer. It is all on the Mind Freak and Benkai lands a great tap here in the dubstep, but Borkum will answer back, Dax. It's all on the Mind Freak in a 1v4.
Can he actually slither on in? Can he find the angles? He goes for Borkum first and foremost. Good pick off there onto the fellow Viper. But the 3 people on the other side of this wall, it's looking pretty dicey for Mind Freak. But we're not done. 3 kills for Mind Freak himself. Looks like this is going to be the chef in the kitchen, going on the outside, harvesting his own ingredients. But with only 11 HP, the dream is going to be dead. And Bren Esports will be up by 6. The most commanding scoreline we've seen so far in this series. And well, how the tides have turned. Looks like map number 3 is here, Black and Blue. Between Bren and Paper Rex, they mean something. But this time, it's Bren on the uprise, on the uptake at the higher level versus Paper Rex.
Bren, spin the wheel. They're looking to seal the deal here with a return of the same gift that Paper Rex sent to them last time around. With Paper Rex closing out that Ascent map with at a scoreline of what? It was like 13-4 or something like that. The Bren are trying to do the same thing here. What?
It was worse than that. 13-1, remember?
Oh, it's 13-1. You're actually right. I think
that was
I tried,
even more painful.
Yeah, my heart kind of added some points at the end of that just to minimize the hurt. But
Nah.
they got
The
it.
reality is, come on, you have to face facts there, Black and Blue. Paper Rex is an incredible team, but Bren right now, they're looking to be at their next level. And we saw that play before from Forsaken. This time, though, he doesn't make it to the second floor, and now he has to shoot out of this situation. Bren Esports, they're hanging on back. They have read some of the Paper Rex plays. Come on, your name is Paper Rex. You gotta have some framework there. You gotta have some things written in the words. And PRX now, they're making sure their word is law in this pistol round. They have gotten 4 so far, all up to dubstep right now. Even though Forsaken and Mindfreak are quite low, they are navigating to that A site. And Paper Rex, if they want to salvage this game, it's high time to do so. Putting that spike down on A site. If they get this win, there's a really big chance for Paper Rex to do the Paper Rex comeback and get back in this game. And there you have it. 9-4, we're not done. Again, Paper Rex, it's only suggestion to them in terms of that score gap.
9-4 and Paper Rex. This is a good start for them in the second half. They needed that pistol. If they lost the pistol round of the second half, then this could have been a runaway performance coming in from Bren Esports, but they have a chance here. They win this round 9-5. They win the one right after. Bren are going to have to go in eco. It could easily be a 9-7 before you know it. And so, Bren, they realize this. They know they cannot get complacent, and they know that they cannot let this lead slip away because Paper Rex, you give them an inch, they'll take a mile and add some more onto that. As Bren Esports here right now on this eco, looking to try and do as much damage as they can, but it's Borkum who's taking a lot in return.
Paper Rex, this squadron, doesn't matter. For them, a scoreline is just an opinion, man. It's all about victory and defeat. And here we go again. They have no fear whatsoever, no matter how far down they are. And they know they just need to take things step by step, round by round, point by point. And this 9-4 looking to be a 9-5. It's all up to Dubstep and Dispenser here. With only a sheriff and a pistol, it's more than highly unlikely. It's an improbability of the most galactic of fashions. But Dispenser, though, will at least tip the odds a bit in their favor. Some of the sands going for Bren Esports, but as I say that, Paper Rex does get the tip back, and now it's the Vi securing that round. So 9-5, Paper Rex. Again, suggestions to them. What's a 9-3? What's a 9-5? And then later on, what's a 9-9 scoreline if this keeps up?
9-5. These guys, professionals in every single sense of the word. And these guys definitely are used to going overtime, not just at 9-5, but they can go the distance. They'll find their way in the waking world. Can they find that worth? The dream, a reality, and maybe a few rounds here for Bren. Paper Rex a bit further away. They're going to have to continue on dreaming on to reach it at the end of things. They're still 2 maps away to get that into potential. But Forsaken, he's been tagged up here by the Aldrome, and the tube has been a big point of contention for Bren Esports time and time again here in Icebox with Bankai! An opening pick off on a dubstep, and this is the exact start they needed, X, to get this comeback happening.
Holy bad signals there, Benkai. Again, when Paper Rex needs a hero, Benkai there able to step on up. And a beautiful opening here for Paper Rex as this is the 5th round of Bren Esports. Is this going to be the 9-3 curse in full effect? Will Wix be able to get a takedown there from the rafters? We'll tune in next time in the next episode of Dragon Ball Z as we are now going to get the conclusion of this firefight. And Forsaken will kick things off strong with a kill there on Wits.
Good pick off from him, but Jesse Vash is going to answer back on Devi. It's a 4v3 here, Dax. Borkum trying to peek from the rafters, but he cannot really find an angle. This should force Forsaken out, who does not have a dash to get out of safety. And Borkum looking for him to kill off of that with the poison. Now, 3v3, they tied things up. Mindfreak and Bankai both quite low. Bankai trying to buy this time here in the corner, but the maze will be shut down. Shiva getting a trade up there, and Jesse Vash, but he's going to try and stick the defuse. He will get half for the meantime. Dispenser getting the pick off. He will try and tag this poison, but no, he cannot get the defuse off all the way in the back. Mindfreak will be found. He has barely enough time. No, does he? He's going to try and stick it.
No. He got this.
Does
he?
He?
Got this. He got
He
halfway.
does.
It was halfway with the drop down. Bren Esports, all they needed was the pixels. All they needed was a bit of those sightlines. And they come out ahead of that round. Already a good showing there from the Shiba darts of Shiba. But on the flip side, Bren, They knew what they could get away with in terms of the defuse, and that has been one of the points of contention for Bren Esports. But that Borkum, he gets halfway. His sacrifice not in vain. Dispenser dropping on down, but Mind Freak, a rare slip up for him, peeking just a little too much. And this is now where Bren Esports can take control. Paper Rex, though, they did make that costly, and they are gonna have the guns yet again, but still. Now Bren at 10.
That's the definition of give them an inch, and well, they'll take a mile. And Shiba, he is certainly gonna smile after that one. Opening pick here to find Dispenser, and this is once again Shiba coming in big. He has been so consistent on these dire rounds where Paper Rex are at a deficit and they might be in an eco or in a bad situation, but he finds the opening pick anyways once again. Borkum here on yellow, and he's certainly not going to be any mellow for him. He's gonna try and back off, but Dubstep has got his back. Benkai gonna get the trade off on the Borkum, and Shiba trying to make some noise once again, but the fallback here going to be called in from Paper Rex, not wanting to continue to aggress there on the B site itself, and Dubstep, he knows that that is to come. He's going to try and get the forward position here and maybe capitalize and punish the rotation coming in from the side of Paper Rex. Will he land the shot? They do not line up for him, and Shiba will get the trade.
I love that call though from Paper Rex. Again, the discipline and the know-how to move around the map, but at the same time, see what the opposition has. Saw the Guardian and that crouch down gameplay. It's dangerous against an automatic rifle, but one single shot from the Guardian misses, and that is just an effective time to get that kill from the other side. So Paper Rex, they punished Upstep there. And this is a big chance now to go onto B site. All up the wits though with that Guardian gameplay as well. It's all about the one taps here with a rifle, and he's gonna try his luck. He gets one, but as soon as he pops out of that decay, Mind Freak will pop his shoulder and get that takedown. Sykes planted, and oh dear Jesse Bash, just there on A site, all by his lonesome. And I gotta say, Black and Blue, if there's a Jesse Bash guarantee, I gotta give it to Shiba as well, the Shiba warranty, because he's also very effective with the Hunter's Fury, man.
He certainly is, and not just that. Whatever you give to him in his hands, he can make it work to its fullest potential. A sheriff, a rifle, doesn't matter. He'll get you one and done. Jesse Vash knows that he has to save this instead. They don't have enough economy to continue on in the fight, in the round. This will be a round in the way of Paper Rex. So for the meantime, keeping that lead down back just to 4. Bren, the largest lead they've had so far in this game has been 5, and let's cut down now to 4. So Paper Rex, they're making some ground here, but they're going to have to continue marching on. This run is not done just yet. The marathon in the final stages of it potentially, but they can definitely extend this into an even bigger Tour de France if Paper Rex can continue on. In this case, Tour de Berlin, because that's where they're going to be going.
Well, as we're cycling through the motions here, Black and Blue, I do just want to check out one of the micro plays that Paper Rex does as a whole in terms of dealing with the Bren economy. No matter what, it really feels like for Paper Rex, they find ways to pick off the opposition. And it all piles up. Just having to rebuy does affect Bren Esports in many big ways. And knowing Paper Rex, who's effective with any kind of arsenal, if they can keep on chipping on away, that's their potential to go for the comeback. But on the flip side, it's still 10 points for Bren Esports. So that's the danger zone for them if they do give up too many rounds on the attacking side. But this time, they have a good advantage. They have the guns. It's only Jesse Bash here with the rifle, as the rest of Bren Esports are on pistols. Dispenser knows the power of the frenzy, and he's going to go for the full auto jacket for Forsaken, playing that wisely, backing on away with the dash. And as Dispenser still gets Forsaken after everything is said and done, the endeavors there for Dispenser gonna fall apart as well. We have the refrag there from Paper Rex, but still a good kill from Dispense anyway. They're gonna be happy to shut down the prodigy of Paper Rex. But this is still Paper Rex with a good advantage, and it's all up to Dubstep right now to navigate, to isolate, to get the opportunity. But this mid-hold from Dubstep has not worked so far on the defending side, and PRX will continue hammering on that point.
Not getting much out of that, actually not getting anything at all out of the Blade Storm there. And Jesse Vash will answer back on the Defy. 30 seconds left on the clock, and he finds a second. Okay, a sliver of a hope here for Bren. They bring it to a 2v2, but Benkai, he knows that he's got the back here of Shiba. Now, 1v2, it's back to Borkum Dex. He's done the clutches, he's made it happen in the past. The plant will go down here on the other end of it, but he does not see where exactly. And the rotation here now from Yellow. He's looking to make the clutch happen. He's giving his position away. They now know he's on Yellow. He lands opening shot on the Benkai, and now it's all on the Borkum, and Shiba using the ultimate here to give him some space concealment to work with, and that shock dart is going to keep him at bay. But as soon as Shiba comes into it, he will be decayed. But now on the tap, can he clutch this out?
Oh, that's the thing. Borkum, though, with low HP. And the question is, does Paper Rex have the right time zone here? They were looking forward to the Berlin time zone, but apparently it's the Borkum time zone instead. And it's now going to be 11-6 as the Viper plays it clutch. And Bren Esports 2 rounds away from sweeping Paper Rex.
What a clutch coming in from Borkum. Him and Wits have been two of the most consistent clutchers. And we have to throw in the hat there, Jesse Vash, of course, after the opening games a while ago, have been so consistent in these clutch situations. Both of these teams have. Paper Rex have been doing such a good job as well. But as soon as Borkum found that great flick on the Bankai, you knew he was feeling it. And now, around the way from match point, around the way from getting that match to the point where it could be a single one from the perfect sweep here by Bren. Can Bren complete their Cinderella run with a perfect ending to it to put the cherry on the top of this souffle, the ice cream that has been so cold here in Icebox? Bren Esports, they are looking to claim the top title of the best team in Southeast Asia.
And again, it's been a lot of ironies here in VCT SCA, but there's also been a lot of focusing on that's the one. Was that the one series? Bren drops a map, drops the loss, and will we still get absolute perfection from everything else? Will Paper Rex look back into history? Because if you look at PRX matches, many a time in best of threes, they lose map 1, they take map 2, they take map 3. This is best of 5, so they lost map 1, they lost map 2. Can they take map 3 to 5? Can they force out more of this competition? Or has Bren had enough? Will they be able to declare themselves as the kings of SCA? Well, Wits there already screaming up top the mountaintop, and Shiva will go down. Lockdown, though, being built here by Paper Rex. They're going for the push, using that space to their advantage. And not only that, they're even adding more here. That's the Viper split. There's the wall as well. And PRX trying to claim territory, but Bren looking to defend.
Bren going here on this defense, trying to go for the retake, and Dubstep finds an opening, picking up Forsaken. It's huge, and Dispenser will follow up on the Bankai as well. It's down to a 5v2. Dispenser down to 1 HP, but he doesn't care. He has no care in the world. Mind Freak here on the corner of this. He might be able to find the pick off on Dispenser, but can he find any more? He will get that one pick off. The blades here, rather, the pit will be so detrimental, but they're still going to get the pick off. It's all the Divide who has a res, but no care in the world. Bren Esports take match point, a single round away from going to Berlin with a perfect run in the grand finals.
Hearts pounding here for Bren Esports, confidence brimming, and the Philippine nation looking to just cheer on the black and yellow as we get Borkum with 20 takedowns and 10 assists. Jesse Bash there with 10 and 9 for him. But really, is this going to be the icing on the cake for Bren Esports? They got the 2-0 versus Alter Ego to secure that shot to Bren Lin. Will they move on, slay their demons, get that confidence going into the world stage by beating Paper Rex 3-0? Or is this the hope and prayer that Paper Rex can snuff out? Paper Rex, a roster like this, you can just step on any kind of happiness you have, any ember of hope, any kind of momentum. But they don't have any more rounds to give here, Black and Blue. No more mistakes available for Paper Rex. It's Brendo holding as close as can be on the B side.
But this is where Paper Rex are so formidable, Dax, time and time again. When they have the lighter economy, when they have these weapons in their hands that technically should be disfavorable to them, they make it happen somehow, some way. And Forsaken has been the leader in that charge, but he's yet to come alive to the same Forsaken that we know. Perhaps today is not their day, but Bren Esports, they're going to try and make things happen. Wits here, he's found the pick. They're 4 kills away from clutching this perfect 3-0 win in the grand finals, Dax. Wits bringing it them ever so closer, but the res will come here to divide, and that will be a sliver of a chance here coming from Paper Rex.
Yeah, good cancel on the pickoff, but truly, it's the battle of the Dreamers versus the Dream Crushers. It's the battle of Bren versus Paper Rex. There's always a chance for PRX every single round. Never count them out. We are doing the counting, and we know Bren is just one victory away from getting the whole shebang. So they are going to try to hold the line here by B-side. Dispenser looking to play close, and Forsaken, he whiffs this time! And how the irony just ticks on away. Bren now win 4. It's all up to Benkai. And the age of SCA, it shifts through the times. But are we in a new era? Are we going to get enlightenment here? Is this going to be Bren Esports heralding a new day? Welcome to the Renaissance as the kings of of SCA will be crowned. It's Bren Esports with a clean sweep versus Paper X, and history has been made. History has been hyped, and here we go into the next chapter of the region.
The Usurpers claim the throne as the best team in Southeast Asia. They perfect the 3-0 run, retaliating it against Paper Rex. Bren Esports, the pearl of the Valorant Sea, and what a game to conclude that series and conclude this entire Sea Challenger stage. Congratulations once again to the new champions, the new faces of Southeast Asian Valorant, Bren Esports.
Bren, against all odds, guys, defied the limits and put an end to our grand finals in such an unprecedented way. A clean sweep on game number 3. It was the most commanding scoreline even. None of us, quite frankly, were expecting this to happen. We were divided on our predictions, guys. Initially, some of us predicted Paper Rex to take the series. Some of us predicted Bren, but now everything is crystal clear, Azrai.
Well, you know what? I actually brought a prop that I think signifies what just happened today.
Oh, what is that?
It's a sweep.
Oh. I'm gonna pretend that I didn't see that happen. I do believe you have something to say.
Asarai, how about you come on over to my place and do a bit of that sweeping? I could use a bit of help around right about now.
Yeah, I know your place is filthy, man. Next time. I got you.
Well, okay. First of all, I do want to say one thing. Dax, Renaissance, how long has he been holding on to that? Because that was perfect. And it's exactly what it is, the Renaissance. The first time, these guys have been holding on to the FPS scene for a very, very long time. They've been in it. They've been stalwarts in it. They've come all the way back ever since CS days. They've been together for very long. Now, after what feels like a decade, I think is a decade, they have their moment in the sun. They go through and they're the best team in Southeast Asia right now. And they're able to claim that title and go to Berlin. What a truly historical moment here for the Philippines, as it's truly the first time I think this region has experienced this level of success anywhere.
You know what? It's just, again, such an unprecedented achievement. And, you know, we're all proud of not only Bren, but of course Paper Rex here. But again, none of us, I think, were expecting this to go 3-0 in favor of Bren right off the bat. But they made it happen nonetheless. 13-6, guys, in Icebox of all places, wherein we touted Paper Rex to be heavily favored in this matchup. What do you think transpired there, Asrai, that helped make Bren achieve this feat?
I think it just goes to how we witnessed them on... It's the same thing that we witnessed on map 1 and map 2. It's that Bren they're just perfect right now. It seems like everything that they're communicating, how well their trades are, the information that they're giving, it's all just pristine here.
You know, they were really in sync there for the whole game. It was really an amazing display for the Bren side. You know, there were just so many times where they would go for those crossfire setups and the trades would be like in the blink of an eye. The same thing can't be said for Paper Rex. I feel like Paper Rex definitely had a great start and they had a lot of, you know, wonderful rounds, but those were off the backs of their individual players making heroic plays, not necessarily outsmarting and tactically beating out Bren. Now, I said this before in the pregame that when you give Bren a second chance, they will come back and they will come back harder. Especially if you play the exact same map the same way as you did last time. There was not really that much difference between how Paper Rex approached the Icebox map. And I think that really, they kind of shot themselves in the foot there because Bren, they changed things up quite a lot. You know, we didn't really see a mirror matchup. They didn't stick to the same essential meta that we're so used to seeing. And Bren, they're able to come up with those moments of glory that just led to the definitive win.
And perhaps this is just Bren revealing their final form, so to speak, at least for now. But great insights as always, guys. But I want to hear it from Mr. Dubstep himself, the man of the hour right here. Dubstep of Bren Esports. Welcome back.
Hello again, guys. What's up?
No, in all seriousness, Dubstep, that was a clean sweep, my man. Most of us were expecting this to go the distance all the way to Game 5. But no, you finished it straight up. And I'm sure a lot of us are wondering at this point in time, you're at the top. What's next for you and Bren? Aside from
I
going
guess
to
we
Berlin, of
can-
course.
Yeah, I think we can focus on other things. Like we can go to our next step. We can like look at the bigger picture right now. So the win against Paper Rex was really close. I don't think it was really a stump for me. There was two crazy overtimes, and I think they're really a good team. And we just like had the round, like we had the upper hand on one round, then we won the game. I think that's all, if you ask me, because I respect these guys. These guys are like really great. They play their tactics so well. They play everything, the utilities. Like they could be the meta for Southeast Asia, if you ask me. So like huge respect to Paper Rex, and I hope like we can continue to show our performance coming into Berlin, since both Southeast Asia teams won't be in the same group. So I hope we can keep on going. I hope we make it to the top 8, like 2 Southeast Asia, like that.
And thank you for that answer, Dubstep. And honestly, I just want to echo your statement. You know, Paper X, they definitely do deserve everybody's respect. And let me assure you, we all respect Paper X right now. But Azra, I do believe you have a question for Dubstep as well.
Yeah, I agree with the Paper X thing. They're beasts in their own regard. I'll make it short and simple. This game number 3 was something that I think I was also worried, because this was, I feel, the tipping point that possibly could be the reverse sweep for Paper X, because the time that you went in that best of 3, it was Icebox that they won in that first map. So with that being said, what changed from the last time? You know, what from that loss coming into Icebox with a good win? What changed with you and the rest of Bren that allowed you to get this game 3 and, you know, the series win?
I mean, yesterday's game on Icebox was solely because of us. We made our own little mistakes. We reviewed the demos last night. We talked about how things, like what happened on the game. Why did they come back? Why did it happen? So after talking to them, I just felt like we fixed everything. And on the agent selection just now, Wits was hovering Reina. He's asking us if he can play Reina, and just say, just go. Let's just go and wing it. And we won the game, surprisingly.
Awesome.
All right, I'm gonna pull it back a little bit. So Dubstep, look, we've known each other for a few years, man, and I recall the time when we were in some bar, like way back when, and we were talking about your performance in like CS and how you wanted to be at the top in CS, and you know, I was sort of just like, I wonder where things are gonna go for the Philippines. Could you have ever imagined in a million years that you would be now where you are? You know, coming back from that place where we came from, you being, you know, playing for Mineski back in the CS days, and now you're here at the top of Southeast Asia. What's that journey been like for you, man?
I don't know.
It's all right, man. It's okay.
It was hard. Yeah.
Congrats, dude.
I'm sorry.
You guys deserve
Congratulations,
it.
man.
Yeah. It's okay. It's okay. Don't worry about it.
I'm just so happy that we finally, like, the hard work paid off, because I've been trying to chase this for my entire career. So I'm so happy that we made it, and I didn't stop. I'm 28 years old and I'm still trying my best to do this thing for kids, you know. But we showed today that age is just a number, and I'm so happy that my teams are here to support me. I'm sorry.
On it. No, dude, trust me. I almost broke out like a second ago. I just barely.
We were all gonna cry.
We
Like,
were all there, dude. Trust me.
Yes,
I was
man. I felt that.
I just want to say, Dubstep, you are an inspiration to everybody and all the players, and just someone to truly look up to. 28 years and still going strong makes me feel like I wish I went pro as well. But obviously, oh my God, just an absolute legend. Absolutely.
Yeah. Thank you, guys.
Again,
Thank you so
Dubstep,
much.
thank you so much. You know, you deserve your rest. You deserve to celebrate right now. We're going to leave you to it. Congratulations.
Congrats, man.
Thank you, guys. Thank you.
Oh my gosh. I mean, How can you not get emotional after hearing that
was
from
there.
dubstep? But you know what? You know what? To try and bring it back here, you heard it from the man himself. Age is just a number. So it's a good thing that, we're all young, strapping young lads here on the panel. Isn't that right, boys?
In your case, Viminal, I wouldn't really go that route. Maybe dubstep gets a pass, but maybe stick to casting, Viminal.
Let's just agree to
just
disagree
kidding.
that we're boomers. All right.
I'm proud. I'm proud of my
Your advanced
boomer
age.
status. Yes. But anyway, Azra, I do believe we have the bracket ready. Let's take a little bit of a retrospective of, man, the wild ride that this has all been.
Oh yeah, I've talked about this a while ago, but now we have completed the puzzle, the last missing piece. Bren Esports. Who would have ever thought that this was gonna be where we've turned up? There was so many questions that we had, especially during the group stage. Is X10 gonna be, that dominating force? Obviously, they're gonna go to the playoffs, but then no, that didn't happen. Now we have teams like Paper Rex, Bren, Full Sense, Alter Ego that are stepping up to the plate and showing that there are other teams in Southeast Asia that can represent this region, that can be a contender for that elusive title of King of Sea. And now we'll look at this. As I mentioned, the puzzle is complete.
Indeed, the puzzle is complete. We've come full circle, my friends. But Illustrato, let's change things up a bit. Why don't you do the honors of thanking our amazing sponsors for making this all happen?
Yeah, you know what? Why not? And might as well give Viminal's day rate to me for this one. Okay, so thank you, sponsors, for making this all possible. Join global competitions, create and customize your own tournaments, and unleash the inner master in you. Find out more at Esports Fight Club. And of course, thank you to our next sponsor, none other than Globe. Globe at home. Winning starts at home with Globe at home. Only fiber up. Powerhouse bundle with speeds of up to 100 Mbps. Get your plan and it starts at 2899. Last but very not the least, thank you, of course, to Predator. Clutch that win and hashtag summon your strength with the Predator Helios 500, the future of gaming.
There you go. The future of gaming right there, folks. We just witnessed a stepping stone into that future. Guys, we're just getting ready right now to wrap up the show, but final thoughts again. If you could sum up this entire thing in one word, what would it be? Azra, start with you.
Valorant. He said one word.
Indeed. Yeah, that's one word.
I'm gonna go. Can I use a hyphen? Is that cool?
Sure.
All right, I'll go with tipping point. This, for me, this is when it all turns around for Southeast Asia. This is the advent of something great. This is a new horizon. This is the dawn of Valorant scene, not just in Southeast Asia, making an appearance in the global world, but also Southeast Asia coming into its own with its own identity. And here we are to witness it. It's a beautiful moment, and we're going to savor this for a very long time.
Thank you guys so much. It's always been a pleasure to have you here with me on the panel, of course, but right now, my friends, to everyone watching out there, we reached the end of the road to Masters Berlin right here in Southeast Asia as we welcome a new era, just as Illustrato put it. Bren Esports and Paper Rex are headed to Berlin. All teams fought valiantly, and of course, they have gone way beyond the limits, bringing with them the pride and glory of their respective regions. In the aftermath of the Sea playoffs, the days that follow will just be the calm before the storm, but in due time, make no mistake, we will all stand united under the banner of Southeast Asia as we set our sights to Masters Berlin. In behalf of the VCT cast and crew, my co-panelists, Azra and Illustrato, this is Viminal signing off, reminding you that the future is radiant.
Show me what you got. Back up, back up, back up, back up, back up.